breakfast, Ashkelon had remarked to Tempus that it must be hell for one of his temperament to languish under curse and God. "I've gotten used to it. I could grant you mortality. So small a thing is still within my power. I'll limp along as I am, thanks, Ash. If my curse denies me love, it gives me freedom. It would be good for you to have an ally. Not one who will unleash a killing mist merely to make an entrance," Tempus had rejoined, his fingers steepled before him. "Sorcery is yet beneath your contempt? You are hardly non-aligned in the conflict brewing. I have my philosophy." "Oh, and what is that?" "A single axiom these days is sufficient to my needs, which is, grab reality by the balls and squeeze. We will see how well it serves you when you stand without your God. Are you still afraid of me, Ash? I have never given you cause, never vied with you for your place. Whom do you think to impress, Riddler? The boy. Your potential and dangerous proclivities speak for themselves. I will grant no further concessions." Riding with the Dream Lord into Sanctuary in broad daylight was a relief after the tension of his commander's dining table. Being dismissed by Ashkelon before the high-walled mage guild on the Street of Arcana was a reprieve he had not dared to hope for, though the intellectuali of the Seventh Sphere decreed that Nicodemus must return to the outer gates at sundown. He watched his best horse disappear down that vine-hung way without even a twinge of regret. If he never saw that particular horse and its rider again, it would be too soon. And he had his orders, which, when he had received them, he had despaired of successfully carrying out. When Ashkelon had been absorbed in making his farewells to the woman whose fighting stature and muscle tone were so extraordinary, Tempus had bade Nico warn certain parties to spread the word that a curfew must be kept, and some others not to attend the Mage Guild's fête this evening, and lastly, find a way to go alone to the Vulgar Unicorn, tavern of consummate ill repute in this scabrous town, and perform a detailed series of actions there. Nico had never been to the Vulgar Unicorn, though he had been by it many times during his tours in the maze. The East Side taverns, like the Ale Keep at the juncture of Promise Park and Governor's Walk, and the Golden Oasis outside the maze, were more to his liking, and he stopped at both to fortify himself for a sortie into Ilsig filth and Ilsig poverty. At the Ale Keep, he managed to warn the father of a girl he knew to keep his family home this evening, lest the killing mist diminish his house should it come again. At the Oasis, he found a hellhound and the Ilsig Captain Wallagren gaming intently over a white-bladed knife, a fine prize, if it were the hard steel the blonde-braided captain claimed it was, a metal only fabled to exist, and so had gotten his message off to both the palace and the garrison in good order. Yet, in the maze, it seemed that his luck deserted him as precipitously as his sense of direction had fled.
Where? It should be easy to find the Serpentine. Just head south by southwest, unless the Entelechy Ashkelon had hexed him. He rode tight in his saddle, under a soapy, scum-covered sky gone non-committal, its sun nowhere to be seen. Doubling back from Wideway and the gutted wharf-side warehouses, where serendipity had taken his partner's life as suddenly as their charred remains loomed before him out of a pearly fog so thick he could barely see his horse's ears twitch. Rolling in off the water, it was rank and fetid, and his fingers slipped on his weeping reins. The chill it brought was numbing, and lest it penetrate to his very soul, he fled into a light meditation, clearing his mind and letting his body roll with his mount's gait, while its hoofbeats and his own breathing grew loud, and that mixed cadence lulled him. In his expanded awareness, he could sense the folk behind their doors. just wisps of passion and subterfuge leaking out beyond the featureless mud-brick facades from inner courts and wizened hearts. When glances rested on him, he knew it, feeling the tightening of focus and disturbance of auras like roused bees or whispered insults. When his horse stopped with a disapproving snort at an intersection, he had been sensing a steady attention on him, a presence pacing him, which knew him better than the occasional street denizen who turned watchful at the sight of a mercenary riding through the maze, or the whores half hidden in doorways with their predatory, cautious, disappointed pinwheels of assessment and dismissal. Still thoroughly disoriented, he chose the leftward fork at random, as much to see whether the familiar pattern stalking him would follow along, as in hopes that some landmark would pop out of the fog to guide him. He did not know the maze as well as he should, and his meditation-sensitized peripheral perception could tell him only how close the nearest walls were and a bit about who lurked behind them. He was no adept, only a Western-trained fighter. But, being one, he had shaken his fear and his foreboding, and waited to see if Shadowspawn, called Hans, would announce himself. Should Nico hail the thief prematurely, Hans would almost certainly melt back into the alleys he commanded, rather than own that Nico had perceived himself shadowed, and leave him lost among the hovels and the damned. He had learned patience waiting for gods to speak to him on wind-whipped precipices while heaving tides licked about his toes in anticipation. After a time, he began to see canopied stalls and hear muted haggling, and dismounted to lead his horse among the splintered crates and rotten fruit at the bazaar's edge. "Shh! Stealth!" Hans called him by his war name, and dropped, soundless as a phantom, from a shuttered balcony into his path. Startled, Nico's horse scrabbled backward, hind hooves kicking crates and stanchions over, so that a row ensued with the stall's enraged proprietor. When that was done, the dark slumhawk still waited, eyes glittering with unsaid words sharper than any of the secreted blades he wore. A triumphant smile, fierce as his scarlet sash, fading to his more customary street hauteur as he turned figs in his fingers, pronounced them unfit for human consumption, and eased Nico's way. "I was out there this morning," Nico heard, bent down over his horse's left hind hoof, checking for splinters caught in its shoe. "Heard your team lost a member, but not who. Piss-ass weird weather these days. You know something I should know?" "Possibly." Nico, putting down the hoof, brushed dust from his thighs and stood up. "Once when I was wandering around the back streets of a coastal city, never mind which one, with an arrow in my gut and afraid to seek a surgeon's help, there was weather like this. A man who took me in told me to stay off the streets at night until the weather'd been clear a full days. Something to do with dead adepts and souls to pay their way out of purgatory. Tell your friends if you've got any, and do me a favor, fair exchange?" He gathered up his reins and took a handful of mane, about to swing up on his horse, and thus he saw Hans's fingers flicker. "State it." So he did, admitting that he was lost, quite baldly, and asking the thief to guide him on his way. When they had walked far enough that Shadowspawn's laughter no longer echoed, the thief said, "What's wrong?" "Like I said, I was out at the barracks. I've never seen him scared of anything, but he's scared of that girl he's got in his room. And he's meaner than normal. Told me I couldn't stable my horse out there, and not to come around." Shadowspawn broke off, having said what he did not want to say, and kicked a melon in their path, which burst open, showing the teeming maggots within. "Maybe he'd like to keep you out of troubles that aren't any of your business, or maybe he estimates his debt to you is paid in fully. You can't keep coming around when it suits you and still bad-mouthing us like any other Ilsig." A spurt of profanity contained some cogent directions to the vulgar unicorn, and some other suggestions impossible to follow.
Nico did not look up to see Hans go. If he failed to take the warning to heart, then hurt feelings would keep him away from Nico and his commander for a while. It was enough. Directions or no, it took him longer than it should have to find his way. Finally, when he was eyeing the sky doubtfully, trying to estimate the lateness of the hour, he spied the unicorn's autoerotic sign creaking in the moist, stinking breeze blowing in off the harbor. Discounting Hans, since Nico had entered the close and ramshackle despair of the shantytown, he had seen not one friendly face. If he had been jeered once, he had been cursed a score of times, aloud and with spit and glare and hand in, and he had had more than his fill of Sanctuary's infamous slum. Within the unicorn, the clientele did not look happy to see a stepson. A silence as thick as Rankin ale descended as he entered, and took more time to disperse than he liked. He crossed to the bar, scanning the room full of local brawlers, grateful he had neglected to shave since the previous morning. Perhaps he seemed more fearsome than he felt, as he turned his back to the sullen, hostile crowd, just resuming their drinking and scheming, and ordered a draft from the bartender. The big, over-muscled man with a balding head slapped it down before him, growling that it would be well if he drank up and left before the crowd began to thicken, or the barkeep would not be responsible for the consequences, and Nico's master would get a bill for any damage to the premises. The look in the big man's eyes was decidedly unfriendly. "You're the one they call Stealth, aren't you?" the barkeeper accused him. "The one who told Shadowspawn that one of the best kills is a knife from behind down beside the collarbone, and with a sword cut up between your opponent's legs, and in general, the object is never to have to engage your enemy, but dispatch him before he has seen your face." Nico stared at him, feeling anger chase the disquiet from his limbs. "I know you Ilsigs don't like us," he said quietly, "but I haven't time now to charm you into a change of mind. Where's One Thumb, barkeep? I have a message for him that cannot wait." "Right here," smirked the aproned mountain, tossing his rag onto the bar sink's chipped pottery rim. "What is it, sonny?" "He wants you to take me to the lady. You know the one." Actually, Tempus had instructed Nico to tell One Thumb about Ashkelon's intention to confront Kime, and wait for word as to what the woman wanted Tempus to do. But he was resentful, and he was late. "I have to be at the Mage Guild by sundown. Let's move." "You've got the wrong One Thumb, and the wrong idea." "Who's this he?" "Bartender, I leave it on your conscience." He pushed his mug away and took a step back from the bar, then realized he could not leave without discharging his duty, and reached out to pick it up again. The big bartender's thumbless hand curled around his wrist and jerked him against the bar.
"He prayed for patience, and he didn't tell you not to come in here bold as brass, tassels on a witch-bitch whore. He is getting sloppy, or he's forgotten who his friends are. Why didn't you come round the back? What do you expect me to do, leave with you in the middle of the day? I was lucky I found your piss hole at all, Wrigley. Let me go, or you're going to lose the rest of those fingers, sure as Lord Storm's anger rocks even this god-ridden garbage heap of a peninsula." Someone stepped up to the bar, and One Thumb, with a wrench of wrist, went to serve him. Meanwhile, motioning close a girl whose breasts were mottled gray with dirt and pinkish white where she had sweated it away, saying to her that Nico was to be taken to the office. In it, he watched the man called One Thumb through a one-way mirror and fidgeted. Eventually, though he saw no reason why it happened, a door he had thought to be a closet's opened behind him, and a woman stepped in, clad in Ilsig Duskin leggings. She said, "What word did my brother send to me?" He told her, thinking, watching her, that her eyes were gray like Ashkelon's, and her hair was arrestingly black and silver, and that she did not in any way resemble Tempus.
When he was finished with his story and his warning that she not, under any circumstances, go out this evening, not upon her life attend the Mage Guild fete, she laughed, a sweet tinkle so inappropriate his spine chilled and he stiffened. "Tell my brother not to be afraid. You must not know him well to take his terror of the adept so seriously." She moved close to him, and he drowned in her storm-cloud eyes, while her hand went to his sword belt, and by it she pulled him close. "Have you money, Stepson, and some time to spend?" Nico beat a hasty retreat with her mocking, throaty laughter chasing him down the stairs. She called after him that she only wanted to have him give her love to Tempus. As he made the landing near the bar, he heard the door at the stairs top slam shut. He was out of there like a torqued arrow, so fast he forgot to pay for his drink, and yet, when he remembered it, on the street where his horse waited, no one had come chasing him. Looking up at the sky, he estimated he could just make the Mage Guild in time, if he did not get lost again. 4. Thinking back over the last 10 months, Tempus realized he should have expected something like this. Vashanka was weakening steadily. Something had removed the god's name from Kadakithis' palace dome. The state cult's temple had proved unbuildable, its grounds defiled and its priest a defiler. The ritual of the 10 slaying had been interrupted by Syme and her fire, and he and Vashanka had begotten a male child upon the first consort, which the god did not seem to want to claim. Abarsis had been allowed to throw his life away without regard to the fact that he had been Vashanka's premier warrior priest. Now, the field altar his mercenaries had built had been tumbled to the ground before his eyes by one of Abarsis' teachers, an entelechy chosen specifically to balance the berserker influence of the god. And he, Tempus, was imprisoned in his own quarters by a froth daughter in an all-too-human body, intent on exacting from him recompense for what his sister had denied her. Glumly, he wondered if his god could be undergoing a midlife crisis. Then, if he too was, since Vashanka and he were linked by the law of consonance. Certainly, Jihan's proclamation of intended rape had taken him aback. He had not been taken aback by anything in years. "Rapist, they call you, and with good reason," she had said, reaching up under the scale armor corselet to wriggle out of her loin guard. "We will see how you like it in receipt of what you're used to giving out." He could not stop her or refrain from responding to her. Syme had interrupted Jihan's scheduled tryst with Ashkelon, perhaps aborted it. The body which faced him had been chosen for a woman's retribution. Later she said to him, rubbing the imprint of her scale armor from his loins with a high-veined hand, "Have you never heard of letting the lady win?" "No," he replied, genuinely puzzled. "Jihan, are you saying I was unfair?" "Only arcane, weighting the scales to your side. Love without feeling, mind caress, spell excitation. I am new to flesh. I hope you are well chastised and repentant," she diggled, just briefly, before his words found her ears. "I warn you, straight out, those who love me die of it, and those I favor are fated to spurn me. You are an arrogant man. You think I care? I should have struck you more viciously." Her flat hand slapped, more than playfully, down upon his belly. "He," she meant, Ashkelon, "cannot spare me any of his substance. I do this for him, that he not look upon me hungry for a man, and no shame. You saw his wrist, where she skewered him. I don't fancy a gift from him, convenient or no. He was going to pull her up beside him, where he might casually get his hands around her fine muscular throat, but she sat back and retorted, 'You think he would suggest this, or even know of it? I take what I choose from men, and we do not discuss it. It is all I can do for him, and you owe me whatever price I care to name. Your own sister took from me my husband before ever his lips touched mine. When my father chose me from my sisters to be sent to ease Ashkelon's loneliness, I had a choice, yea or nay, and a year to make it. I studied him and felt love enough to come to human flesh to claim it. To become human, you concede that I am, for argument's sake. He did that. Her spectacular body, sheathed in muscle, taut and sensuous, was too powerful and yet too shapely to be mortal. But even so, he did not critique her. Then she continued, rising up, hands on her impossibly slim waist, pacing as she spoke in a rustle of armor scales, "Consider my plight. To become human for the love of a demiurge, and then not to be able to claim him. It is done. I have this form. I cannot undo it until its time is up. And since I cannot collect satisfaction from her, he has forbidden me that pleasure. All the powers on the 12th plane agree. I may have what I wish. I have made quite plain." Her voice was deepening. She took a step toward him. He objected, and she laughed. "You should see your face. I can imagine. You are a very attractive lady, and you come with impeccable credentials from an unimpeachable source. So if you are inexperienced in the ways of the world, brash and awkward and ineffective because of that, I suppose I must excuse you. Thus, I shall make allowances." His one hand raised, gestured, scooped up her loin-guard, and tossed it at her. "Get dressed. Get out of here. Go back to your master, familiar, and tell him I do not any longer pay my sister's debts." Then, finally, she came at him. "You mistake me. I am telling you." She reached him, crouched down, thighs together, hands on her knees on what had once been Jubal the slaver's bed. "This is a real debt, in lieu of payment for which my patron and the elementals—" He clipped her exactly behind her right ear, and she fell across him senseless. Other things she had said, earlier in passion, rang in his head. That should he in any way displease her, her duty would then be plain. He and Vashanka could both be disciplined by way of the child they had together on one of Malin Torchholder's temple dancers. He was not sure how he felt about that, as he was not sure how he felt about Ashkelon's offer of mortality, or Vashanka's cowardice, or the positives and negatives of his sister's self-engendered fate. He gave the unconscious woman over to his stepsons with instructions that made the three he had hailed grin widely. He could not estimate how long they would be able to hold her. However long they managed it, it had better be long enough. The stepson who had come from seeking Nico in sanctuary found him, garbed for business, saddling a troce horse in the stables.
"Where?" Stealth said. The gruff, slow-eyed commando reported. She said, "Stay out of it. No need to fear. He's staying with the Archmage, or whatever it is. He's going to the Mage Guild party and suggests you try and drop by." A feral grin stole over the mercenary's face. He knew something was up. "Need anybody on your right for this, Commander?" Tempus almost said no, but changed his mind and told the stepson to get a fresh horse and his best panoply and meet him at the Mage Guild's outer gate. 5. There was a little mist in the streets by the time Tempus headed his tross horse across the east side toward the Mage Guild. Nothing daunting yet, just a fetlock-high steaminess as if the streets were cobbled with dry ice. He had had no luck intercepting his sister at Lastel's estate. A servant shouted through a grate, over the barking of dogs, that the master had already left for the fete. He had stopped briefly at the mercenaries' hostel before going there to burn a rag he had for centuries in the common room's hearth. He no longer needed to be reminded not to argue with warlocks, or that love, for him, was always a losing game.
With his sister's scarf, perhaps the problem of her would waft away, changed like the ancient linen to smoke upon the air. Before the Mage Guild's outer wall, an imprudent crowd had gathered to watch the luminaries arriving in the ersat daylight of its ensorcelled grounds. Pink clouds formed a glowing canopy to the wall's edge, a godly pavilion. Elsewhere, it was night. Where dark met light, the stepson Johnny waited, one leg crooked over his saddle horn, rolling a smoke, his best helmet dangling by his knee, and his full-length dress mantle draped over his horse's croup, while around his hips the ragged crowd thronged, and his horse, ears flattened, snapped at Ilsegus, who came too near. Tempus Gray rumbled a greeting to the bay. The curly-headed mercenary straightened up in his saddle and saluted, grinning through his beard. He wasn't smiling when the Mage Guild's ponderous doors enfolded them, and 3 junior functionaries escorted them to the changing rooms within the outer wall, where they were expected to strip and hand over their armaments to the solicitously smirking mages in training before donning proffered fete clothes, gray silk chitons, and summer sandals the wizards had thoughtfully provided. Ashkelon wasn't taking any chances, Tempus thought, but did not say, though Johnny wondered aloud what use there was in checking their paltry swords and daggers when enchanters could not be made to check their spells. Inside the Mage Guild's outer walls, it was summer. In its gardens, transformed from their usual dank fetidness by artful conjure into a wonderland of orchids and eucalyptus and willows weeping, where before moss-hung swamp giants had held sway over quickies, Tempus saw Catechithus, resolutely imperious in a black robe oversewn with gems into a map of Runke caught in the web of the world. The Prince Governor's pregnant wife, a red gift gown splendid over her child belly, leaned heavily on his arm. Kitty Cat's approving glance was laced with commiseration. Yes, he too found it hard to smile here, but both of them knew it prudent to observe the forms, especially with wizards. Tempus nodded and walked away. Then he saw her, holding Lastel's hand, to which the prosthetic thumb of his disguise was firmly attached. A signal bade Johnny await him. He did not have to look back to know that the stepson obeyed. Kime was blonde tonight and golden-eyed, tall in her adept-chosen robe of iridescent green, but he saw through the illusion to her familiar self. And she knew it. You come here without your beloved armaments or even the god's amulet? The man I used to know would have pulled rank and held on to his weapons. Nothing's going to happen here, he murmured, staring off over her head into the crowd, looking for Nico, unless the message I received was in error and we do have a problem? We have no problem, glowered Laster One Thumb. One Thumb, disappear, or I'll have Johnny, over there, teach you how to imitate your bar's sign. With a reproachful look that Tempus would utter his alias here, the man who did not like to be called One Thumb outside the maze lumbered off. Then he had to look at her. Under the golden-eyed illusion, her char and smoke gaze accused him, as it had chased him across the centuries and made him content to be accursed and constrained from other loves. God, he thought, I will never get through this without error. It was the closest he had come to asking Vashanka to help him for ages. In the back of his skull, a distant whisper exhorted him to take his sister while he could. That bush on his right would be bower enough. But more than advice, the god could not give. I have my own troubles, mortal, for which you are partly responsible. With the echo of Vashanka's last word, Tempus knew the god was gone. Is Lastel telling the truth, Kime? Are you content to face Ashankan's wrath and your peril alone? Tell me how you came to half-kill a personage of that magnitude, and assure me that you can rectify your mistake without my help. She reached up and touched his throat, running her finger along his jaw until it found his mouth. "Shh, shh. You are a bad liar, who proclaims he does not still love me. Have you not enough at risk presently? Yes, I erred with Ashankin. He tricked me. I shall solve it, one way or the other. My heart saw him, and I could not then be the one who stood there watching him die. His world beguiled me, his form enthralled me. You know what punishment love could bring me. He begged me leave him to die alone, and I believed him, because I feared for my life should while he died I come to love him. We each bear our proper curse, that is sure. You think this disguise will fool him?" She shook her head. "I need not. He will want a meeting. This," she ran her hands down over her illusory youth and beauty, "was for the magelings, those children at the gates. As for you, stay clear of this matter, my brother. There is no time for quailing or philosophical debates now. You never were competent to simply act, unencumbered by judgment or conscience. Don't try to change on my account. I will deal with the intellectchi, and then I will drink even his name dry of meaning. Like that." She snapped her fingers, twirled on her heel, and flounced off in a good imitation of a young woman offended by a forward soldier. While he watched, a Shankam appeared from the crowd to bar her path, a golden coin held out before him like a wand or a warding charm. That fast did he have her, too fast for Tempus to get between them, simply by the mechanism of invoking her curse. For pay, she must give herself to any comer. He watched them flicker out of being with his stomach rolling and an ache in his throat. It was some little while before he saw anything external, and then he saw Nicodemus showing off his gift cuirass to Johnny. The two came up to him, wondering why it was, when everyone else's armaments had been taken from them, Nico, who had arrived in shabby duty gear, had been given better than ever he could afford. Tempus drew slowly into his present, noting Molin Torchholder's over-gaudy figure nearby, and a coal-eyed lady who might easily be an infiltrator from the Mygdonian Alliance, talking to Lastel. He asked his stepsons to make her acquaintance. She might just be smuggling drugs into Sanctuary with Lastel's help, but do not arrest her for trifles. If she is a spy, perhaps she will try to recruit a stepson disaffected enough with his lot. Either of you, a single agent or half a broken pair, could fit that description. At the least, we must plumb her body's secrets. Stealth, Johnny rumbled to Nico, as the two strutted her way, looking virile and predatory.
Where, with a scowl of concern for the stepson to whom he was bound by ill-considered words, he sought out Torchholder, recalling, as he slid with murmured greetings and apologies through socialites and hazard-class adepts, Nico's blank and steady eyes. The boy knew his danger and trusted Tempus as a sacred bander must to see him through it. No remnants or doubt had shown in the fighter called Stealth's open countenance that Tempus would come here against Ashkelon's wishes and risk a stepson's life. It was war, the boy's calm said, what they both did and what they both knew. Later, perhaps there would be explanations, or not. Tempus knew that Nikos, should he survive, would never broach the subject. "Torchholder, I think you ought to go see to the first consort's baby," he said as his hand came down heavily on the palace priest's bebobbled shoulder. Torchholder was already pulling on his beard, his mouth curled with anger when he turned. Assessing Tempus' demeanor, his face did a dance which ended in a mien of knowing caution. "Ah, yes, I did mean to look in on Sialaha and her babe. Thank you for reminding me, hellhound." "Stay with her," Tempus whispered sotto voce, as Molin sought to brush by him, "or get them both to a safer place."
"We got your message this afternoon, hound," the privy priest hissed, and he was gone. Tempus was just thinking that it was well Fate Week only came once yearly, when above him, in the pink, tented clouds, winter gloom began to spread. And beside him, a hand closed upon his left arm with a numbingly painful grip. Jihan had arrived. 6. Ashkelon of Meridian, Entelechy of the seventh sphere, lord of dream and shadow, faced his would-be assassin little strengthened. The hazards of sanctuary had given what they could of power to him, but mortal strength and mortal's magic could not replace what he had lost. His compassionate eyes had sunken deep under lined and arching brows. His skin was pallid, his cheeks hosted deep hollows like his colossus, where it guarded an unknown sea so fierce that folk there who had never heard of sanctuary swore that in those stony caverns demons raised their broods. It had cost him much to take flesh and make chase. It cost him more to remove Syme to the Mage Guild's innermost sanctum before the disturbance broke out above the celebrants on the lawn. But he had done it. He said to her, "Your intention, free agent, was not clear. Your resolve was not firm. I am neither dead nor alive because of you. Release me from this torture. I saw in your eyes you did not truly wish my demise, nor the madness that must come upon the world entire from the destruction of the place of salving dreams. You have lived a while now in a world where dreams cannot solve problems, or be used to chart the future, or to heal or renew. What say you? You can change it, bring sanity back among the plains, and love to your aching heart. I will make you Lady of Meridian. Our quays will once again rise crystal, streets will glitter gold, and my people will finish the welcoming paean they were singing when you shattered my heart." As he spoke, he pulled from his vestments a kerchief and held it out unfolded in his right hand. There on snowy linen glittered the shards of the heart of Ashkelon, the obsidian talisman which her rods had destroyed when he wore it on his wrist. She had them out by then, taken down from her hair, and she twirled them, blue, white, and ominous, in her fingers. He did not shrink from her, nor eye her weapons. He met her glance with his, and held, willing to take either outcome, anything but go on the way he was. Then he heard the hardness of her laugh, and prepared himself to face the tithe collectors who held the mortgage on his soul. Her aspect of blonde youthfulness fell away with her laughter, and she stepped near him, saying, "Love you offer me. You know my curse, do you not? I can lift it if you but spend 1 year with me. You can lift it. Why should I believe you, father of magic? Not even gods must tell the truth, and you, I own, are beyond even the constraints of right and wrong which gods obey. Will you not help me, and help yourself? Your beauty will not fade. I can give youth unending, and heal your heart, if you but heal mine." His hand outstretched to her quivered. His eyes sparkled with unshed tears. "Shall you spend eternity as a murderer and a whore, for no reason? Take salvation, now it is offered. Take it for us both. Neither of us could claim such a boon from eternity again." Syme shrugged, and the woman's eyes, so much older than the 3 decades her body showed, impaled him. Some kill politicians, some generals, foot soldiers in the field. As for me, I think the mages are the problem, twisting times and worlds about like children play with string. And as for help, what makes you think either you or I deserve it? How many have you aided without commensurate gain? When old 4 Eyes spitting fire and 4 Mouths spitting curses came after me, no one did anything, not my parents or our priests or seers. They all just looked at their feet as if the key to my salvation was written in Azahir's sand. But it was not. And oh, did I learn from my wizard. More than he thought to teach me, since he crumbled into dust on my account, and that is sure. Yet she stopped the rod's twirling, and she did not start to sing. They stared a time longer at each other, and while they saw themselves in one another, Syme began to cry, who had not wept in thrice 100 years. And in time she turned her rods about, and butts first she touched them to the shards of the obsidian he held in a trembling palm. When the rods made contact, a blinding flare of blue commenced to shine in his hand, and she heard him say, "I will make things right with us," as the room in which they stood began to fade away, and she heard a lapping sea, and singing children, and finger cymbals tinkling while lutes were strummed, and pipes began to play. 7. All hell breaking loose could not have caused more pandemonium than Jihan's father's blood-red orbs peering down through shredded clouds upon the Mage Guild's grounds. The fury of the father of a jilted bride was met by Vashanka in his full manifestation, so that folk thrown to the ground lay silent, staring up at the battle in the sky, with their fingers dug deep into chilling, spongy earth. Vashanka's 2 feet were widespread, one upon his temple, due west, one upon the Mage Guild's wall. His lightning bolts rocked the heavens, his golden locks whipped by his adversary's black winds. Howls from the faring Stormbringer's cloudy throat pummeled eardrums. People rolled to their stomachs and buried their heads in their arms as the inconceivable cloud creature enveloped their god, and blackness reigned. Thunder bellowed. The black cloud pulsed spasmodically, lit from within. In the tempest, Tempus shouted to Jihan, grabbed her arms in his hands. "Stop this! You can do it! Your pride and his are not worth so many lives." A lightning bolt struck earth beside his foot, so close a blue sparkling aftercharge nuzzled his leg. She jerked away, palmed her hair back, stood glaring at him with red flecks in her eyes. She shouted something back, her lips curled in a flash of light, but the god's roaring blotted out her words. Then she merely turned her back to him, raised her arms to heaven, and perhaps began to pray. He had no more time for her. The god's war was his. He felt the claw-cold blows Stormbringer landed, felt Vashanka's substance leaching away. Yet he set off running, dodging cowerers upon the ground, adepts and nobles with their cloaks wrapped about their heads, seeking his stepsons. He knew what he must do. He did not stop for arms or horses when he found Nico and Johnny, but set off through the raging din toward the avenue of temples, where the child, the man, and God had begotten upon the first consort.
Hand signs got them through until speech was useful, when they had run west through the lawns and alleys, coming to Vashanka's temple grounds from the back. Inside the shrine's chancery it was quieter, shielded from the sky that heaved with light and dark. Nico shared his weapons, those Ashkelon had given him, a dirk to Tempus, the sword to Johnny. "But you have nothing left," Johnny protested in the urgent undertone they were all employing in the shadowed corridors of their embattled god's earthly home. "I have this," Nico replied, and tapped his armored chest. Whether he meant the cuirass Ashkelon had given him, the heart underneath, or his mental skills, Tempus did not ask. Just tossed the dirk contemptuously back and dashed out into the murky temple hall. They smelled sorcery before they saw the sick green light or felt the curdling cold. Outside the door, under which wizard sign leaked like sulfur from a yellow spring, Johnny muttered blackly. Nico's lips were drawn back in a grin. "After you, Commander." Tempus wrenched the doors apart once Johnny had cut the leather strap where it had been drawn within to secure the latch, and beheld Molin Torchholder in the midst of witch-like, wrestling with more than Tempus would have thought he could handle and holding his own. On the floor in the corner, a honey-haired northern dancer hugged a man-child to her breast, her mouth an ooh of relief, as if now that Tempus was here, she was surely saved. He took time to grimace politely at the girl, who insisted in mistaking him for his god. His senses were speeding much faster than even the green stinking whirlwind in the middle of the room. He was not so sure that anything was salvageable, here, or even if he cared if girl or priest or child or town or god were to be saved. But then he looked behind him and saw his stepsons, Nico on the left and Johnny with sword drawn, both ready to advance on hell itself, would he but bid them. And he raised a hand and led them into the light fight. Eyes squinted nearly shut, and all his body tingling as his preternatural abilities came into play. Molin's ouster was uppermost in his mind. He picked the glare-blind priest up bodily and threw him, wrenching the god's golden icon from his frozen fist. He heard a grunt, a snapping in of breath, behind, but did not look around to see reality fade away. He was fighting by himself now, in a higher, colder place, full of day held at bay, and Vashanka's potent breath in his right ear. "It is well you have come, man-child. I can use your help this day. The left is the place of attack in team battle. A shield-holding line drifts right, each trying to protect his open side. He had Vashanka on his right to support him, and a shield, full length and awful, came to be upon his own left arm. The thing he fought here, the Stormbringer's shape, was part cat, part manlike, and its sword cut as hard as an avalanche. Its claws chilled his breath away. Behind, black and gray was split with sunrise colors, Vashanka's blazon snapping on a flag of sky. He thrust at the clouds and was parried with cold that ran up his sword and seared the skin of his palm so that his sweat froze to ice and layers of his flesh bonded to sharkskin hilt. That gave him pause, for it was his own sword, come from wherever the mages secreted it, which moved in his hand. Pink glowed that blade, as always when his god sanctified his servant's labor. His right was untenanted, suddenly, but Vashanka's strength was in him, and it must be enough. He fought it unto exhaustion, he fought it to a draw. The adversaries stood in clouds, typhoon breaths rasping, both seeking strength to fight on. And then he had to say it. "Let this slight go, Stormbringer. Vengeance is disappointing always. You soil yourself, having to care. Let her stay where she is, Weather God's father. A mortal sojourn will do her good. The parent is not responsible for the errors of the child, nor the child for the parent." And, deliberately, he put down the shield the god had given him and peeled the sticky sword hilt from a skinless palm, laying his weapon atop the shield. "Or surmount me and have done with it. I will not die of exhaustion for a god too craven to fight by my side. And I will not stand aside and let you have the babe. You see, it is me you must punish, not my god. I led Ashkelon to Syme and disposed her toward him. It is my transgression, not Vashanka's. And I am not going to make it easy for you. You will have to slaughter me, which I would much prefer to being the puppet of yet another omnipotent force." And with a growl that was long and seared his inner ear and set his teeth on edge, the clouds began to dissolve around him and the darkness to fade away. He blinked and rubbed his eyes, which were smarting with underworld cold,
And when he took his hands away, he found himself standing in a seared circle of stinking fumes with two coughing stepsons, both of whom were breathing heavily, but neither of whom looked to have suffered any enduring harm. Johnny was supporting Nico, who had discarded the gift cuirass, and it glowed as if cooling from a forger's heat between his feet. The dirk and sword, too, lay on the smudged flagstones, and Tempus' sword atop the heap. There passed an interval of soft exchanges, which did not explain either where Tempus had disappeared to, or why Nico's gear had turned white-hot against the Stormbringer's whirlpool cold. And of assessing damages, none beyond frostbite, blisters, scrapes, and Tempus's flayed sword hand, and suggestions as to where they might recoup their strength. The tearful first consort was calmed, and Torchholder's people, no one could locate the priest, told to watch her well. Outside the temple, they saw that the mist had let go of the streets. An easy night lay chill and brisk upon the town. The three walked back to the Mage Guild at a leisurely pace to reclaim their panoplies and their horses. When they got there, they found that the second and third hazards had claimed the evening's confrontation to be of their making, a cosmological morality play, their most humbly offered entertainment which the guests had taken too much to heart. Did not Vashanka triumph? Was not the cloud of evil vanquished? Had not the wondrous tent of pink and lemon summer sky returned to illuminate the Mage Guild's fate? Johnny snarled and flushed with rage at the adepts dissembling, threatening to go turn Torchholder, who had preceded them back among the celebrants, disheveled, loud-mouthed, but none the worse for wear, upside down to see if any truth might fall out. But Nico cautioned him to let fools believe what fools believe, and to make his farewells brief and polite. Whatever they felt about the mages, they had to live with them. When at last they rode out of the Street of Arcana toward the ale-keep to quench their well-earned thirsts where Nico could check on the faring of a girl who mattered to him, he was ponying the extra horse he had lent Ashkelon, since neither the Dream Lord nor his companion Jihan had been anywhere to be found among guests trying grimly to recapture at least a semblance of revelry. For Nico, the slow ride through mercifully dark streets was a godsend, the deep midnight sky a mask he desperately needed to keep between him and the world a while. In its cover, he could afford to let his composure, slipping away inexorably of its own weight, fall from him altogether. As it happened, because of the riderless horse, he was bringing up the rear. That, too, suited him, as did their tortuous progress through the ways and intersections thronging intermittently with upper class, if there was such a distinction to be made here, Ilseeges ushering in the new year. Personally, he did not like the start of it. The events of the last 24 hours he considered somewhat less than auspicious.
Where he fingered the enameled cuirass with its twining snakes and glyphs which the entelechy Ashkelon had given him, touched the dirk at his waist, the matching sword slung at his hip. The hilts of both were worked as befitted weapons bound for a son of the armies, with the lightning and the lions and the bulls, which were, the world over, the signatures of its storm gods, the gods of war and death. But the workmanship was foreign, and the raised demons on both scabbards belonged to the primal deities of an earlier age, whose sway was misty, everywhere but among the western islands where Nico had gone to strive for initiation into his chosen mystery and mastery over body and soul. The most appropriate legends graced these opulent arms that a Shadow Lord had given him. In the old ways and the elder gods, and in the disciplines of transcendent perception, Nico sought perfection, a mystic calm. And the weapons were perfect, save for two blemishes. They were fashioned from precious metals and made nearly priceless by the antiquity of their style. They were charmed, warm to the touch, capable of meeting infernal forces and doing damage upon icy whirlwinds sent from unnamed gods. Nicodemos favored unarmed kills, minimal effort, precision. He judged himself sloppy should it become necessary to parry an opponent's stroke more than once. The temple dancing exhibitions of proud swordsmen who tested each other's mettle and had time to indulge in style and disputatious dialogue repelled him. One got in, made the kill, and got out, hopefully leaving the enemy unknowing, if not, confused. He no more coveted blades that would bring acquisitive men down upon him, hoping to acquire them in combat, than he looked forward to needing ensorcelled swords for battles that could not be joined in the way he liked. The cuirass he wore kept off supernal evil. Should it prove impregnable to mortal arms, that knowledge would eat away at his self-discipline, perhaps erode his control, make him careless. In the light fight, when Tempus had flickered out of being as completely as a doused torch, he had felt an inexplicable elation, leading point into chaos with Yanni steady on his right hand. He had imagined he was indomitable, fated, chosen by the gods, and thus inviolate. The steadying fear that should have been there, in his mind, assessive and balancing, was missing. His ma'at, as he had told Tempus in that moment of discomforting candor, was gone from him. No trick panoply could replace it, no arrogance or battle lust could substitute for it. Without equilibrium, the quiet heart he strove for could never be his. He was not like Tempus, preternatural, twice a man, living forever in extended anguish to which he had become accustomed. He did not aspire to more than what his studies whispered a man had right to claim. Seeing Tempus in action, he now believed what before, though he had heard the tales, he had discounted. He thought hard about the Riddler and the offer he had made him, and wondered if he was bound by it, and the weapons Ashkelon had given him no more than omens fit for days to come. And he shivered upon his horse, wishing his partner were there up ahead instead of Yanni, and that his ma'at was within him, and that they rode Cirez byways, or the Azahuran plain, where magic did not vie with gods for mortal allegiance, or take souls in tithe. When they dismounted at the ale-keep, he had come to a negotiated settlement within himself. He would wait to see if what Tempus said was true, if his ma'at would return to him once his teammate's spirit ascended to heaven on a pillar of flame. He was not unaware of the rhythmic nature of enlightenment through the procession of events. He had come to Ranke with his partner at Abarsis' urging. He remembered the slaughter priest from his early days of ritual and war, and had made his own decision, not followed blindly because his left-side leader wished to teach Rankins the glory of his name. When the elder fighter had put it to him, his friend had said that it might be time for Nicodemos to lead his own team. After Ranke, without doubt, the older man would lay down his sword. He had been dreaming, he had said, of mother's milk and waving crops and snot-nosed brats with wooden shields, a sure sign a man is done with damp camps and bloody dead stripped in the field. So it would have happened, this year or the next, that he would be alone. He must come to terms with it, not whine silently like an abandoned child, or seek a new and stronger arm to lean on. Meditation should have helped him, though he recalled a parchment grin and a toothless mouth instructing him that what is needed is never to be had without price. The price of the thick brown ale in which the ale-keep specialized was doubled for the holiday's night-long vigil, but they paid not 1 coin,
drinking instead in a private room in back where the grateful owner led them. He had heard about the manifestation at the Mage Guild and had been glad he had taken Nico's advice and kept his girls inside. "Can I let them out then?" he said with a twinkling eye. "Now that you are here, would the Lord Marshal and his distinguished stepsons care for some gentle companionship this jolly eve?" Tempus, flexing his open hand on which the clear serum glistened as it thickened into scabby skin, told him to keep his children locked up until dawn, and sent him away so brusquely Johnny eyed Nico askance. Their commander sat with his back against the wall opposite the door through which the tavern's owner had disappeared. "We were followed here. I'd like to think you both realized it on your own." The placement of their seats, backs generously offered to any who might enter, spoke so clearly of their failure that neither said a word, only moved their chairs to the single table's narrow sides. When next the door swung open, One Thumb, not their host, stood there, and Tempus chuckled hoarsely in the hulking wrestler's face. "Only you, Lastel? I own you had me worried. Where is she, Tempus? What have you done with her?" Lastel stomped forward, put both ham hands flat upon the table, his thick neck thrust forward, bulging with veins. "Are you tired of living, One Thumb? Go back to your hidey hole. Maybe she's there, maybe not. If not, easy come, easy go." Lastel's face purpled. His words rode on a froth of spray, so that Johnny reached for his dagger, and Nico had to kick him. "Your sisters disappeared and you don't care? I let Kime snuggle up with you in your thieves' shanty. If I had cared, would I have done that? And did I care, I would have to say to you that you aspire beyond your station with her. Stick to whore mistresses and street urchins in future. Or go talk to the Mage Guild, or your gods, if you have the ears of any. Perhaps you can reclaim her for some well-bartered treachery or a block of Corone. Meanwhile, you, who are about to become no thumbs, mark these two." He gestured to either side, to Nico and Johnny. "They'll be around to see you in the next few days, and I caution you to treat them with the utmost deference. They can be very temperamental. As for myself, I have had easier days, and so am willing to estimate for you your chances of walking out of here with all appendages yet attached and in working order, though your odds are lessening with every breath I have to watch you take." Tempus was rising as he spoke. Lastel gave back, his flushed face paling visibly as Tempus proposed a new repository for his prosthetic thumb, then retreated with surprising alacrity toward the half-open door in which the tavern's owner now stood uncertainly, now disappeared. But Lastel was not fast enough. Tempus had him by the throat. Holding him off the ground, he made One Thumb mouth civil farewells to both the stepsons before he dropped him and let him dash away.
Where, at sundown the next day, a perfectly natural sundown without a hint of wizard weather about it, Nico's partner's long-delayed funeral was held before the replied stones of Vashanka's field altar, out behind the arena where once had been a slaver's girl run. A hawk heading home flew over, right to left, most auspicious of bird omens, and when it had gone, the men swore a Barsis ghost materialized to guide the fallen mercenary's spirit up to heaven. These two favorable omens were attributed by most to the fact that Nikos had sacrificed the enchanted cuirass Ashkelon had given him to the fire of his left man's beer. Then Nico released Tempus from his vow of pair bond, demurring that Nicodemos himself had never accepted, explaining that it was time for him to be a left-side fighter, which with Tempus he could never be. And Johnny stood close by, looking uncomfortable and sheepish, not realizing that in this way Tempus was freed from worrying that harm might come to Nico on account of Tempest's curse. Seeing a Barsis shade, wizard-haired and wise, tawny skin quite translucent, yet unswept eyes the same, smiling out love upon the stepsons and their commander, Tempus almost wept. Instead, he raised his hand in greeting, and the elegant ghost blew him a kiss. When the ceremony was done, he had sent Nico and Johnny into sanctuary to make it clear to One Thumb that the only way to protect his dual identity was to make himself very helpful in the increasingly difficult task of keeping track of Mygdonia's Nisibisi spies. As an immediate show of good faith, he was to begin helping Nico and Johnny infiltrate them. When the last of the men had wandered off to game or drink or duty, he had stayed at the shrine a while, considering Vashanka and the gods' habit of leaving him to fight both their battles as best he could. So it was that he heard a soft sound, half hiccup and half sniffle, from the altar's far side as the dusk cloaked him close. When he went to see what it was, he saw Jihan, sitting slumped against a rough-hewn plinth, tearing brown grasses to shreds between her fingers. He squatted down there to determine whether a froth daughter could shed human tears. Dusk was his favorite time, when the sun had fled and the night was luminous with memory. Sometimes his thoughts would follow the light, fading, and the man who never slept would find himself dozing, at rest. This evening, it was not sleep he sought to chase in his private witching hour. He touched her scaled, enameled armor, its gray-green copper pattern just dappled shadow in the deepening dark. "This does come off?" he asked her. "Oh yes, like so." "Come to think of it," he remarked after a strenuous but rewarding interval, "it is not so bad that you are stranded here. Your father's pique will ease eventually. Meanwhile, I have an extra Tros horse. Having two of them to tend has been hard on me. You could take over the care of one. And, too, if you are going to wait the year out as a mortal, perhaps you would consider staying on in Sanctuary. We are sore in need of fighting women this season." She clutched his arm. He winced. "Do not offer me a sinecure," she said. "And, consider, I will have you too, should I stay." Promise or threat? He was not certain, but he was reasonably sure that he could deal with her either way. Godson Andrew J. Offutt Hans did not want to be a soldier or a member of the sacred band of Tempus, the stepsons, and most especially not a stepson in training or any other damn thing in training. He wanted most definitely and most desperately to be Shadowspawn, to be Hans. That remained elusive. It was a problem, just being. He did not know that many spent their lives looking for whoever or whatever it was that they were or might be, and if he had known it, it wouldn't have helped a midgeworth. He was Hans, by ills, not Hans or Hans or Hans. I am Hans. The problem was that he was not sure what that meant. Who was Hans? What was Hans? "Oh, Cudgett, if only they had not slain you. You'd have shown me and told me, wouldn't you? It had used to be so simple. Life was simple. There was the city called Sanctuary, and in it were empty bellies, and some that were full. That was simple. It described lions, or jackals, but never mind that. And there was Cudgett Swearoth, and Hans his apprentice, in whom he was well pleased. And there were the marks, the human sheep, and the shadows, to facilitate their fleecing. It was all the world there was, or needed be, a microcosm, a Thieves World. And now there were the Rankins who swaggered, and Prince Cadakathus who really did not, but who ruled, governed. And Tempus, oh ye gods, there was Tempus and his mercenary friends who swaggered. And nothing was simple. Now a god had spoken to Hans, and then another, and Hans had rather they just kept to themselves. The business of soldiers was killing, and the business of prince-governors was ruling and killing, and the business of gods was godding, and the business of one smallish dark thief of Thieves World was thieving. But now Shadowspawn was agent for gods.
Sword clanged on sword, and well-guided blade slid along brilliantly interposed blade with a screech as loud as the grinding of a personal axe. That shrill ugliness was punctuated by a grunt chorused from two throats. "Stopped me again, Stealth," one combatant grunted, stepping back and twitching his head sharply to the side. Sweat crept like persistent oil from his black mop under the blood-red sweatband and into his eyebrows. He jerked his head to send it flying. The gesture carried all the constant impatience of youth. "Barely," the other man said. He was bigger, though not much older, and in a way his face was more boyish than that of his opponent, who had for years cultivated a mean, menacing look he knew made him look older and dangerous. The bigger man was fair in contrast to the other. His hair was as if splashed or streaked with silver, so that it was cinerous. "I own it, Shadowspawn. You are good, and you are natural. Now, want to work a bit from the saddle?" His enthusiasm showed in his face and added bright color to his voice. No. The one called Stealth waited a moment. The one called Shadowspawn did not embellish on that word, which, when spoken flat and unadorned, was one of the 4 or 5 harshest and most unwelcome words in any language. The man called Stealth masked his disappointment. "All right. How about your stones, then?" His last words emerged in a shout as the paler man moved, at speed. His sword was a silver-gray blur, up-whipping. It rushed on up, too, for the wiry fellow in the dust-colored tunic pounced up and aside, not quite blurring. He simply was not present to receive the upward cut at the source of progeny he might produce, like more bad virus upon the world. The other man arrested his movement to prepare alertly for a counterstroke. No counterstroke was attempted. It did not come. Shadowspawn had quit the game. They looked at each other, the expert teacher called Stealth, and the superb student he called Shadowspawn. The latter spoke. "Enough, Nico. I'm weary of the sham." "Sham? Sham, you weed sprout? Had you not moved, you'd be a candidate for the temple choir of soprano boys. Hans?" Hans, called Shadowspawn, smiled little, and when he did, he smiled small, and often the smile was a sneer that fitted and mirrored his inner needs. It was a sneer now. Still, it was not of disdain or contempt for this member of the so-called sacred band, the stepsons, who had taught him so much. He had been a natural fighter and unusually swift. Now he was a trained one, with knowledge and ways of combative science that made him even swifter. "But I did move, Nico. I did move. Tell Tempus how I move. He set to teach me to be a bladesman. And tell him that still I have no desire to be a soldier, no desire to do murder, nobly or no." Nico stared at him. "Damned boy," he mused. "Oh, but I'm weary of him and his sneers and his snot. I have known only war."
He who has never known it dares sneer at it and its practitioners. Neither of us had a father. I, because mine was slain in war when I was a child. This posturing, backstreet, blade-bristling night thief because his mother and his father were nodding acquaintances at best. Nor would I change places with this little gutter rat, so happy in his provincial ignorance and his total inconsequence. I had rather be a man, and I have made him a fighter, a real fighter, so that now he swaggers even more. And look you to keep your valuables 'neath your pillow, Nico. Stealth, for I am shadow-spawned stealth, and have seen even the bed of the Prince Governor and of Tempus. Nico of the Stepsons showed nothing and did not respond. Inside he seethed only a little. Petty insults were cheap, as cheap as barely nubile yet experienced professional girls in the shadowy maze that spawned this naive youth and served him as nest and den. Nico stepped back a pace, formally. Holding his blade up before squinting eyes, he turned it for his examination before putting it away in one swift, smooth motion. The sanctuarite was not so insolent as to keep his weapon naked in his hand. He too held it out and turned it for inspection at the squint, and took hold of his scabbard with his right hand, and turned his blade toward himself without ever moving the dark, dark eyes that now gazed at his teacher. And he housed the blade 'neath, but not through, the hand on its sheath, with pride. Nicely done, Nico could not quite help saying. Not because he felt the need to compliment or enjoyed it, but because there was both edge and gratification in reminding both of them who had taught this wearer of so many blades the maneuver he had just demonstrated. A man might draw at an untoward sound or to dispatch an enemy, Nico had told Hans, and having done, see to the housing of his blade at his side. At that moment, while he held scabbard and looked down to see to its filling, he was vulnerable. It was then the clever maker of the innocent noise, or the hidden confederate of the new-slain man, might pounce, and there was an end to sheathing and unsheathing, all at once. Thus, a sensible man of weapons learned to bring his blade up and over and back, its point toward himself, and guide it into its sheath with a waiting offhand. Meanwhile, his eyes remained alert for the sudden charge. Yes, Nicodemus, called Stealth, had taught even that to Hans, for Tempus owed him debt, and yet he and Tempus were no longer quite friends. And so, Nico, paid as Tempus' agent, he trained this wiry, cocky hawk-nose called Hans. "Your shield!" Hans called. Nico glanced at it, leaning against a mud-brick wall with Hans's buckler beside it. They had slipped them off and set them there a pint of sweat ago, to practice with blades alone. Now Hans turned and drew and threw all in one motion, fluid as a cat's pounce, arm going out long and down in follow-through, and thunk, one of his damned knives appeared in Nico's shield. It stood there, quivering like a breeze-blown cattail. Hans pounced after it, all wiry and cat-life and dark. He retrieved the knife, giving his wrist the little twist that plucked forth an inch of flat blade from bossed wood capable of withstanding a good axe blow. Almost distractedly, he slipped it back into its sheath up his right arm. Hans half turned to flash teeth at his teacher at arms, but not at knife throwing, and he saluted. Then he turned and faded around the building and was gone, although the sun was still orangey yellow, and the late-day shadows only thinking about gathering to provide him his natural habitat. "Shadowspawn," Nico muttered, and went to retrieve his shield and seek out Tempus. "Deliver me from this insolent Ilsigi in his painful youth, Tempus. Take away this bitter cup you have had me lift, and lift to my lips, and lift." Hans moved away, wearing a tight little smile that really did not enhance his looks. He was proud, pleased with himself. Too, he liked Nico. There was no way he could not, and not respect him too, just as there was, almost at least, no way he could admit or show it. He had let Tempus know he liked him, while claiming to care about no one, and had gone and got him out of the dripping hands of that swine, Curd. Curd, the vivisectionist, one who sectioned, who sliced, the vibrantly living. Tempus, for instance, among others. After the horror of the house of Curd, Hans was an uncharacteristically pensive fellow, a different Hans. The eeriness of a regenerated Tempus was almost more than he could bear. Immortal, oh gods of us all, immortal, a human newt who survived all and healed all and regrew even vivisectioned parts, scarlet. Nor had that enigmatic and ever-scornful immortal said aught concerning Hans's expenses in freeing him, or his promise to retrieve a certain set of laden money-bags from a certain well up on Ea, a certain place. Oh, it had cost. For weeks Hans had been idle. He did nothing. No, he did do something. He drank.
His income stopped. He even sold some of his belongings to buy the unwatered wine he had always avoided. Even so, he did not sell the gift of a dead stepson, an entirely mortal one. It hung now on the wall of Hans's lodgings, a fine, fine sword in a silvered sheath. He would not wear it. He would not touch it. Only he was sure that it was not the gift of that dead man, but of a god. Tempus's god, who had spoken to Hans and rewarded him for his rescue of his servant, Tempus, as that god, Vashanka, had promised. That sword hung, minus its silver sheath, on Hans's wall. The scabbard trailed down his right leg. It was wrapped all in dull black leather, knotted and pegged and knotted again. Nor was he with the mercenaries cluttering the city, bullying the city, and he had no wish to be. Hans had another need for becoming proficient with arms, and better than proficient. It was Hans's secret, and it was bigger than Sanctuary itself. He collected from Tempus, though not in coin. That Immortal had offered to make him a bladesman. As for the horse, well, it was something of value and prestige at least. Horses and Hans were not friends, and he hoped never, never to fight from the back of one. But for a horse, he'd be rich. Tempus did not know why Hans had changed his mind and sent word that he was minded to learn swordsmanship. He was pleased, Hans was sure of that, just as he and his ego were sure that he must be the best student Nico had ever had. Already he was sure he was incredibly good. Hans never needed the same instruction twice. He never repeated an error. He was good. Nico said so, and Nico spoke for Tempus. Leaving Nico now, the thief called Shadowspawn wore a tight little smile. It was the pleased smile of one on whom a god has smiled, a pleased but enigmatic smile. He says that I am good. I hope so, Vashanka's minion, he mused. Oh, I hope so. And I hope Vashanka finds me better than good. Hans wended home, compact and lithe and darkly menacing, weighted with blades at leg and hips and arms. There were those who were in the act of departing this place or that, but waited within doorways until he had passed. There were those who stepped aside for him, though he made no hostile move. They did not like it, or like themselves for doing it, but they would do it again, for this menacing street tough. Hans went home. I'm ready, he thought, and tight smiled. 2. After that business with Curd and with Tempus, and the absolute ghastliness of Tempus' mutilations, and the ghastlier reality of his complete recovery, even unto regrowing several parts, Hans had taken to drink. He was not a drinker, never had been. That was no deterrent to millions of others, and it was not to Shadowspawn. So he drank. He drank to find an alternate state, an alternate reality, and he succeeded admirably in the unadmirable. The problem was that he did not like that.
Where? Getting away from everything was getting away from Hans, and Hans was the poor wight he was trying to find-o. Cudget, if only they had not slain you, you'd have shown me, and told me, as always, wouldn't you? Put another way, he had been shaken badly, and dived for solace into a lake of alcohol. He stayed there, and he was drunk quite a lot of the time. He didn't like that either. He didn't even like the taste of the stuff. Most especially, he didn't like the way he felt when sleep stopped his body and let it awake with a mouth like vinegar and the desert all at once, a mouth with the feel of a public restroom for horses, and a tongue in need of a curry comb, and a stomach he'd willingly have traded for a plate of pig's trotters, and a head he'd have traded for nearly anything at all. Something had come loose in there and was rolling around, and it banged against the inside of his head when he moved it. Alcohol helped. More scales off the snake that had bit him. That merely started the whole process again. Besides, he preferred control or some feeling of it. Strong drink washed that away on a river of vomit and sank it with explosive belches and retching. He had the need for control, back there in the barely lighted shadows of his mind. All dark back in there, in the mind of the bastard son from the wrong side of everything. He had never been in control, and so sought it, or its semblance. He had no need for any drug, and now he knew he had no desire for it either, not to mention head or stomach. That was that. Hans was off the sauce. He returned to being what most others were, certainly most who were his age, a creature of his own subconscious, a stranger dwelling within him, and he lived as its captive. One day, someone mentioned his obvious sense of honor, and it was obvious, as he put it. Learned, that fellow said, from Hans's respected mentor, Cudgit Swearoath, Master Thief. And Shadowspawn sneered and looked menacing. That the innocent spewer of insults offered to buy him a drink did not advance his cause, or Hans's mental state in the least measure. The poor fellow soon remembered an important appointment elsewhere, well apart from Hans, and he repaired there at speed. Hans predictably spent the rest of that day behaving as if he had no notion what honor might be. And still he sought and remembered. "Thou shalt have a sword," that voice had said inside his head, a lion agrowl in the shadowed corridors of his mind, "if thou freest my valued and loyal ally. Aye, and a fine sheath for it as well, in silver." Hans knew fear and some anger. He wanted nothing of that incestuous god of rank, for it had to be Vashanka whom Tempus served close. "No, I do not, no. Tempus is I go to aid a frayman who might help me," he tried to tell that god in his mind, for he admitted to no friends, and had sworn to Tempus that he had none and wanted none. He who had friends was vulnerable, and Hans much preferred his image of himself as a separate room, apart, an island. "Leave me and go to him, jealous god of rank. Leave sanctuary to my patron Shalpa the Swift and our lord Ills. Ills, O lord of 1,000 eyes, why is it not you who speaks to me?" Yet a miracle surely transpired that night, and it served to save the life of Hans and thus of Tempus, whom Hans freed. Hans knew no pride in having served and been saved by the god of the Rankin overlords, and he found his lake of alcohol. When he emerged and dried out, he was still troubled. He was not the first in such straits to have turned godward, not Vashantamward. On 4 separate occasions he had visited the sanctuaries of Ills and Cherryh, his spouse. Ills, god of the Ilsigi, who long ago fled one land and founded this one, and founded sanctuary. There was no temple to their fourth-born Shalpa, who shared a birthdate with his sister Ishi. Shalpa was he to whom there is no temple, and the shadowed one, in his night dark cloak. He was Shalpa the Swift, too, Shalpa of the night, and untempled, patron of athletes and of thieves. Hans went a-visiting the house of gods, and came the time there he felt his hair quiver and start up, while his stomach went chill and as if empty, for he felt sure that one of them spoke to him. A god, aye, Ills himself? Shalpa his son? Considering his recent drinking, Hans later wondered if it might more likely have been Annen. He was firstborn of Ills and Cherryh, and he was patron of bibbers and taverners. Whoever it was spoke to him in his head. It was not Vashanka, not there in the house of the gods of Ilsigi. Hans of the Shadow, chosen of Ilsig, son of the Shadow. We exist. We are here. Believe. And look for this ring. He saw it. The god appeared from nowhere and hung there before his eyes.
Now it was as if solid, and now he seemed to see through it, into the temple appointments beyond. A ring that seemed a single piece of gold, unfused, and set all about with twinkling little blue-white stones like stars. In its center, a big tiger's eye, caged in gold bands. And that orange-yellow gemstone, that tiger's eye, seemed to stare at him, as if it was more than merely a chatoyant stone of quartz fibers. And then it was gone, and so was the voice that had been inside his head, addressing him, hadn't it? Had it? He was left slumped and slick all over with sweat. He had to apply his mind, and then make conscious effort even to close his mouth. The temple's coolth had become chill. After a while, he felt strong enough to move. Move he did, for he was not minded to remain there in that joint temple of ill Cherryh. He departed, all prickly still and wet with sweat even down his legs. He squinted on leaving the dimness of the temple, for the time was mid-afternoon, not night at all. Had it begun then, even in daylight? The hallucinations, the false feeling of importance that was a lie, swarming up like a nest of spiders from the lees of swilled wine? Or did I hear, could I have heard, a god? The god? He had walked from the temple, seeing nothing and no one. A person apart and an island indeed. Until, as if a hood had been lifted off his head to bare his eyes, he saw Mignoriel. She came directly toward him, looking at him, that Sadonzo daughter of his friend Moonflower of the Seeing Eyes. Moonflower who so well knew him, and did not want him having aught to do with her daughter. Mignoriel, heading purposefully toward him, gazing at him. A girl who looked 13 and was older, long since puberties, and interested in Hans, fascinated with Hans, as a woman is ever fascinated by and with the rascal. It pleased her to act as if she was 13, not a woman of 16, most of whose age peers were wedded, or at least bedded. My daughter is very young, and thinks you are just so romantic a figure, that great big woman said, who was such a pretty little woman inside the masses of flesh her husband so loved. Will you just pretend she is your sister? Oh, you would not want that, Hans had assured her, in one of those rare revelations as to the sort of childhood he must have had. She is my friend's daughter, and I shall call her cousin. Hans meant that promise. Besides, Mignoriel had seen him quaking and blubbering with fear, a victim of that fierce staff of the perverse gods, and he did not care to look her in the eyes. It was she who had rescued him, and led him, a tremulous mouse helpless against the power turned on him, back to her mother. And now here she came, bearing some colorful bundle. Small and dark, and yet not at all a creature of night and shadows as he was. Mignoriel was a creature of day, and this day, in her bright yellow skirt, she wore a strange look, as if she was drugged. If she is, Hans thought fiercely, I will beat her and take her home, and curse Moonflower for allowing it to happen to this dear maiden. But then he stopped thinking. She was before him, stopping and forcing him to stop. And when she spoke, her voice was odd and flat as her eyes, emotionless as her face.
She spoke as if she said words she had only learned the words, not their meaning, like a girl who had learned her part for some temple rite on a god day. Dark brown eyes like garnets, and just as lacking in softness, she said, "You are invited to dinner tomorrow night. You will be in no danger. Wear this clothing. The place is known to you. It is long unpeopled, but its water is a silver pool. The silver is your own, son of the shadow, chosen of Ilsig. Come, tomorrow, even as the sun sets, to the eyrie of the great ruler of the air. Without blinking, she pressed into his hands that which she carried, and turned and ran in a butterfly flurry of yellow skirts and streaming blue-black hair. Hans stood, stupidly staring after her, until she rounded a corner and was gone down another street. Then he looked down at his gift, all in shades of blue and some green, with a flash of yellow-gold embroidery. A fine tunic and a cloak considerably better than good. Good clothing. Clothing so fine existed in Sanctuary, of course. No Slanzo girl had any of it, though, nor did a youth who gained his living by stealth. Whence, then, came this soft fabric? From the same place those words came from, he thought, for they were not Midgeriel's words. And again the phrases, son of the shadow, and chosen of Ilsig. A shiver claimed Hans then, and possessed him for a long moment. Day to you, Hansa. I see you had a good night. S'more like it, huh? And that acquaintance went on smiling, for what else could he think? Where else could Hans have gained such a bundle of finery, save through a bit of climbing and breaking and entering on yesternight? Hans stood, directing thoughts to his feet, and at last they began to respond. He walked on, trying to make his bundle as small as he could, lest some member of the city watch espy him, or a hellhound from the palace, or someone nosy enough to consider turning him in, or blabbing it about, that Hans had stolen good, soft, decorated clothing, sufficient to pay his room's rent for the next 12 months. Hans had received coded messages before times, and had devised the meaning. He did so this time. He knew where he was invited. Invited, bidden, summoned. Away up on the craggy hill now called Eaglebeak was a long, untenanted manse. It lay partially in ruins, that magnificent home its long-ago builder and tenant had called Eagle Nest. Nearby, beyond scattered fallen columns and tumbled stones, rotted planking marked a well. Down in that well languished 2 leathern bags, saddlebags. Hans knew they were there, for he had put them there, in a way, though it had not been his intent. He hoped they were there, for they contained a great deal of silver coins, and a few that were gold. They were the ransom of the ranken symbol of power, the staff called Savank, which a thief called Shadowspawn had stolen from the palace of the Prince Governor. The PG knew they were there, but had agreed that they would remain Hans's property. Hans had, after all, uncovered a spy and a plot, and saved Prince Cadocathus's face, if not his life. But for a horse and a dead man named Born, Hans would have had all that gleaming fortune in his possession, rather than banked down in the earth, atop a hill, in a narrow well that was like to have been the death of him. He was to go to Eaglebeak then, to dine in a dark and deserted eyrie, Eagle Nest. So he quietly told Moonflower. For once again he betook himself to her in quest of information and advice. Midgeriel was not about when he approached, and neither he nor Moonflower was sorry. He sat before her now in his nondescript tunic the color of a field mouse, his feet in dusty buskins, knees up, and only 3 blades showing on him. He sat on the ground and she on her stool. The fact that she overflowed all around was disguised by her voluminous skirts. Moonflower wore red and green and ochre and blue and another shade of green. Across her lap lay his new clothing. She fondled and sniffed and tasted it, closed her eyes, and drew it through her dimple-backed hands. And all the while she was moving her lavender-tinted lips. The vastness of her bosom was almost still, as her breathing slowed, her heartbeat slowed, her muttering slowed, and she slid away from herself, a great gross kitten at her divining. No charlatan, this mother of 11 who had raised 9, but one with the gift, the power. Moonflower saw. Now she saw for Hans, and he was not all that happy with it. nor was she even in trance. "I see you, darling boy, all nobly turned out in this finery, and I see a great light hostin' ya. Oh, Hans, it is he. Here is Hans, aye, and here is he, himself, Il's god of gods. And I see, I like not what else I see, for it is Midgery, my Midgery, with you and the Lord of Lords." He nodded, frowning. That was her pet name for her daughter. He accepted that somehow Midgeriel was a part of this, whatever this was. "Ali, here is Hans with a sword, and wielding it well. Well, for a god, Hans, soldierly Hans, I see, for a god, against a god. Against a god. Father Ills, what means this all? What would you make of me?" And he had an idea. Who gave me the sword? A Basno, no, a foster son. Aha, stepson, yes. And who gave me the clothing? Is that Midgeriel? Midja? No, oh no, she is a good ga. I see her. Ishi, it is Ishi herself who has given you this clothing. And she shuddered of a sudden, and sagged, and her eyes came alive to stare into his. "Hans, did I see? Was it of value?" He nodded. He was unable to look other than grim. "You saw, O passion flower. This time I must owe you, beyond the binding coin," which she had already dropped into that warm crevasse she called her treasure chest. Ishi, Hans thought, Ishi, a jealous and passionate god. Ills created all the world, and from his bodily wastes he peopled it. The gods he created from his 2 extra toes, and the eons passed, and the first created challenged Ills. This was Gunder, and he lost. He was hurled to the earth. His daughter, Shipri, though was thrice fair, and her the great Lord Ills spared, and couched. By him Shipri became All-Mother. Of him she bore Shils, Anan, and Thufir, and the twins Shalpa and Ishi, their first daughter, and another, the god no one spoke of. Now Anan was called firstborn, for jealous, passionate Ills sinned. In rage he slew his firstborn son, Shils. Ishi, much spoken of she was, and prayed to as well. But it was little reverence she gained. Everyone knew that she was a sensuous beauty who sought out and had her way with each of her brothers, and indeed sought to bring to couch even her father. In that she failed. Even Ills was not that passionate, and one sin for a god was enough. Ishi was fond of jewelry, and so gem workers took a manifestation of her as patron. She was known to love, and thus lovers, of course. Cows were special to her, and so were cats. Her sign was the liver, which any child learned early was the seat of love, and its younger sibling, infatuation. Ishi, aye, Hans thought, she loves jewelry, and thus the ring. Cats are sacred to her, and thus the stone, the eye of a cat. Somehow it was pleasant thus to find some small comfort of logic in all this that clearly had naught to do with logic. Gods! He was involved with the very gods. Midgeriel came along just as he was departing. She asked about the handsome clothing he carried. Obviously she had never seen it before, and Hans blinked. His eyes swerved in her mother's direction. She was staring at her daughter. "Into the house, Mignu," she said, with uncommon sharpness. "See to the preparation of the leeks and yenny sprouts your father fetched home for dinner." Hans went away thoughtful and shaken, while Moonflower sat staring at nothing. She was a mother, and she too was shaken, and passing nervous. For Hans the next 26 hours rode by on the backs of snails. He slept not well, and his dreams were not for the repeating. Attired in such a way as to arouse the envy of a successful merchant, Hans completed his ascent to Eaglebeak just after the sun began sliding off the edge of the world. Cautious and too apprehensive to hurry, he picked his way through a jumble of tumbled columns and jagged stones, habited only by spiders and serpents, lizards and scorpions, a few snails, and the most insistent of scrubby plants. These owned Eaglebeak now, and Eagle Nest. All here had been murdered long and long ago. They were said still to haunt the place, that merchant and his family. And so the hilltop and once fine estate house were avoided. Even so, a great portion of the manse stood, and some of it was even under roof. Green-bordered blue cloak fluttering, his emerald-hued tunic with its purfling of yellow gold, an unwontedly soft caress on his thighs. Hans approached a doorless entry. It yawned dark, and still the ancient dark stains splashed the jam, the blood of murder. He cast many anxious looks this way and that, and he did not hurry. For once he was not pleased to go into shadows. He was met and greeted, not by ills or a beauteous woman either. Oh, she was female all right, and indeed shapely in a warm deep pink, a long gown sashed with red and hemmed with silver. The dress was lovely and rich, and her figure was lovelier than that, but even so, the most striking aspect of her was her face. She had none. Hans stopped very abruptly and stared at nothing. It was as if his gaze somehow swerved away from the face of this woman who greeted him, putting forth one lovely smooth hand. The hand was adorned with a single ring. Hans recognized it. He had seen it yesterday in the sky-aspiring temple of Illyra. Don't be fearful, Hans of the Shadows, chosen of Ilsig, son of Shadows. It was a very nice voice, and unconditionally female. Of one who has no face on her? Oh, of course not. Her laughter was a stream of bright quicksilver and sunshine. Choose a face then, she bade him, and proceeded to give him a choice. The air shimmered above her shoulders, and a head formed, and a face. It was not comforting. Hans was looking at Lyrin. Lyrin, who had conspired with another against Cadocathus, and sought to use Hans, and succeeded, and who was dead for her crime, and her pretty face gone with her. It disappeared now, to become the piquant features of the royal concubine, who had been unlucky enough to be present the night he stole the savant from the prince-governor's own bedchamber. When last Hans had seen this one, she was bound as had left her. He could not even remember her now. Taya, no matter, she was becoming someone else. Ah! That gasp was elicited by Taya's vanishing, to be replaced by Moonflower. Aye, Moonflower, earrings, chins, and all. No, thank you, Hans was able to say, and felt better for it. Far more shocking was the next visage, one he recognized after a few moments of gaping. The woman he had seen murdered for her terror rod out by Farmer's Market less than 2 months ago. Before he could protest, she had flickered away after the others, and Hans swallowed. Now he gazed close upon a face he knew, and had always wished could be closer. She was the smiling and truly beautiful daughter of venerable Chauffrelaine. Assaria her name, a girl of 17 or 18, the Lady Assaria. A beauty he had watched, and about whom he had entertained fantasies rather more than once or thrice. You know, blurted, with more breath than voice, you bring out these faces from my own memory. Already Assaria was becoming Mignorel, sweet-faced Mignorel, who gazed serenely at him and spoke. You are invited to dinner tomorrow night. You will be in no danger. Wear this clothing. The place is known to you. It is long unpeopled, and its water is a silver pool. The silver is your own, son of the shadow, chosen of Ilsig. And of course now he knew who his greeter was. It was not possible, but then none of it was. Whom shall I be to your eyes tonight, son of shadow?
Hans replied with surely a great stroke of genius, and made the most brilliantly diplomatic utterance of his life. The thrice beauteous face of the Lady Eshe, from the statue in the temple of Eshe Radiant, he said, and she was, smiling delightedly, ever so pleased. She embraced him with warmth, and Hans nearly collapsed. Her hand clasping his with warmth, she led him into that ruined and murkily shadowed once luxury manse, and it was again. Everywhere candles sprang into lambency, with constant flashes and continuing unnatural brightness. Bright, bright light, revealing perfect inlaid floors that were works of art, and walls all alive and a-color with mosaic work. Along a high, soaring hall he was led, and into a palatial dining hall, and here, too, all came alight with the brightness of day. At the far, far end of a genuinely long table of fine inlaid wood sat a shadow, and a man. Hans tore loose his hand from the warm grasp of a god, and backed a pace with a hissing whisper of soft-souled buskins. "Cudget!" he all but shouted. "Oh, no, no, Cudget! They killed you, Cudget!" And his voice broke. The voice that replied was not Cudget's, but was male, and warmth itself. Somehow it made Hans feel good, all warm. It is in the nature of gods to be self-directed, what you call selfish. Sometimes we forget your mortal attachments, unbroken by death. I thought you would like the face of your mentor and late best friend, and foster father, my beloved friend and servant, Hans. My own visage is only light, lambence, candence, for I have not 1,000 eyes, you know, not really. You cannot be. Hans, take the crossed brown pot with you, Cudget said in Mignurel's voice, and only she and Hans knew that she had said those words to him one night of evil. Or did she? And then Cudget was speaking on, in another voice that Hans did not at first recognize. Then he did. It was his own. He remembered the words from the night he had gone to Curds. No, he had not uttered those words. He had but thought them, and only he could know them. O Ills, god of my people, and father of Shalpa, my patron, if it is true that Tempus Thalus serves Vashanka Tenslayer, but help us both, Lord Ills, and I swear to do all I can to destroy Vashanka sister-wifer, or drive him hence, if only you will show me the way. On hearing those words issue in his voice from the being at the far end of the long table, Hans could only stare. Only two could know that prayer of yours, Hans. Only two, not just in all the world, but in all the universe. You are one. The other is he who hears all words directed to him, whether they are uttered by tongue or mind only. Pale, Hans could only gasp forth shaky words. Lord God! Yes, the warm voice spoke from that lambency. Hans had elected not to genuflect on meeting a prince of Ronke. Now, upon meeting that god who was god of gods, he was far too shaken to think of falling to his knees. Lord Ills proved that he was no mere king or emperor or religious leader to insist upon such displays. Neither egoism nor egotism marked gods. They had no need of either. They were gods. Cudget's face vanished, and again Hans was forced to squint. Someone still sat at table's end in that big dining hall, but there was no face at all now. There was only light. Eyes almost closed, Hans was forced to look away from it, and now he looked upon a goddess, all in deep warm pink bordered with silver and sashed with scarlet, with jewels flashing in the deep indigo silk of her hair, or perhaps they were stars. The voice of warmth spoke. Yes, it said again. Cheated of strength in my own lands, but not drained, Hans, son of Shadow. The intensity of belief of one who had sneered at gods, and his loyalty that is not automatic, but learned, volunteered. It is you I speak of, Hans. These aided me. For gods and mortals are mutually dependent, Hans.
My cousin Savankala's son Vashanka has waxed here by the power of belief of one variously called the Riddler, and Thales, and Tempus, as well as the Engineer, and Seaborn. We need not concern you with who he really is. Vashanka wished his freedom one night, wished it enough to bargain with me. It required only the efforts of Shalpa, my son, to cloud the skies that night. Because the climate of your land is what it is, both Vashenka's power and mine were required to send rain that night when you needed water to survive the plant that kills. Naturally, I made bargain with Vashenka ere I helped him, because I knew Vashenka would bargain to help you save Tempus. Having agreed, Vashenka himself made a concession. Vashenka himself struck his name from the palace of my people. Nor will Vashenka use such power displays here again. It were not wise of me to raise my murdered temple, which Vashenka struck down. That is the business of you humans. Such edifices please you humans. Gods have no need of such aggrandizement, for there is no aggrandizement beyond Godhead. Hans's brain was a whirl, and he wished he were sitting down. He said, And Midgeneral? It was Eshe who replied to that. We have acted through her twice now, and she remains more powerful than she knows. For none can be touched by a god without receiving some of that which is the essence of God, a form of strength, a form of dominion over time and space. Those are, after all, creations of gods, and bounded about by mortals. The girl Midgeneral remembers nothing of having twice acted for us, but she dreams, oh, how she dreams now! Now the shadow present spoke at table's end, and its voice was as a shadow might sound, was as a piece of good leather drawn slowly across a whetstone. The power of Vashenka remains at bay, and now you may make use of Vashenka's servant, who is lost. How? Why? Hans asked, and indeed he was not sure if either question was the right one. Seismic disruptions disturbed his brain, and his stomach felt both hollow and drawn together. Because they needed him, they told him, without equivocation, for what was pride to gods? The Ilsigi, his people, and sanctuary called Thieves World needed him, and the world needed him. It was not just that Ills and his family would wane and shrink and perish. Ranka would rule supreme over all the world, and Ranka was ruled by men other than good. For my cousin Savankala is old and weary of the strife of his offspring, and Savankala's warlike, war-loving son ruled Ranka through its emperor. I may not do battle with Vashenka, though, Ill said, light speaking in the voice of warmth, for son must battle son. And with that stated, he vanished, and much light left with him. Now the big chamber was draped with shadows, and the shadow at table's end spoke in the tuskly voice of shadows, hooded and cloaked. You think you know me, Hans, and you are right. I am he to whom there is no temple. I am the shadowed one, Hans, who are son of the shadow. It is I who must combat Vashenka, for I am son of Us, as he is son of Savankala, my uncle. But the presence here of Ranka and of Vashenka and his so powerful servant, these have robbed me of abilities. I can act only through you, Hans, as my sister may act only through Midgeneral. With the sword from him called stepson, Hans, who is godson, is to combat a god? Vashenka? Hans saw the shadowy nod that was his only reply, and again lie blurted words. But I am not skilled with a sword, Lord of Shadows, he added.
That fortunate fact was not to be his succor as he hoped. Fight a god? Shadowspawn? Hans? No, no, he wanted only to fly from here and lose himself in that warren called the maze forever. But there is one in Sanctuary who is more than expert with the sword and the business of killing, and he allows that he owes you. With him now are those who are skilled at teaching use of the sword, and they are his liegemen, Hans. Hence, use him. He will see to your instruction, and with pleasure. You shall learn prodigiously, and surprise them, for I shall be there with you, Hans, who are the chosen of Ilsig. Now Hans was propping himself with both hands on a high-backed chair, and at last Eschi took notice. We are cruel, brother. Shadowspawn, seat yourself. Shadowspawn obeyed with gratitude and alacrity. He almost collapsed into the chair. He took a very deep breath, let part of it out, and was able to form words by letting them ride the breath. But, then what? You will know, Hans. Then Shadowspawn twitched away at a sound beside him. He looked at the floor beside his chair, at what had only just appeared there, and could not possibly be there. Clinking, dripping, running water were the bags off the saddle of a dead man named Born. Hans's saddlebags, from the deeps of the well just outside. The ransom of the savant, which he had stolen for little purpose other than his own ego and pride, which had soared then. The ransom Prince Kittycat had told him was his, if he could get it out of the well. It was irresistible. He bent to the bags, opened one, took forth a few wet silver coins, and he sighed. He dribbled them back in, listening to their sweet, lovely clink, and he did it again, keeping a few in his fist. Then, staring thoughtfully down at those bags, sending wet runnels along the floor, he sighed. You are God and my God, Shadowed One. This is safe in the well. Can you put it back? Hans jerked when the bags vanished, and he wondered if he were not the greatest fool in Sanctuary. How silly I am going to feel when I wake up from this dream. It is back in the well, son of the shadow, and it is safe indeed. And we must go, my sister and I. Our time on this plane is necessarily limited. Hans raised an expostulating hand, said, but, and was alone in Eagle Nest. The candles remained, burning. So did food and wine, on the table before him. He glanced down. The puddles and dark run-stains of water remained. And so did the coins in his hand, a few pieces of silver. Did that mean it had all indeed happened? No, of course not. When I wake, the coins will be gone. The food he took with him, eating as he left, tasted very good in his dream, and the wine was the very best he had ever sipped. Only sipped. The sack remained heavy as he climbed the steps to his room deep in that area of Sanctuary called the Maze. It was even more dangerous now than ever before, with all these damned swaggering soldiers, all foreigners. That was one reason he had chosen to leave his money in the well. Even the maze could no longer be considered safe, Hans thought. He entered his room and closed the door with care, and bolted it with as much care. A window leaked in a little moonlight, and by the time he had the cloak unclasped and off, and the tunic over his head, he was able to see pretty well. That was how he discovered that a woman waited in his bed, a girl rather, the truly beautiful Lady Asaria, in his bed. She sat up, showing that all she wore was the bedspread, and held out her arms. Hans was somehow able to avoid yelling or collapsing. He made it to the bed. She was real. She was waiting for him. It was wonderful, all of it with her. Even his wondering, "Is she Eshy?" did not inhibit him, or her, or his enjoyment, or hers. What matter whether she was the Asaria she appeared to be, or the goddess? She was higher than he could have aspired, and the experience was supernal. He deduced that it really was Asaria, not Eshy. In his dream, of course, he reminded himself, because surely Eshy wouldn't have been eating so much garlic. She was gone in the morning, and he lay smiling, thinking about his dream. Lying on his back, he rolled his head. He could see cloak, tunic, and wine-sack from here. That brought him wide awake, and sent his hand swinging down beside the pallet to check his buskins. The silver coins were still there. Hans demonstrated the cliché of sitting bolt upright. Hurling back the spread, he inspected his bed.
That required no effort. The evidence of Asaria's visit and her late virginity were vehemently present. I was not dreaming, he thought, and then he spoke aloud. I see and I believe. I will do it, O swift-footed one, O all-father ills. I will do it, holiest but one Lady Eshy, and venerable Lady of Ladies Cherryh. The voice was there, inside his head. All depend on you, son. Not all depends, Hans realized later. All depend, meaning all the gods of Ilsig and the Ilsigi. He took up the last of the strong drink he had used all too much since that night, the night at Kurd's, and he poured it out onto the sheet on the floor, which already showed the scarlet of another form of sacrificial outpouring. A libation to the gods of Ilsig, Hans said firmly, and he meant it. From the secret hiding place it had occupied for a month and more, somehow resisting alcoholic urges to sell it, he took out a packet. It was the one he had brought away the morning after that night. It contained the shining and obviously valuable surgical instruments of Kurd the vivisectionist, whom Tempus had lately sent off to another plane of existence or inexistence. Thieving was out of the question now, and such excellent tools would bring him plenty of coin, the naked Hans thought, and he opened the package on the rickety little table. And he stared. The surgical instruments were gone. The packet contained some 40 feet of supple, slim, inch-wide black leather strap, a shirt of superb mail, black, a plain black helmet with nose, temple, and neck guards, and a ring. It was not black. It was of gold, and it was set with a large tiger's eye, caged in bands of gold and surrounded by small blue-white stones. He spent a lot of time that day wrapping and tightening the leather strapping around the silver sword sheath given him by him called stepson. Thus its ornate value was concealed. He tried on the mail coat and marveled at its suppleness, and spent many, many minutes learning to give it off. Over the head, yes, but one could not hoist it up and over as one did a tunic, not just under 40 pounds of boiled leather covered with rings of black metal. The helmet fitted perfectly, of course. The ring he would not try on. It was hers and his sign. He could not consider it his ring. It and 4 of his 5 silver coins he carefully stashed before he went down, rather late in the afternoon, for something to eat. He wore the old camel-hued tunic with the raveling hem. He ate well, drinking only barley water. "Saw you going out last night, Shadowspawn," the taverner said quietly, admiring the silver coin and trying to be cool about it. "Must have been a good night, huh?" "Aye, a good night. Aye. Don't forget my change." It was too late to do much of anything. He wandered a bit, hoping to catch sight of Tempus. He did not, and had to go back, pretending not to hurry, to check his new possessions. He did. It was all there. The change from the silver coin was still in the draw-top bag he was not stupid enough to wear on his belt, and there were 5 silver coins in his stash.
Hans sat on the edge of his bed, thinking about that. Looks as if my, immortal allies want me to have no financial worries. They'd maybe not wish to be served by what I had to remind Catechithus I am, or was, just a damned thief. Over the next several days, he spread the money around, happily giving a silver coin to dear old Moonflower, because you're beautiful, why else? And two to a one-armed beggar with 2 fingers missing, because Hans recognized a victim of curd. And he gave to others. The criff dealer was suspicious on receiving a silver ranket imperial soldat, for the future, just in case, don't forget my face now. But he took the coin. And always, when the spawn of shadows returned to his room above a tavern, always his secret hiding place offered 1 ring and 5 silver coins. Tempus, meanwhile, had been astonished, but certainly agreed to the training. He assigned Nicodemus called Stealth to the daily duty. And now it had gone on and on, day after day of practice and sweating and cursing. And now Nico had told him that he was good, and a natural. Elated, Hans had sunk a knife into the fellow's shield, while of course pretending that it was a sneer become action. Then he had saluted and betaken himself around that building, while Nico stood looking long-suffering and boyish. And on the way home, Hans had given away a silver coin. He had already spent another this day, and there were 5 remaining in his room too. 3. He opened his eyes. He knew absolutely that a moment ago he had been sleeping soundly, and had come instantly awake. There was no time to wonder why. All he had to do was turn his head to see that it was still dark, the middle of the night, and that he had a visitor. She was Mignorel, looking a bit older and truly beautiful, all in white and palest spring yellow, and surrounded by a pale glow, a sort of all-body nimbus of twilight. Gird thyself, Hans, it is time. Weeks and weeks ago, when first he returned from that night up at Eagle Nest, he would have shuddered at such words. Not now. Now Hans was a trained fighter, and he had given it plenty of thought, and he was more than ready. He had not known it would come this way, but as he rose to obey, he was glad that it had. This way he had no time to think about it, to worry about what might happen to him. It was time. He girded himself. He donned tights and leather pants, woolen footsers, and a thief's soft padded-soled buskins. Next the new cotton tunic, long, and over that the padded one. The glow remained in his room. Mignorel remained, this Mignorel, from attractive moth into beauteous butterfly. The mail coat jingled into place, and he buckled on the sword. Not the practice sword, the sword of the stepson, with which he had privately practiced. The figure in his room stretched forth a hand. Come, Hans, we have to go now. It is time, son of shadow. He picked up his helm. Mignorel, have you a brother? A twin? You know that I have. And what do you call him? He took her hand. It was cool, soft, too soft for Mignorel. You know what I call him, Hans. I call him Shadow. For shadows he rules and births, Shadowspawn. Come, Hans, godson. He went, under the helm. Surely there were some awake even at this hour, and surely some saw the strange couple. As surely none recognized Hans the thief in his warlike attire and under the helm, for anyone who knew him or knew of him would never expect to see him so accoutred and so accompanied. Under a frowning, parlous sky, in an eerie almost silence, kept alive only by insects, they went away out of the maze, and out of sanctuary, and up to Eagle Nest. And into Eagle Nest they went, all dark and ancient now, that place of ghosts and gods. Their way was lit by the nimbus of a goddess, whose hand remained soft in Hans's. A place of gods indeed, for they went through the manse and out the back, and the world changed.
Here was an eerie sky shot through with ribbons of gold and pale yellow and citrine, and marred by clouds whose underbellies were mauve. Here was a weird vista from the nightmares of poison. Stone formations rose in impossible shapes, bent and snaked along the ground to rise again. Ugly rock shapes in red and burnt ochre and sienna, imitating vines fighting their way through an invisible stone wall, or plants tortured into convoluted shapes by alkali or lime. The strange stone shapes stretched out and out to become only shadows on a plain, a vista that stretched out gray to meet that nacreous sky. And there was no sound, not the faintest hum of a single lonely insect, not the merest peep of a night bird, or the scuttle of tiny feet, or a fronds whispering in a night breeze. Here was no sun, and yet no night, and no flora or fauna either. Here were only Hans, armored and armed, and Mignorel, and here came Vashanka, at the charge.
Where purple was his armor, hawk-beaked his helm, and tall-spiked atop. Black his shield, and the blade of his sword, so that there was no gleam to announce its onrush. Hans hurriedly shifted his buckler into place, thought of Mignouriel, and knew he had no time to glance aside. Here came a god, armed and armored, charging to end this now, right now. The god did not, nor did Hans. Sparks were struck by a blow parried, and feet shifted, and Vashanka was past, and Hans turning, unharmed. The god came in, with the arrogant precipitousness of a god set to slay a snotty little mortal. In rushed his dark sword, to be caught and turned by a round shield, so that he was jarred by the impact, and the snotty human's return stroke nearly bit his leg. Still Vashanka did not learn, could not respect this wiry little foeman in its untested mail. And again he struck, his shield still down from protecting his leg. And this time Hans jerked his shield on impact, so that the god's blade was directed aside, drawing Vashanka's arm, and thus his body that way. And only the projections of his unorthodox twisted body armor saved his neck from Hans's edge. The god grunted as he was struck, but unwounded, and Hans showed him teeth, sidestepping, backstepping, feinting with sword, and then with buckler, and showing a preparedness that turned another godly attack into a feint. Vashanka had been taught respect. They circled, each with his shield side to the other, each staring above the arcing rim of the shield, pacing, watching, each a moving target and moving menace. Arms slightly a-move, so that neither blade was still in that dead air. Somewhere the moon moved in the sky, and hourglasses were turned, while those two circled and stared, paced and glared, paced and feinted, as fighting men with respect each for the other. Now and again, steel hissed and sang, and steel rang, or wood boomed under the impact of sword blade on reinforced shield. Now and again, a man grunted, or a god. One swift, awful flurry of strokes traded left each bruised under armor still intact. How could Hans know that they fought so for an hour? Staying alive meant staying alert. Being alert meant having no time to think of time or of tiring. It was guard and parry, strike and cover, and pace to seek another opportunity. Silver twinkled as the sword-bitten winding on Hans's sheath came loose and dangled. How long was it ere Vashanka was there no more, but become a rock leopard that snarled and sprang with awful talons extended, to be met by Hans, bear, a big bear that caught the huge cat and squeezed it in mid-leap, staggering back,
feeling its claws as he shook it and hurled it from him to hit the ground hard and roll, snarling with a whining note, twisting, becoming a cobra. Both were blooded now, and blood marked the hissing serpent that relaxed. It struck neither man nor bear, for neither was there, but a small, ferocious collection of teeth and fur and boneless speed that avoided the strike and pounced to clamp its teeth on a hated enemy. But as soon as the mongoose had the cobra, the serpent swelled, huge, and then huger, so that its tiny antagonist fell away. That still growing cobra was blooded again, however, and when it became hoarse with Vashanka atop, or part of it, it turned to canter away. And away, prancing easily over ugly shapes of stone, only to wheel and come back at the gallop. Charging, hooves pounding, striking sparks off stone, bounding over twisted rock formations at the small shape, who seemed gone, all fearful, scurrying back and forth in its path, then whirling and racing away, fleeing on a straight line, easily overtaken. The legs of that racing horse rushed into the long strip of leather Hans had just bound in place for it, and it stumbled with a scream and flew through the air, so that Hans, swerving, heard its mighty impact behind him. Then he whirled and rushed back, shield ready, and sword up and back, gathering velocity for the stroke to carry all. He was forced to slow. A man-shape stood there waiting, a god in armor and helm, beaked in imitation of a bird of prey, shield up and ready, sword a dark silver of death ready in his fist. Shield took blow, and shield took blow, but its bottom edge was banged in to impact Hans's body at the waist, so that he groaned and half-doubled and staggered back, trying not to fall, but falling, sprawling backward, a grounded target, ready for the death stroke of a god he never should have fought. His elbow banged into a snake shape of ochreous rock, and the sword leaped from it as if eager to flee. Hans had the ridiculous thought, I knew I should never have done this, as he tried to writhe and wriggle and watch death rushing at him with upraised sword. Mignouriel saved him, leaping in from the side with a screech. Hans, flailing and groaning, trying to will himself onto his feet, and yet despairing utterly, saw the vicious black-bladed stroke that cut her nearly in two, almost precisely at the waist. Now it was a god's turn to show his teeth in feral smile, worthy of the lowest beast. And after spinning completely around from the exertion of destroying that poor pale-clad body, he came bounding again, sword rising for the second death blow in seconds, and the absolutely desperate Hans reverted. He thrust his left hand up his tunic sleeve, half rolling as he did to free his arm all the way, and hurled the long flat knife. He watched its rush as he had never tracked a cast before, none of his thousands and thousands of practice casts. The leaf of shining metal seemed to take minutes, floating through eternity to reach the rushing oncoming god, who, though racing toward Hans, took as long to near. Lightning sundered the sky, and thunder followed, but it was the voice of enraged, triumphant Vashanka at the charge. I cannot be slain by weapons of your plane, idiot, little thief, poor demi-mortal, inconsequential insect. And then his charge met the knife's. The knife struck, beautifully and perfectly point first, just under the Adam's apple. Vashanka shrieked, and the shriek burbled. That impossible plane of infinity came alive with blinding and coruscating light. Down in sanctuary, those up at dawn saw the late-rising moon vanish as the sky was hurled alight by heat lightning bright as day. That surrounded Vashanka utterly. That was Vashanka, as his bellow of rage and pain was thunder. Pierced, he went flying backward, as if by smashing impact, and the wind of his passage was as the gale of a storm booming in off the sea. And on he went, until he was so distant to the staring, squinting Hans that he was tiny, and then that tiny Vashanka vanished. Ills appeared before Hans then, radiant. His face was that of the statue in the destroyed temple. At that, Hans wondered. He saw the radiance, and yet dimly. Why was it darker? Why was his god not all triumphant in pure lambency? Why can't I move my damned head, damn it? In the end, Ill said he was right, and yet not wise enough. He said true, in that he cannot be slain by weapons of this plane. But the knife flew true, the mortal knife, off its proper plane, here on the plane of infinity, and it struck him a killing blow, so that he began to die. But that was not possible. Thus a paradox existed. That is against the nature of things, Hans, for the God of gods, who created all existence, aye, and who created me, that God is reality. Since my cousin's son Vashanka could not be slain by weapons of your plane, this dimension, he could not die in this chamber of the House of Infinity that is the domain of Lord Reality. Of course, Hans said, I don't understand. I am sure you don't. It's heady stuff for a god. Explanations for all this won't be discovered by your kind, son of Shadow. Suffice it to say that Vashanka is gone from here, and that meaning of here is a broad one.
He has been blown backward through a wormhole in space, which is no easier for you to understand, eh? Accept the truth, Hans. Vashanka is elsewhere. And though there is an infinity of possibilities, of dimensions or chambers, one is closed to him forever, used up. That one impossible to him and does not exist for him. That which can never exist is the combination of Vashanka on this plane of reality. Since he is dead, but gods may not die from the weapons of mortals, he cannot be here. He can never return to this chamber of the House of Infinity. Hans felt that Ills had said the same thing 3 several ways, and all were nicely logical and avoided paradox. But a wormhole? In space? Yet he was not concerned with that, and could not be. Vashanka was gone. Hans must have won. He felt fine, too, except that he could not seem to lift his head or feel anything. Yet somehow being a hero made him behave as one. He did not mention that, but asked a hero's question. And Mignurel? She is asleep in her bed. Was she is risen now, and seeing to her siblings, for in sanctuary it is dawn, as I and mine are all powerful here now. And Eshe rose, whole and unscarred, and rushed to the prostrate Hans. She knelt beside him, and he knew her hands were on him because he could see them. She looked up at the Lord of Lords. I want him, Father, I want him. But me, Hans said. What of me? Ills gazed down on him. You, beloved son of Shadow, have defeated a god and restored me to my own people in sanctuary. Further, as Vashanka had become the most powerful of the gods of Ranke, that people's power will wane. Empires die slowly, but it has begun, as of this moment. Yes, Hans said, almost plaintively, not even realizing the enormity of his service to gods and Ilsegai and world. But now? What of me now? Father, Eshe said, with the sound of accusation in her voice, his neck is broken. Ills said quietly, Now, Hans, hero, you are dying. But
His head struck this nasty damned stone, and he's paralyzed from the neck down. He feels nothing, nothing. But that cannot be, Ills went on, as if he had heard neither of them. You cannot be dying, for you cannot be dead. For he who did death on you does not exist on this plane. Therefore, a paradox exists if you are dying. Therefore, you cannot be dying. Pain rose up in Hans then, as again his body came alive, and he moved his head to look down at Eschi, whose weight was partially on him, and then that was all he felt, for all pain fled, and so did each scratch and bruise. Pardon me, lady goddess, he grunted, and Hans rose to face his god. To him clung the daughter of that god, herself a god. And now, after all this, my God, what am I? Now, Hans, you return. For 10 circuits of your world around that is, for 10 circuits of the sun, you shall have what you wish, all that you desire. We shall not be available to you. Then we shall, and you will face me again, beloved Hans, and tell me what is your desire. But Eschi clung to him, but her grip was broken, her fingers torn free of the mailed hero of the Ilsegai by the wind of ills that rushed him back to sanctuary, back to his own beloved squalid little Thieves World. A glance upward showed him more of the impossible that had lately become all too commonplace for the Son of Shadow. The sky was precisely as it had been when he departed on his mission. He even recognized the oddly formed little cloud way out there above Julavan's hill. It looked just like a... But even as he paced along the narrow maze street, the cloud was coming apart, changing, never to be the same again. Information was yielded Hans by that. But it was for realization later, the fact that while hours or days had been consumed in that mighty combat in a chamber of the House of Infinity, in Sanctuary exactly no time had passed at all. Just now, in the darkness of Slickwalk, an accoster separated itself from the shadows along one wall and glided into his path. The fellow bulked large, too. "You're not in a hurry, are you, little fellow?" the voice said, mocking him. "Carrying a purse?" "Not tonight," Hans said, stepping into the light that fell between them. He drew a long sword from a silver flashing sheath buckled over fine dark armor that rang softly with the movement of mailed sleeve on chest. At the same time, he showed teeth, and the blade moved up to catch the light, and the footpad whirled and ran for absolutely all he was worth. Chuckling softly, Hans moved on along Slick toward the Serpentine. Now, those gods with whom he was so intimate had a strange way of expressing themselves sometimes, but he was sure Ills had said that he could have anything he wished for. What did he mean? 10 circuits of the sun was subject to interpretation. Did the god mean only 10 days? Surely he had not meant 10 years. Oh well, 10 days or 10 months or 10 years, Hans would take them as they came, each as it came. One at a time, he mused, and he yawned. To begin with, he wished that he were not at all tired, and then he made another wish as well, grinning. And when he entered his room, there she was, waiting all low-lashed and smoky-eyed, in his bed. Sleeping entwined, they were awakened later by a horrific, vivid lightning of the sky that quite occluded the late-rising moon. But that was the sort of paradox that both reality and minor gods such as Vashenka and Ills allowed, and countenanced. It was enough to bring anyone wide awake, and it was frightfully early. But Hans found something to do. Epilogue. The fishing fleets of Sanctuary made the first sighting. Haran saw a strange sail and called Omat to show it to him. By the time he had shaded his eyes from the sun's glare and located the strange ship, there were 5 sails, then 20, all with the strange lateen rigging he had seen the day of the old man's disappearance. Only these ships were larger, much larger. He began working quickly, his one arm aching and cramped with the effort of quick hauling his nets. The alarm spread from boat to boat, and soon the entire fleet was on the move to shore. Some abandoned their nets and traps, preferring to lose their equipment to remaining there on the fishing grounds. By the time they reached the piers, over 100 sails were in view, all on an unwavering course for the town called Sanctuary. Word spread through the city like wildfire. A fleet, a big one, bound for Sanctuary. Some said it was an invasion from the north. Others argued hotly that the design of the ships was not northern. Their specific point of origin was unknown, save that they could not be from the northern kingdoms. All that was known for sure was that before nightfall, new feet would tread the streets of Sanctuary. Some panicked, fleeing to the palace or the temples for reassurance. Others, more practical, began boarding up their shops and hiding their valuables. Hans Shadowspawn heard the news with mixed feelings, wishing anew he could be certain how long his guarantee of divine protection would last. Finally, he decided that discretion really was the better part of valor, and headed for the ruined estate that had been the scene of his recent adventures. An estate that was well outside the boundaries of Sanctuary proper. Things had been so much simpler before he had anything to lose. Myrtis, ruling the Street of Red Lanterns from her Aphrodisia house, was perhaps the best prepared of any in town. A few curt orders were all that would be necessary to begin relocating her staff to the tunnels beneath the city. Though worried about the chronic shortage of supplies in the chambers below, she was more worried about Lythonde. The mage had been absent from town for some time now, and the oncoming fleet boded ill for any traveler's return. The magical community of Sanctuary views the fleet with a mixture of anticipation and dread. There was magic in those ships, strong magic, of a type they had never encountered before.
Some, like Enos Yorl and Ishgod, with nothing to lose, waited with curiosity, eager to add to their already great wealth of knowledge. The rest wove hurried spells of defense around themselves and prayed secretly to varied gods that strength alone would suffice. Molin Torchholder, head priest of the Temple of Vashanka, had his hands full reassuring his cadre so that they might, in turn, calm the crowds of believers who pressed through the temple doors. Amidst his attempts to organize things, he was haunted by his own fears. He had worked to ground the storm god's power, leaving the priesthood free to explain and interpret, as was their God-given right and duty. He had thought himself successful, for lately Vashanka's presence was noticeably lacking in town. Now this. Perhaps his scheming had backfired. Where was the storm god's protection now that a force threatened them? Just one good windstorm. With a sigh, Molin reminded himself that the trouble with the gods was that they were never there when you needed them, but always there when you didn't. Jubal cursed aloud when Solomon arrived at their new hideout with word of the fleet. Their plans to rebuild a power structure had been going well, old employees being infiltrated through the existing structures of the town, and new hirelings being bought or frightened into cooperation. With only weeks to go before their first act of power, this new force could mean complications and disruption of the existing order. He would need to completely reevaluate and probably revise all their plans. After months of painful healing and careful planning, Jubal was not one to accept inconvenience with a smile. Prince Catechithus shooed his advisors out of the meeting chambers so that he might speak privately with Tempus. It had already been decided that a messenger would be dispatched for the capital immediately with news of the fleet. There was no reason to believe they'd be able to get word out after the fleet landed. Sanctuary's military situation was bleak.
Counting the stepsons, the garrison, and Wallagrin's newly formed company, the city would muster less than 200 swords. If this incoming fleet were indeed hostile, their opposition would likely number in the thousands. The prince angrily rejected Tempus' suggestion that he accompany the messenger north to the safety of Ranke. He was royalty, pledged to the service and protection of the town. When one enjoyed the fruits of position, Kitty Cat said, then one occasionally had to bear the burdens too, even if that burden included the possibilities of capture, ransom, and worse. Tempus argued that this was illogical, citing numerous historic examples, but Catechithus remained unswayed. The citizens of Sanctuary could not flee, and therefore neither would he. Good or bad, he would remain with the town and share its fate. Confronted with another prophecy come true, Wallagrin sought his half-sister in the bazaar, only to find his path blocked by silent stanzo men. Dubro's appearance averted potential bloodshed. The smith drew Wallagrin aside and explained what he knew of the situation. Illyra was in a meeting with the other stanzo women, a meeting closed to outsiders. As near as Dubro could determine, they were pooling the information each had received through visions of the approaching ships, and arguing over the best course for the stanzo to follow. Until the meeting broke up, there was nothing to do but wait. Wallagrin fumed, but settled back to sweat out the time until the meeting was over, knowing full well the value of the information that might be forthcoming if he could convince Illyra to share the tribe's secrets with him. The Downwinders were jubilant when they heard the news. As those currently at the bottom of the social structures, any change would have to be for the better, though the more imaginative cautioned that this need not be true. Still, the scavengers anticipated the fleet's arrival with far more enthusiasm than could be found anywhere else in town. The vulgar unicorn was crowded, with those seeking to stave off the future with a tankard of ale. One thumb stoically refused to give either discounts or credit, wishing secretly that he had the courage to raise the prices instead. It took men to man ships, and men drank, especially when they landed in a new town. He could be rich by tomorrow, rich enough to leave this town for good, if these lowlifes didn't drain his cellars completely before the fleet arrived. With an angry bellow, he answered the next request for credit by smashing the asker in the face with a tankard. The docks were deserted now. The fisherfolk had fled inland, leaving the area free for the garrison troops. The city's soldiers had not yet arrived, and there was some doubt that they ever would. Most felt the prince would keep them at the palace rather than run the risk of having them desert before they reached the enemy. Only one person kept the seabirds company as they watched the fleet move closer. Hakim, the storyteller, sat cross-legged on a crate in the shade of a ragged canvas awning that flapped noisily in the stillness of the empty wharf. He had purloined 2 bottles of good wine from an abandoned tavern, and he sipped at them alternately as he squinted at the distant sails. He had not been idle since his conversation with Offutt, and he knew now the approaching ships matched the descriptions of those used by the fish-eyed folk of old legends, and that a similar ship had captured the old man and his son months before. Whether friendly or hostile, the fleet's arrival promised to be the most noteworthy event in this generation's history, and Hakim intended to witness it firsthand. He was not unaware of the potential danger, but he feared even more the possibility of missing the moment of landfall. It might prove to be the end of the old man's story, and it would definitely be the beginning of a new story for Sanctuary. The fact that it might be the end of Hakim's story was inconsequential. Shooing away a random fly, the storyteller drank again, and waited. 1. The Vivisectionist, in Shadows of Sanctuary. Ace Books, 1981. 2. Shadowspawn, in Thieves World, Ace Books, 1979. Contents: 1. Title page. 2. Introduction. 3. Exercise in Pain. 4. Downwind. 5. A Fugitive Art. 6. Steel. 7. Wizard Weather. 8. Godson. 9. Preview, The Face of Chaos. 10. About the Editors. 11. Copyright page. Landmarks. 1. Cover. Turn the page to continue reading from the Thieves World series. High Moon, Janet Morris. Just south of Caravan Square and the bridge over the White Foal River, the Nisibisi witch had settled in. She had leased the isolated complex, one 3-storied manor house and its outbuildings, as much because its grounds extended to the White Foal's edge, rivers covered a multitude of disposal problems, as for its proximity to her business interests in the Wideway warehouse district, and its convenience to her caravan master, who must visit the square at all hours. The caravans disguised their operations. The drugs they'd smuggled in were no more pertinent to her purposes than the dilapidated manor at the end of the bridge's south-running cart track, or the goods her men bought in store in Wideway's most pilfer-proof holds, though they lubricated their dealings with the locals and eased their troubled nights. Lately, a pair of stepsons had been her particular concern. And Jagathar, first lieutenant in espionage, was no less worried.
Even their ill-sig contact, the unflappable Lastel, who had lived a dozen years in sanctuary, cesspool of the Rankin Empire, into which all lesser sewers fed, and managed all that time to keep his dual identity as East Side entrepreneur and maze-dwelling barman uncompromised, was distressed by the attentions the pair of stepsons were paying her. She had thought her allies overcautious at first, when it seemed she would be here only long enough to see to the death of the Rankin war god Vashanka. Discrediting the state cult's power icon was the purpose for which the Nisibisi witch Roxanne had come down from Wizardwall's fastness, down from her shrouded keep of black marble on its unscalable peak, down among the mortal and the damned. They were all in this together, the mages of Nisibis, Lakan Ajami, warlord of Migdon and the known world north of Wizardwall, with whom they had made pact, and the whole Mygdonian alliance which he controlled. Or so her lord and love had explained it when he decreed that Roxanne must come. She had not argued. One pays one's way among sorcerers. She had not worked hard for a decade, nor faced danger in twice as long. And if one did not serve Migdon, only one, all would suffer. The alliance was too strong to thwart. So she was here, drawn here with others fit for better, as if some power more than magical was whipping up a tropical storm to cleanse the land and using them to gild its eye. She should have been home by now. She would have been, but for the 100 ships from Basib which had come to port and skewed all plans. Word had come from Migdon, capital of Mygdonia, through the Nisibisi network, that she must stay. And so it had become crucial that the stepsons who sniffed around her skirts be kept at bay, or ensnared, or bought, or enslaved. Or, if not, destroyed. But carefully, so carefully. For Tempus, who had been her enemy 3 decades ago when he fought the Defenders' Wars on Wizardwall steps, was a dozen storm gods' avatar. No army he sanctified could no defeat. No war he fought could not be won. Combat was life to him. He fought like the gods themselves, like an entelechy from a higher sphere, and even had friends among those powers not corporeal or vulnerable to sorcerage of the quotidian sort. And now it was being decreed in Mygdonia's tense that he must be removed from the field, taken out of play in this southern theater, maneuvered north where the warlocks could neutralize him.
Such was the word her lover-lord had sent her. Move him north, or make him impotent where he stayed. The god he served here had been easier to rout. But she doubted that would incapacitate him. There were other storm gods, and Tempus, who, under a score of names, had fought in more dimensions than she had ever visited, knew them all. Vashanka's denouement might scare the Rankins and give the Ilsigs hope, but more than rumors and manipulation of theomachy by even the finest witch would be needed to make Tempus fold his hands or bow his head. To make him run, then, was an impossibility. To lure him north, she hoped, was not. For this was no place for Roxanne. Her nose was offended by the stench that blew east from downwind, and north from Fisherman's Row, and west from the maze, and south from either the slaughterhouses or the palaces, had not decided which. So she had called a meeting, itself an audacious move, with her kind where they dwelled on Wizardwall's high peaks. When it was done, she was much weakened. It is no small feat to project one's soul so far, and unsatisfied. But she had submitted her strategy, and gotten approval, after a fashion, though it pained her to have to ask. Having gotten it, she was about to set her plan in motion. To begin it, she had called upon Lastel One Thumb, and cried foul. Tempus' sister, Syme the Free Agent, was part of our bargain, Ilsig. If you cannot produce her, then she cannot aid me, and I am paying you far too much for a third-rate criminal's paltry talents. The huge wrestler adjusted his deceptively soft gut. His East Side house was commodious. Dogs barked in their pens, and favorite curs lounged about their feet under the samovar, upon riotous silk prayer rugs, in the embrace of comely kerf-drugged slaves. Not her idea of entertainment, but Lastel's. His sweating forehead and heavy breathing proclaimed, as he watched the bestial event a dozen other guests found fetching. The dusky Ilsigas saw nothing wrong in enslaving their own race. Nisabissi had more pride. It was well that these were comfortable with slavery. They would know it far more intimately, by and by. But her words had jogged her host, and Lastel came up on one elbow, his cushions suddenly askew. He, too, had been partaking of kerf, not smoking it, as was the Ilsig custom, but mixing it with other drugs which made it sink into the blood directly through the skin. The effects were greater. As she had hoped, her words had the power of kerf behind them. Fear showed in the jowled mountain's eyes. He knew what she was. The fear was her due. Any of these were helpless before her, should she decide a withered soul or two might amuse her. Their essences could lighten her load, as kerf lightened theirs. The gross man spoke quickly, a whine of excuses. The woman had disappeared, taken by Ashkelon, the very lord of dreams. All at the Mage Guild's fete, where the god was vanquished, saw it. You need not take my word. Witnesses are legion. She fixed him with her pale stare. Ilsigas were called Wrigleys, and Lastel's craven self was a good example why. She felt disgust, and stared longer. The man before her dropped his eyes, mumbling that their agreement had not hinged on the mage-killer Kime, that he was doing more than his share as it was, or little enough profit, that the risks were too high. And to prove to her he was still her creature, he warned her again of the stepsons. That pair of whoresons Tempus sicked on you should concern us, not money, which neither of us will be alive to spend if... One of the slaves cried out, whether in pleasure or pain, Roxanne could not be certain. Lastel did not even look up, but continued. Tempus finds out we've 30 stone of kerf in... He interrupted him, not letting him name the hiding place. Then do this that I ask of you, without question. We will be rid of the problem they cause, thereafter, and have our own sources who'll tell us what Tempus does and does not know.
A slave serving mulled wine approached, and both took electrum goblets. For Roxanne, the liquor was an advantage. Looking into its depths, she could see what few cogent thoughts ran through the fat drug dealer's mind. He thought of her, and she saw her own beauty. Wizard hair like ebony and wavy, her sanguine skin like velvet. He dreamed her naked with his dogs. She cast a curse without word or effort, reflexively, giving him a social disease no sanctuary mage or barber surgeon could cure, complete with running sores upon lips and member, and a virus in control of it in the brainstem, and came out when it chose. She hardly took note of it. It was a small show of temper, like for like. Let him exhibit the condition of his soul, she had decreed. To banish her leggy nakedness from the surface of her wine, she said straight out, "You know the other bar owners. The Isle Keep's proprietor has a girl about to graduate. Arrange to host her party. Let it be known that you will sell those children kerf. Tamsin is the child I mean. Then have your flunky lead her down to Shambles Cross. Leave them there, up to half a dozen youngsters it may be, lost in the drug and the slum. That will tame 2 vicious stepsons? You do know the men I mean. Janny and Stealth? They bugger each other, stepsons. Girls are beside the point. And Stealth, he's a fuzzbuster. I've seen him with no woman old enough for breasts." Surely, she cut in smoothly, you don't want to know more than that, in case it goes awry. Protection in these matters lies in ignorance.
Where she would not tell him more. Not that Stealth, called Nicodemus, had come out of Azahor, where he'd earned his war name, and worked his way toward Seir, in search of a Tros horse via Mygdonia, hiring on as a caravan guard and general roustabout. Or that a dispute over a consignment lost to mountain bandits had made him bondservant for a year to a Nissabisi mage her lover-lord. There was a string on Nicodemus, ready to be pulled, and when he felt it, it would be too late, and she would be at the end of it. Tempus had allowed Nico to breed his sorrel mare to his own Tros stallion to quell mutters among knowledgeable stepsons that assigning Nico and Johnny to hazardous duty in the town was their commander's way of punishing the slate-haired fighter who had declined Tempus' offered pair bond in favor of Jonas and had subsequently quit their ranks. Now the mare was pregnant, and Tempus was curious as to what kind of foal the union might produce, but rumors of foul play still abounded. Critias, Tempus' second-in-command, had paused in his dour report, and now stirred his posset of cooling wine and barley and goat's cheese with a finger, then wiped the finger on his bossed cuirass, burnished from years of use. They were meeting in the Mercenaries' Guild hostel, in its common room, dark as congealing blood, and safe as a grave, where Tempus had bade the veteran mercenaries lodge. An operations officer charged with secret actions could be no part of the Stepsons' barracks cohort. They met covertly, on occasion. Most times, coded messages brought by unwitting couriers were enough. Crit, too, it seemed, thought Tempus wrong in sending Johnny, a guileless cavalryman, and Nico, the youngest of the stepsons, to spy upon the witch. Clandestine schemes were Crit's province, and Tempus had usurped, overstepped the bounds of their agreement. Tempus had allowed that Crit might take over management of the fielded team, and Crit had grunted wryly, saying he'd run them, but not take the blame if they lost both men to the witch's wilds. Tempus had agreed with the pleasant-looking Ceres agent, and they had gone on to other business. Prince Governor Catechethus was insistent upon contacting Jubal, the slaver, whose estate the stepsons sacked and made their home. But when we had the black bastard, you said to let him crawl away. Catechethus expressed no interest. Tempus shrugged. He has changed his mind, perhaps in light of the appearance of these mysterious death squads your people haven't been able to identify or apprehend.
If your teams can't deliver Jubal or turn up a hawk mask who is in contact with him, I'll find another way. Ishakad, the vampire woman who lives in Shambles Cross, is still our best hope. We've sent slave bait to her and lost it. Like a canny carp, she takes the bait and leaves the hook. Crit's lips were pursed as if his wine had turned to vinegar. His patrician nose drew down with his frown. He ran a hand through his short, feathery hair. And our joint venture with the Rankin garrison is impeding rather than aiding success. Army intelligence is a contradiction in terms, like the Mygdonian Alliance or the Sanctuary Pacification Program. The cutthroats I've got on our payroll are sure the god is dead and all the Rankins soon to follow. The witch, or some witch, floats rumors of Mygdonian liberators and Ilsig freedom, and the gullible believe. That snotty thief you befriended is either an enemy agent or a pawn of Nisabisi propaganda, telling everyone that he's been told by the Ilsig gods themselves that Vashanka was routed. I'd like to silence him permanently. Crit's eyes met Tempus then, and held. No, he replied, to all of it, then added, gods don't die. Men die. Boys die in multitudes. The thief, Shadowspawn, is no threat to us, just misguided, semi-literate, and vain, like all boys. Bring me a conduit to Jubal, or the slaver himself. Contact Nico and have him report. If the witch needs a lesson, I myself will undertake to teach it. And keep your watch upon the fish-eyed folk from the ships. I'm not sure yet that they're as harmless as they seem. Having given Crit enough to do to keep his mind off the rumors of the god Vashanka's troubles, and hence his own, he rose to leave. Some results by week's end would be welcome. The officer toasted him cynically as Tempus walked away. Outside, his Tros horse whinnied joyfully. He stroked its mist-dappled neck and felt the sweat there. The weather was close, an early heat wave as unwelcome as the late frosts which had frozen the winter crops a week before their harvest and killed the young sets just planted in anticipation of a bountiful fall. He mounted up and headed south by the granaries toward the palaces, north wall, where a gate, nowhere as peopled or public as the gate of the gods, was set into the wall by the cisterns. He would talk to Prince Kitty-Cat, then tour the maze on his way home to the barracks. But the prince wasn't receiving, and Tempus' mood was ill, just as well. He had been going to confront the young popinjay, as once or twice a month he was sure he must do, without courtesy or appropriate deference. If Catechetus was holed up in conference with the blonde-haired, fish-eyed folk from the ships, and had not called upon him to join them, then it was not surprising. Since the gods had battled in the sky above the Mage Guild, all things had become confused, worse had come to worst, and Tempus' curse had fallen on him once again with its full force. Perhaps the god was dead. Certainly, Vashanka's voice in his ear was absent. He'd gone out raping once or twice to see if the Lord of Pillage could be roused to take part in his favorite sport. But the god had not rustled around in his head since New Year's Day. The resultant fear of harm to those who loved him by the curse that denied him love had made a solitary man withdraw even further into himself. Only the froth-daughter Jihan, hardly human, though woman in form, kept him company now. And that, as much as anything, irked the Stepsons. Theirs was a closed fraternity, open only to the paired lovers of the sacred band and distinguished single mercenaries culled from a score of nations and diverted by Tempus service and Kitty-Cat's gold from the northern insurrection they drifted through Sanctuary en route to join. He, too, ached to war, to fight a declared enemy, to lead his cohort north. But there was his word to a Rankin faction to do his best for a petty prince, and there was this thrice-cursed fleet of merchant warriors come to harbor, talking peaceful trade, while their vessels rode too low in the water to be filled with grain or cloth or spices. If not barter, his instinct told him the Burrick faction of Baysib would settle for conquest. He was past caring. Things in Sanctuary were too confuted for one man, even one near immortal, God-ridden avatar, to set aright. He would take Jihan and go north, with or without the stepsons. His accursed presence among them, and the love they bore him, would kill them if he let it continue. If the god was truly gone, then he must follow. Beyond Sanctuary's borders, other storm gods held sway. Other names were hallowed. The primal Lord Storm, Enlil, whom Nico venerated, had heard a petition from Tempus for a clearing of his path and his heart. He wanted to know what status his life, his curse, and his god bond had these days. He awaited only a sign. Once, long ago, when he went abroad as a philosopher and sought a calmer life in a calmer world, he had said that to gods all things are beautiful and good and just. But men have supposed some things to be unjust, others just. If the god had died, or been banished, though it didn't seem that way, then it was meet that this occurred. But those who thought it so did not realize that one could not escape the intelligible light, the notice of that which never sets, the apprehension of the elder gods. So he had asked, and so he waited.
He had no doubt that the answer would be forthcoming, as he had no doubt that he would not mistake it when it came. On his way to the maze, he brooded over his curse, which kept him unloved by the living and spurned by any he favored if they be mortal. In heaven he had a brace of lovers, ghosts like the original stepson, Abarsis. But to heaven he could not repair. His flesh regenerated itself immemorially. To make sure this was still the case, last night he had gone to the river and slit both wrists. By the time he'd counted to 50, the blood had ceased to flow and healing had begun. That gift of healing, if gift it was, still remained his, and since it was God-given, some power more than mortal loved him still. It was whim that made him stop by the weapons shop the mercenaries favored. 3 horses tethered out front were known to him. One was Nico's stallion, a big black with points like rust and a jughead on thickening neck perpetually sweat-banded with sheepskin to keep its jowls modest. The horse, as mean as it was ugly, snorted a challenge to Tempus Tross. The black resented that the Tross had climbed Nico's mare. He tethered it at the far end of the line and went inside, among the crossbows, the flying wings, the steel and wooden quarrels, and the swords. Only a woman sat behind the counter, pulchritudinous and vain, her neck hung with a wealth of baubles, her flesh perfumed. She knew him, and in seconds his nose detected acrid, nervous sweat and the defensive musk a woman can exude. Mark's out with the boys in back, sighting in the high-torque bows. Shall I get him, Lord Marshal, or may I help you? Here's yours, my lord, on trial or as our gift. Her arms spread wide, bangles tinkling, indicating the racked weapons. I'll take a look out back, madam, don't disturb yourself. She settled back, not calm, but bidden to remain, and obedient. In the ochre-walled yard, 10 men were gathered behind the log fence that marked the range. 100 yards away, 3 ox hides had been fastened to the encircling wall, targets painted red upon them. Between the hides, 3 cuirasses of 4-ply hardened leather armored with bronze plates were propped and filled with straw. The smith was down on his knees, a crossbow fixed in a vise with its owner hovering close by. The smith hammered the sights twice more, put down his file, grunted, and said, "You try it, Stratton, it should shoot true. I got a handbreadth group with it this morning. It's your eye I've got to match." The large-headed, raw-boned smith, sporting a beard which evened a rough complexion, rose with exaggerated effort and turned to another customer, just stepping up to the firing line. "No, Stealth, not like that. Or, if you must, I'll change the tension." Mark moved in, telling Nico to throw the bow up to his shoulder and fire from there.
then saw Tempus and left the group, hands spreading on his apron. Bolts spat and thunked from 5 shooters when the morning's range officer hollered, "Clear," and "Fire," then "Hold," so that all could go to the wall to check their aim and the depths to which the shafts had sunk. Shaking his head, the smith confided, "Stratton's got a problem I can't solve. I've had it truly sighted, perfect for me, 3 times, but when he shoots, it's as if he's aiming 2 feet low. For the bow, the name is life, but the work is death. In combat, it will shoot true for him. Here, he's worried how they judge his prowess. He's not thinking enough of his weapon, too much of his friends." The smith's keen eyes shifted. He rubbed his smile with a greasy hand. "Aye, and that's the truth. And for you, Lord Tempus? We've the new hard steel, though why they're all so hot to pay twice the price when men are soft as clay, and even wood will pierce the boldest belly, I can't say. No steel, just a case of iron-tipped short flights, when you can. I'll select them myself. Come and watch them now? We'll see what their nerve's like, if you call score. A moment or two, Mark. Go back to your work. I'll sniff around on my own." And so he approached Nico, on pretense of admiring the stepson's new bow, and saw the shadowed eyes, blank as ever, but veiled like the beginning beard that masked his jaw. "How goes it, Nico?" "Not likely," the young fighter, cranking the spring and lever so a bolt notched, said, and triggered the quarrel which whispered straight and true to center his target. "Did Critias send you?" "I'm fine, Commander. He worries too much. We can handle her, no matter how it seems. It's just time we need. She's suspicious, wants us to prove our faith. Shall I, by whatever means? Another week on this is all I can give you. Use discretion. Your judgment's fine with me. What you think she's worth, she's worth. If Critias questions that, your orders came from me, and you may tell him so. I will, and with pleasure. I'm not his to wet nurse. He can't keep that in his head. And Johnny? It's hard on him, pretending to be what we're pretending to be. The men talk to him about coming back out to the barracks, about forgetting what's past and resuming his duties. But we'll weather it. He's man enough." Nico's hazel eyes flicked back and forth, judging the other men. Who watched, who pretended he did not, but listened hard. He loosed another bolt, a third, and said quietly that he had to collect his flights. Tempus eased away, heard the range officer call "Clear," and watched Nico go retrieve his grouped quarrels. If this one could not breach the witch's defenses, then she was unbreachable. Content, he left then, and found Jihan, his de facto right-side partner, waiting astride his other Tros horse, her more than human strength and beauty brightening Smith Street's ramshackle facade as if real gold lay beside fool's gold in a dusty pan. Though one of the matters estranging him from his stepsons was his pairing with this foreign woman, only Nico knew her to be the daughter of a power who spawned all contentious gods, and even the concept of divinity. He felt the cool her flesh gave off, cutting the midday heat like wind from a snow-capped peak. "Life to you, Tempus." Her voice was thick as ale, and he realized he was thirsty. Promise Park and the Ale Keep, an East Side establishment considered upper class by those who could tell classes of Ilsigis, were right around the corner, a block up the Street of Gold from where they met. He proposed to take her there for lunch. She was delighted. All things mortal were new to her. The whole business of being in flesh and attending to it was yet novel. A novice at life, Jihan was hungry for the whole of it. For him, she served a special purpose. Her love play was rough, and her constitution hardier than his Tros horses. She could not couple gently. With her, he did not inflict permanent harm on his partner. She was born of violence, in coat, and savored what would kill or cripple mortals. At the Ale Keep, they were welcome. They talked in a back and private room of the god's absence and what could be made of it. And the owner served them himself, an unvuncular sort, still grateful that Tempus's men had kept his daughter safe when wizard weather roamed the streets. "My girl's graduating school today, Lord Marshal, my youngest. We've a fete set, and you and your companion would be most welcome guests." Jihan touched his arm as he began to decline. Her stormy eyes flecked red and glowing. "Ah, perhaps we will drop by then, if business permits." But they didn't, having found pressing matters of lust to attend to. And all things that happened then might have been avoided if they hadn't been out of touch with the stepsons, unreachable down by the creek that ran north of the barracks when sorcery met machination and all things went awry. On their way to work, Nico and Johnny stopped at the vulgar unicorn to wait for the moon to rise.
The moon would be full this evening, a blessing since anonymous death squads roamed the town. Whether they were Rankin army regulars, Jubal's scattered hawk masks, fish-eyed Basib spoilers, or Nisibisi assassins, none could say. The one thing that could be said of them for certain was that they weren't stepsons, or sacred banders, or non-aligned mercenaries from the guild hostel. But there was no convincing the terrorized populace of that. And Nico and Johnny, under the guise of disaffected mercenaries who had quit the stepsons, been thrown out of the guild hostel for unspeakable acts, and were currently degenerating sanctuary style in the filthy streets of the town, thought that they were close to identifying the death squad's leader. Hopefully, this evening or the next, they would be asked to join the murderers in their squalid sport. Not that murder was uncommon in Sanctuary, or squalor. The maze, now that Nico knew it like his horse's needs, or Janus limits, was not the town's true nadir, only the multi-tiered slums' upper echelon. Worse than the maze was Shambles Cross, filled with the weak and the meek. Worse than the shambles was Downwind, where nothing moved in the light of day, and at night hellish sounds rode the stench on the prevailing east wind across the white foal. A tri-level hell, then, filled with murderers, sold souls, and succubi, began here in the maze. If the death squads had confined themselves to maze, shambles, and downwind, no one would have known about them. Bodies in those streets were nothing new. Neither stepsons nor Rankin soldiers bothered counting them. Near the slaughterhouses, cheap crematoriums flourished. For those too poor even for that, there was the white foal, taking ambiguous dross to the sea without complaint. But the squads ventured uptown, to the east side and the center of Sanctuary itself, where the palace hierophants and the merchants lived, and looked away from downtown, scented pomanders to their noses. The unicorn crowd no longer turned quiet when Nico and Johnny entered. Their scruffy faces and shabby gear and bleary eyes proclaimed them no threat to the mendicants or the whores. Competition, they were now considered, and it had been hard to float the legend, harder to live it down. Or to live it down, since none of the stepsons but their task force leader, Crit, who himself had never moved among the barracks ranks, proud and shining with oil and fine weapons and finer ideals, knew that they had not quit, but only worked shrouded in subterfuge on Tempus orders to flush the Nisibisi witch. But the emergence of the death squads had raised the pitch, the ante, given the matter a new urgency. Some said it was because Shadowspawn, the thief, was right. The god Vashanka had died, and the Rankins would suffer their due. Their due or not, traders, politicians, and moneylenders, the oppressors, were nightly dragged out into the streets, whole families slaughtered or burned alive in their houses, or hacked to pieces in their festooned wagons. The agents ordered drafts from One Thumb's new girl, and she came back, cowering but determined, saying that One Thumb must see their money first. They had started this venture with the barman's help. He knew their provenance. They knew his secret. "Let's kill the swillmonger, Stealth," Johnny growled. They had little cash, a few soldats and some machacati coppers, and couldn't draw their pay until their work was done. "Steady, Johnny. I'll talk to him. Girl, fetch 2 Rankin ales, or you won't be able to close your legs for a week." He pushed back his bench and strode to the bar, aware that he was only half joking, that Sanctuary was rubbing him raw. Was the god dead?
Was Tempus in thrall to the froth daughter who kept his company? Was sanctuary the honeypot of chaos, a hell from which no man emerged? He pushed a threesome of young puds aside and whistled piercingly when he reached the bar. The big bartender looked around elaborately, raised a scar-crossed eyebrow, and ignored him. Stealth counted to 10 and then methodically began emptying other patrons' drinks onto the counter. Men were few here. Approximations cursed him and backed away. One went for a belt knife, but Stealth had a dirk in hand that gave him pause. Nico's gear was dirty, but better than any of these had, and he was ready to clean his soiled blade in any one of them. They sensed it. His peripheral perception read their moods, though he couldn't read their minds. Where his moth, his balance, once had been a cold, sick anger. In Sanctuary he had learned despair and futility, and these had introduced him to fury. Options he once had considered last resorts, off the battlefield, came easily to mind now. Son of the armies, he was learning a different kind of war in Sanctuary, and learning to love the havoc his own right arm could wreak. It was not a substitute for the equilibrium he'd lost when his left side leader died down by the docks, but if his partner needed souls to buy a better place in heaven, Nico would gladly send him double his comfort's price. The ploy brought One Thumb down to stop him. Stealth, I've had enough of you. One Thumb's mouth was swollen, his upper lip crusted with sores, but his ponderous bulk loomed large. From the corner of his eye, Nico could see the unicorn's bouncer leave his post and Johnny intercept him. Nico reached out and grabbed One Thumb by the throat, even as the man's paw reached under the bar where a weapon might lie. He pulled him close. What you've had isn't even a shadow of what you're going to get, Tum-Tum, if you don't mind your tongue. Turn back into the well-mannered little troll we both know and love, or you won't have a bar to hide behind by morning. Then, sotto voce, what's up? She wants you, the barkeep gasped, his face purpling, to go to her place by the white foal at high moon. If it's convenient, of course, my lord. Nico let him go before his eyes popped out of his head. You'll put this on our tab? Just this one more time, beggar boy. Your horse and bugger buddies won't lift a leg to help you. Your threats are as empty as your purse. Care to bet on it? They carried on a bit more, for the crowd's benefit. Johnny and the bouncer engaged in a staring match the while. Call your cur off, then, and we'll forget about this once. Nico turned, neck a prickle, and headed back toward his seat, hoping that it wouldn't go any further. Not one of the four, bouncer, bar owner, stepsons, was entirely playing to the crowd. When he'd reached his door-facing table, Lastel, One Thumb, called his bruiser off, and Johnny backed toward Nico, white-faced and trembling with eagerness. Let me geld one of them, Stealth. It'll do our reputations no end of good. Save it for the witch bitch. Johnny brightened, straddling his seat, both arms on the table, digging fiercely with his dirk into the wood. You've got a rendezvous? Tonight, high moon. Don't drink too much. It wasn't the drink that skewed them, but the criff they snorted. Little piles poured into clenched fists where thumb muscles made a well. Still, the drug would keep them alert. It was a long time until high moon, and they had to patrol from marauders while seeming to be marauding themselves. It was almost more than Nico could bear. He'd infiltrated a score of camps, lines, and palaces on reconnaissance sorties with his deceased partner, but those were cleaner, quicker actions than this, protracted infiltration of sanctuary, bunghole of the known world. If this evening made an end to it, and he could wash and shave and stable his horses better, he'd make a sacrifice to Enlil that the god would not soon forget. An hour later, mounted, they set off on their tour of the maze. Nico thinking that not since the affair with the archmage Ashkelon and Tempus' sister Sime had his gut rolled up into a ball with this feeling of unmitigated dread. The Nisibisi witch might know him. She might have known him all along.
Ware had been interrogated by Nisibisi before, and he would fall upon his sword rather than endure it again now, when his dead teammate's ghost still haunted his mental refuge and meditation could not offer him shelter as it once had. A boy came running up calling his name, and his jug-head black tossed its rust nose high and snorted, ears back, waiting for a command to kill or maim. By Vashanka's sulphurous balls, what now? Johnny wondered. They sat their mounts in the narrow street. The moon was just rising over the shanty tops. People slammed their shutters tight and bolted their doors. Nico could catch wisps of fear and loathing from behind the house's facade. 2 mounted men in these streets meant trouble, no matter whose they were. The youth trotted up, breathing hard. "Nico, Nico, the master's so upset. Thank Ilves if found you." The delicate eunuch's lisp identified him. A servant of the Al-Keep's owner, one of the few men Nico thought of as a friend here. "What's wrong then?" He leaned down in his saddle. The boy raised a hand and the black snaked his head around fast to bite it. Nico clouded the horse between the cars as the boy scrambled back out of range. "Come on, come here. He won't try it again. Now, what's your master's message?" Tamsin's. She's gone out without her bodyguard." With the boy named 6 of the richest sanctuary family's fast-living youngsters. They said they'd be right back, but they didn't come. It's her party she's missing. The master's beside himself. He said if you can't help him, hell have to call the hellhounds, the palace guard, or go out to the stepson's barracks. "But there's no time, the frail eunuch wailed. "Calm down, Pud, we'll find her. Tell her father to send word to Tempus anyway. It can't hurt to alert the authorities. And say exactly this, that I'll help if I can, but he knows I'm not empowered to do more than any citizen. Say it back now." Once the eunuch had repeated the words and run off, Johnny said, "How are you going to be in 2 places at once, Stealth? Why'd you tell him that? It's a job for the regulars, not for us. We can't miss this meet, not after all the bedbugs I've let chomp on me for this." "Seh!" The word meant awful in the Nissi tongue. "We'll round her and her friends up in short order. They're just blowing off steam. It's the heat and school's end. Come on, let's start at Promise Park." When they got there, the moon showed round and preternaturally large above the palace, and the wind had died. Thoughts of the witch he must meet still troubled Nico, and Johnny's grousing buzzed in his ears. "We should check in with Crit. Let the girl meet her fate. Ours will be worse if we're snared by enchantment and no backup alerted to where or how. We'll send word or stop by the shambles drop. Stop worrying." But Johnny was not about to stop, and Nico's attempts to calm himself, to find transcendent perception in his rest place, and pick up the girl's trail by the heat track shed left and the things she'd said and done here, were made more difficult by Johnny's worries, which jarred him back to concerns he must put aside. And Johnny's words, which startled him, overloud and disruptive. Every time he got himself calmed enough to sense Tamsin's energy trail among so many others, like red, yellow, pink yarn, twined among chiaroscuro trees. Tamsin, 13 and beautiful, pure and full of fun, who loved him with all her heart and had made him promise to wait for her. He'd had her, a thing he'd never meant to do, and had her with her father's knowledge. Confronted by the concerned man one night when Nico, arm around the girl's waist, had walked her through the park. "Is this how you repay a friend's kindness, Stealth?" the father'd asked. "Better me than any of this trash, my friend. I'll do it right.
"She's ready, and it wouldn't be long in any case," he'd replied, while the girl looked between the soldier, 12 years older, and her father, with uncomprehending eyes. He had to find her. Johnny, as if in receipt of the perceptive spirit Nico tried now to reclaim, swore, and mentioned that Nico had no business getting involved with her, a child. "I'm not your type. And as for women, I drink from no other man's tainted cup." So Nico broached an uneasy subject. Johnny was no sacred bander. His camaraderie had limits. Nico's need for touch and love the other man knew but could not fill. They had an attenuated pair bond, not complete as sacred banders knew it. And Johnny was uncomfortable with the innuendo and assumptions of the other singles, and Nico's unsated needs as well. The silence come between them then gave Stealth his chance to find the girl's red time shadow, a hot ghost trail to follow southwest through the maze. As the moon climbed high, its light shone brighter, giving maze and then shambles shape and teasing light. Color was almost present among the streets, so bright it shone, a reddish cast like blood upon its face, so that when common sanctuary horrors lay revealed at intersections, they seemed worse even than they were. Johnny saw 2 whores fight for a client. He saw blood run black in gutters from thugs and just incautious folk. Their horses' hoofbeats cleared their path, though, and Maze was left behind, as willing to let them go as they to leave it, although Johnny muttered at every vile encounter their presence interrupted, wishing they could intervene. Once he thought they'd glimpsed a death squad, and urged Stealth to come alert, but the strange young fighter shook his head and hushed him, slouched loose upon his horse as if entranced, following some trail that neither Johnny nor any mortal man with God's good fear of magic should have seen. Johnny's heart was troubled by this boy who was too good at craft, who had a charmed sword and dagger given him by the Entelechy of dreams, yet left them in the barracks, decrying magic's price. But what was this if not sorcery? Johnny watched Nico watch the night, and take them deep into shadowed alleys with all the confidence a mage would flaunt. The youth had offered to teach him controls of mind, to take him up through the plains and get your guide and your 12th plane name. But Johnny was no connoisseur of witchcraft. Like boy-loving, he left it to the sacred banders and the priests. He'd gotten into this with Nico for worldly advantage. The youth 10 years his junior was pure genius in a fight. He'd seen him work at Jubal's and marveled even in the melee of the sack. Nico's reputation for prowess in the field was matched only by Stratton's, and the stories told of Nico's past. The boy had trained among successors, the Nisibacy's bane, wild guerrillas, mountain commandos, who let none through wizard walls defiles without gold or life in tithe, who'd sworn to reclaim their mountains from the mages and the warlocks, and held out, outlaws, countering sorcery with swords. In a campaign such as the northern one coming, Nico's skills and languages and friends might prove invaluable. Johnny from Machakad had no love for Rankins, but it was said Nico served despite a blood hatred. Rankins had sacked his town nameless. His father had died fighting Rankin expansion when the boy was 5. Yet he'd come south on a Barsus's venture, and stayed when Tempus inherited the band. When they crossed the street of shingles and headed into Shambles Cross, the pragmatic Johnny spoke a soldier's safe conduct prayer and touched his warding charm. A confusion of turns within the ways high grown with hovels which cut off view and sky. They heard commotion, shouting men and running feet. They spurred their horses and careened round corners, forgetting of their pose as independent reavers, for they'd heard stepsons calling maneuver codes. So it was that they slid their horses down on haunches so hard sparks flew from iron-shod hooves, cutting off the retreat of 3 running on foot from stepsons, and vaulted down to the cobbles to lend a hand.
Where Nico's horse itself took it in its mind to help and charged past them, reins dragging, head held high, to back a fugitive against a mud brick wall. "Say, run, Vis," they heard, and more in a tongue Janny thought might be Nissi, for the exclamation was. By then, Nico had one by the collar, and 2 quarrels shot by close to Janny's ear. He hollered out his identity and called to the shooters to cease their fire before he was skewered like the second fugitive, pinned by 2 bolts against the wall. The third quarry struggled now between the 2 on-duty stepsons, one of whom called out to Janny to hold the second. It was Straighton's voice, Janny realized, and Straighton's quarrels pinning the indigent by cape and crotch against the wall. Lucky for the delinquent it had been. Straighton's bolts had pierced no vital spot, just clothing. It was not till then that Janny realized that Nico was talking to the first fugitive, the one his horse had pinned, in Nissi, and the other answering back, fast and low, his eyes upon the vicious horse, quivering and covered with phosphorescent froth, who stood watchful by his master, hoping still that Nico would let him pound the quarry into gory mud. Straighton and his partner, dragging the first unfortunate between them, came up, full of thanks and victory. Finally got one, alive. "Janny, how's yours?" The one he held at crossbow point was quiet, submissive, a sanctuarite, he thought, until Straighton lit a torch. Then they saw a slave's face, dark and arched like Nisibissus were, and Straighton's partner spoke for the first time. "That's Hot, the slave bait." Critias moved forward, torch in hand. "Hello, pretty. We'd thought you'd run or died. We've lots to ask you, puppy, and nothing we'd rather do tonight." As Crit moved in and Janny stepped back, Janny was conscious that Nico and his prisoner had fallen silent. Then the slave, amazingly, straightened up and raised his head, reaching within his jerkin. Janny levered his bow, but the hand came out with a crumpled paper in it, and this he held forth, saying, "She freed me. She said this says so. Please, I know nothing but that she's freed me." Crit snatched the feathered parchment from him, held it squinting in the torch's light. "That's right, that's what it says here." He rubbed his jaw, then stepped forward. The slave flinched, his handsome face turned away. Crit pulled out the bolts that held him pinned, grunting. No blood followed. Straighton's quarrels penetrated clothing only. The slave crouched down, unscathed but incapacitated by his fear. "Come, as a free man then, and talk to us. We won't hurt you, boy. Talk and you can go." Nico then intruded, his prisoner beside him, his horse following close behind. "Let them go, Crit." "What?" "Nico, forget the game, tonight. They'll not live to tell you helped us. We've been needing this advantage too long. Let them go, Crit." Beside him his prisoner cursed or hissed or intoned a spell, but did not break to run. Nico stepped close to his task force leader, whispering, "This one's an ex-commando, a fighter from Wizardwall, come upon hard times. Do him a service, as I must, for service is done." "Nisibissi? More's the reason then to take them and break them." "No, he's on the other side from warlocks. He'll do us more good free in the streets. Won't you, Vis?" The foreign-looking ruffian agreed, his voice thick with an accent detectable even in his 3 clipped syllables. Nico nodded. "See, Crit? This is Vis. This is Crit. I'll be the contact for his reports. Go on now. You too, Freedman. Go. Run." And the 2, taking Nico at his word, dashed away before Crit could object. The third, in Straighton's grasp, writhed wildly. This was a failed hawk mask, very likely, in Stratton's estimation, the prize of the 3, and one no word from Nico could make the mercenary loose. Nico agreed that he'd not try to save any of Jubal's minions, and that was that. Almost. They had to keep their meeting brief. any could be peeking out from windowsill or shadowed door. But as they mounted up to ride away, Janny saw a cowled figure rising from a pool of darkness occluding the intersection. It stood full up momentarily, and moon rays struck its face. Janny shuddered. It was a face with hellish eyes, too far to be so big or so frightening, yet their met glance shocked him like icy water and made his limbs shake. "Stealth! Did you see that?" "What?" Nico snapped, defensive over interfering in Crit's operation. "See what?" "That thing." Nothing was there where he had seen it. Nothing. "I'm seeing things." Crit and Stratton had reached their horses. They heard hoofbeats receding in the night. "Show me where, and tell me what." Janny swung up on his mount and led the way. When they got there, they found a crumpled body, a youth with bloated tongue outstuck and rolled-up eyes as if a fit had taken him, dead as a Barcy's in the street. "Oh no!" Nico, dismounted, rolled the corpse. "It's one of Tamsin's friends." The silk and linened body came clearer as Janny's eyes accustomed themselves to moonlight after the glare of the torch. They heaved the corpse up upon Janny's horse, who snorted to bear a dead thing but forbore to refuse outright. "Let's take it somewhere, Stealth. We can't carry it about all night." Only then did Janny remember they'd failed to report to Crit their evening's plan. At his insistence, Nico agreed to ride by the Shambles Cross safe haven, caulked and shuttered in iron, where stepsons and streetmen and Ilsegrenken Garrison personnel, engaged in chasing hawk masks and other covert enterprises, made their slum reports in situ. They managed to leave the body there, but not to alert the task force leader. Crit had taken the hawk mask wherever he thought the catch would serve them best. Nothing was in the room but the interrogation wheel and bags of lime to tie on unlucky noses and truncheons of sailcloth filled with gravel and iron filings to change the most steadfast heart. They left a note carefully coded and hurried back onto the street. Nico's brow was furrowed, and Janny, too, was in a hurry to see if they might find Tamsin and her friends as a living group, not one by one cold corpses in the gutter. The witch Roxanne had house snakes, a pair brought down from Nisibissus, green and 6 feet long each one. She brought them into her study and set their baskets by the hearth. Then, bowl of water by her side, she spoke the words that turned them into men. The facsimiles aped a pair of stepsons. She got them clothes and sent them off. Then she took the water bowl and stirred it with her finger until a whirlpool sucked and writhed. This she spoke over, and out to sea beyond the harbor a like disturbance began to rage. She took from her table 6 carven ships with baseb sails, small and filled with wax miniatures of men. These she launched into the basin with its whirlpool, and spun her finger round until the flagships of the fleet foundered, then were sunk, and sucked to lie at last upon the bottom of the bowl. Even after she withdrew her finger, the water raged a while. The witch looked calmly into her maelstrom and nodded once, content. The diversion would be timely. The moon, outside her window, was nearly high, scant hours from its zenith. Then it was time to take Jagot's report and send the death squads, or dead squads, for none of those who served in them had life of their own to lead. Tamsin's heart was pounding, her mouth dry and her lungs burning. They had run a long way. They were lost, and all 6 know it. Frinny was weeping, and her sister was shaking and crying she couldn't run. Her knees wouldn't hold her. The 3 boys left were talking loud and telling all how they'd get home if they just stayed in a group. The girls had no need to fear. More craft was shared, though it made things worse, not better, so that a toothless crone who tapped her stick and smacked her gums sent them flying through the streets.
No one talked about Metha's fate. They'd seen him with the dark-clad whore, seen him mesmerized, seen him take her hand. They'd hid until the pair walked on, then followed. The group had sworn to stay together, wicked adventure on their minds. All were officially adults now. None could keep them from the forbidden pleasures of men and women. To see if Metha would really lay the whore. thinking they'd regroup right after and find out what fun he'd had. They'd seen him fall and gag and die once he'd raised her skirts and had her, his buttocks thrusting hard as he pinned her to the alley wall. They'd seen her bend down over him and raise her head, and the glowing twin hells there had sent them pell-mell, fleeing what they knew was no human horror. Now they'd calmed, but they were deep in the shambles, near its end where Caravan Square began. There was light there, from midnight merchants engaged in double dealing. It was not safe there, one of the boys said. Slaves were made this way, children taken, sold north, and never seen again. "It's safe here, then?" Tamsin blurted, her teeth chattering, but the curse making her bold and angry. She strode ahead, not waiting to see them follow. They would. She knew this bunch better than their mothers. The thing to do, she was sure, was to stride bravely on until they came upon the square and found the streets home, or came upon some hellhounds, palace soldiers, or stepsons. Nico's friends would ride them home on horseback if they found some. Tamsin's acquaintance among the men of steel was her fondest prize. Nico. If he were here, she'd have no fear, nor need to pretend to valor. Her eyes filled with tears, thinking what he'd say when he heard. She was never going to convince him she was grown, if all her attempts to do so made her seem the more a child. A child's error this, for sure, and one dead on her account. Her father would beat her rump to blue, and he'd keep her in her room for a month. She began to fret, the curf doing, though she was too far gone in the drug sway to tell, and saw an alley from which torchlight shone. She took it, the others followed, she heard them close behind. They had money aplenty, they would hire an escort, perhaps with a wagon, to take them home. All taverns had men looking for hire in them. If they chanced Caravan Square and fell afoul of slavers, she'd never see her papa or Nico or her room filled with stuffed toys and ruffles again. The inn was called the Sow's Ear, and it was foul. In its doorway, one of the boys, panting, caught her arm and jerked her back. "Show money in that place, and you'll get all our throats slit quick." He was right. They huddled in the street and sniffed more curf and shook and argued. Fren began to wail aloud, and her sister stopped her mouth with a clapped hand. Just as the two girls, terrified and defeated, crouched down in the street, and one of the boys, his bladder loosed by fear, sought a corner wall, a woman appeared before them, her hood thrown back, her face hidden by a trick of light. But the voice was a gentlewoman's voice, and the words were compassionate. "Lost children, there, it's all right now, just come with me. We'll have mulled wine and pastries, and I'll have my man form an escort to see you home. You're the ale-keep owner's daughter, if I'm right. Ah, good then. Your father's a friend of my husband. Surely you remember me." She gave a name, and Tamsin, her sense swimming in drugs and her heart filled with relief and the sweet taste of salvation, lied and said she did. All six went along with the woman, skirting the square until they came to a curious house behind a high gate, well lit and gardened and full of chaotic splendor. At its rear, the rush of the white foal could be heard. "Now sit, little ones. Who needs to wash off the street grime? Who needs a pot?" The rooms were shadowed, no longer well lit. The woman's eyes were comforting, calming, like sedatives for sleepless nights. They sat among the silks and the carven chairs, and they drank what she offered, and began to giggle. Frin went and washed, and her sister and Tamsin followed. When they came back, the boys were nowhere in sight. Tamsin was just going to ask about that when the woman offered fruit, and somehow she forgot the words on her tongue tip, and even that the boys had been there at all. So fine was the curf the woman smoked with them.
She knew she'd remember in a bit, though, whatever it was she'd forgot. When Crit and Stratton arrived with the hawk mask they'd captured at the full-side home of Ishide, the vampire woman, all its lights were on, it seemed, yet little of that radiance cut the gloom. By the gods, 4 mouths, Crit, I still don't understand why you let those others go. And for Nico. What? Don't ask me, Stratton, what his reasons are. I don't know. Something about the one being of that successors band, revolutionaries, who want Wizard Wall back from the Nisabisi mages. There's more to Nisabisi than the warlocks. If that Viz was one, then he's an outlaw as far as Nisabisi law goes, and maybe a fighter. So we let him go, do him a favor, see if maybe he'll come to us, do us a service in his turn. But as for the other, you saw Ishide's writ of freedom. We gave him to her, and she let him go. If we want to use her, if she'll ever help us find Jubilant, she does know where he is. This freeing of the slave was a message. She's telling us we've got to up the ante. We've got to honor her wishes as far as this slave bait goes. But this, coming here ourselves? You know what she can do to a man. Maybe we'll like it. Maybe it's time to die. I don't know. I do know we can't leave it to the garrison. Every time they find us a hawk mask, he's too damaged to tell us anything. Well, also, Crit paused, dismounted his horse, pulled the trussed and gagged hawk mask he had slung over his saddle like a haunch of meat down after him, so that the prisoner fell heavily to the ground. We've been told by the garrison's intelligence liaison that the army thinks stepsons fear this woman. Anybody with a dram of common sense would. Stratton, rubbing his eyes, dismounted also, notched crossbow held at the ready as soon as his feet touched the ground. They don't mean that. You know what they mean. They can't tell a sacred bander from a straight mercenary. They think we're all sodomizers and sneer at us for that. Let 'em. I'd rather be alive and misunderstood than dead and respected. Stratton blinked, trying to clear his blurred vision. It was remarkable that Critias would undertake this action on his own. He wasn't supposed to take part in field actions, but command them. Tempus had been to see him, though, and since then the task force leader had been more taciturn and even more impatient than usual. Stratton knew there was no use in arguing with Critias, but he was one of the few who could claim the privilege of voicing his opinion to the leader, even when they disagreed. They'd interrogated the hawk mask briefly. It didn't take long. Stratton was a specialist in exactly that. He was a pretty one and substantially undamaged. The vampire was discerning, loved beauty. She'd take to this one. The few bruises on him might well make him more attractive to a creature such as she. Not only would she have him in her power, but it would be in her power to save him from a much worse death than that she'd give. By the look of the tall, lithe hawk mask, by his clothes and his pinched face in which sensitive, liquid eyes roamed furtively, a pleasant death would be welcome. His ilk were hunted by more factions in Sanctuary than any but Nisabisi spies. Crit said, "Ready, Strat?" "I own I'm not, but I'll pretend if you do. If you get through this and I don't, my horses are yours, and mine yours." Crit bared his teeth. "But I don't expect that to happen. She's reasonable, I'm wagering. She couldn't have turned that slave loose that way if she wasn't in control of her lust."
And she's smarter than Kadakathis' so-called intelligence staff or hellhounds. We've seen that for a fact. So, despite sane cautions, they unlatched the gate. Their horses drop-tied behind them, cut the hawk mask's ankle bonds, and walked him to the door. His eyes went wide above his gag, pupils gigantic in the torchlight on her threshold, then squeezed shut as a shade herself came to greet them when, after knocking thrice and waiting long, they were about to turn away, convinced she wasn't home after all. She looked them up and down, her eyes half-lidded. Stratton, for once, was grateful for the shimmer in his vision, the blur he couldn't blink away. The hawk mask shivered and lurched backward in their grasp as Crit spoke first. "Good evening, madam. We thought the time had come to meet face to face. We've brought you this gift, token of our goodwill." He spoke blandly, matter-of-factly, letting her know they knew all about her and didn't really care what she did to the unwary or the unfortunate. Stratton's mouth dried and his tongue stuck to the roof of it. None was colder than Crit or more tenacious when work was underway. The woman, Ishade, dusky-skinned but not the ruddy tone of Nisibis, an olive cast that made the whites of her teeth and eyes very bright, bade them enter. "Bring him in, then, and we'll see what can be seen. No, we'll leave him an article of faith. We'd like to know what you hear of Jubal, or his band's whereabouts, that sort of thing. If you come to think of any such information, you can find me at the Mercenaries' Hostel. Or in your hidey hole in Shambles Cross. Sometimes." Crit stood firm. Stratton, his relief a flood, now that he knew they weren't going in there, gave the hawk mask a shove. "Go on, boy, go to your mistress." "A slave, then, is this one?" she asked Stratton, and that glance chilled his soul when it fixed on him. He'd seen butchers look at sheep like that. He half expected her to reach out and tweak his biceps. He said, "What you wish, he is." She said, "And you?" Crit said, "Forbearance has its limits." She replied, "Yours, perhaps, not mine. Take him with you. I want him not. What you stepsons think of me, I shall not even ask, but cheap I shall never come." Crit loosed his hold on the youth, who wriggled then, but Stratton held him, thinking that Ishade was without doubt the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, and the hawk mask was luckier than most. If death was the gateway to heaven, she was the sort of gatekeeper he'd like to admit him when his time came. She remarked, though he had not spoken aloud, that such could easily be arranged. Crit, at that, looked between them, then shook his head. "Go wait with the horses, Stratton. I thought I heard them just now." So Stratton never did find out exactly what was or was not arranged between his task force leader and the vampire woman, but when he reached the horses, he had his hands full calming them, as if his own had scented Nico's black, whom his gray detested above all other studs. When they'd both been stabled in the same barn, the din had been terrible, and stall boards shattered as regularly as stalls were mucked, from those two trying to get at each other. Horses, like men, love and hate, and those two stallions wanted a piece of each other, the way Stratton wanted a chance at the garrison commander, or Vashanka, the Wrigley Ills. Soon after, Crit came sauntering down the walk, unscathed, alone, and silent. Stratton wanted to ask, but did not, what had been arranged. His leader's sour expression warned him off. And an hour later, at the Shambles Cross safe haven, when one of the street men came running in saying there was a disturbance and Tempus could not be found, so Crit would have to come, it was too late. What they could do about waterspouts and whirlpools in the harbor was unclear. When Stratton and Crit had ridden away, Nico eased his black out from hiding. The spirit track he'd followed had led them here. Tamsin and the others were inside. The spoor met up with the pale blue traces of the house's owner near the sow's ear, and did not separate thereafter. Blue was no human's color, unless that human was an enchanter, a witch, accursed, or charmed. Both Nico and Yanni knew whose house this was, but what Crit and Stratton were doing here, neither wanted to guess or say. "We can't rush the place, Stealth. You know what she is." "I know." "Why didn't you let me hail them? 4 would be better than 2 for this problem solving." "Whatever they're doing here, I don't want to know about. And we've broken cover as it is tonight." Nico crooked a leg over his horse's neck, cavalry style. Yanni rolled a smoke and offered him one.
He took it and lit it with a flint from his belt pouch, just as two men with a wagon came driving up from downwind, wheels and hooves thundering across the White Foals Bridge. "Too much traffic," Johnny muttered as they pulled their horses back into Shadows and watched the men stop their team before the Odd Home's door. The wagon was screened and curtained. If someone was within, it was impossible to tell. The men went in, and when they came out, they had 3 smallish people with them, swathed in robes and hooded. These were put into the carriage, and it then drove away, turning onto the cart track leading south from the bridge. There was nothing down there but swamp and wasteland, and at the end of it, Fisherman's Row and the sea. Nothing, that is, but the witch Roxanne's fortified estate. Do you think, Stealth, was that them? Quiet, curse you, I'm trying to tell. It might have been. His heart was far from quiet, and the passengers he sensed were drugged and nearly somnambulant. But from the house he could no longer sense the girlish trails that had been there, among the blue arch-magical ones of its owner and those of men. Boy's aura still remained there, he thought, but quiet, weaker, perhaps dying, maybe dead. It could be the fellow Crit had left there, and not the young scions of East Side homes. The moon, above Nico's head, was near at zenith. Seeing him look up, Johnny anticipated what he was going to say. "Well, Stealth, we've got to go down there anyway. Let's follow the wagon. Mayhap we'll catch it. Perchance we'll find out whom they've got there, if we do. And we've little time to lose. Girls or no, we've a witch to attend to." Aye. Nico reined his horse around and set it at a lope after the wagon, not fast enough to catch it too soon, but fast enough to keep it in earshot. When Yanni's horse came up beside his, the other mercenary called, "Convenience of this magnitude makes me nervous. You'd think the witch sent that wagon, even snared those children, to be sure we'd have to come." Johnny was right. Nico said nothing. They were committed. There was nothing to do but follow. Whatever was going to happen was well upon them now. A dozen riders materialized out of the wasteland near the swamp and surrounded the 2 stepsons. None had faces. All had glowing, pure white eyes. They fought as best they could with mortal weapons, but ropes of spitting power came round them, and blue sparks bit them, and their flesh sizzled through their linen chitons. And, unhorsed, they were dragged along behind the riders until they no longer knew where they were, or what was happening to them, or even felt the pain. The last thing Nico remembered, before he awoke, bound to a tree in some featureless grove, was the wagon ahead, stopping, and his horse on its own, trying to win the day. The big black had climbed the mount of the rider who dragged Nico on a tedda, and he'd seen the valiant beast's thick jowls pierced through by arrows glowing blue with magic, seen his horse falter, jaws gaping, then fall as he was dragged away. Now he struggled, helpless in his bonds, trying to clear his vision and will his pain away. Before him he saw figures, a bonfire limning silhouettes.
Among them, as consciousness came full upon him, and he began to wish he'd never waked, was Tamsin, struggling in grisly embraces and wailing out his name, and the other girls, and Johnny, spread-eagled, staked out on the ground, his mouth open, screaming at the sky. "Ah," he heard, "Nicodemus, so kind of you to join us." Then a woman's face swam before him, beautiful, though that just made it worse. It was the Nissy-Bissy witch, and she was smiling, itself an awful sign. A score of minions ringed her, creatures roused from graves, and 2 with ophidian eyes and lipless mouths, whose skins had a greenish cast. She began to tell him softly the things she wished to know. For a time he only shook his head and closed his ears and tried to flee his flesh. If he could retire his mind to his rest place, he could ignore it all,
the pain, the screams which split the night. He would know none of what occurred here, and die without the shame of capitulation. She'd kill him anyway when she was done. So he counted determinedly backward, eyes squeezed shut, envisioning the runes which would save him. But Tamsin's screams, her sobs to him for help, and Johnny's animal anguish kept interfering, and he could not reach the quiet place and stay. He kept being dragged back by the sounds. Still, when she asked him questions, he only stared back at her in silence. Tempus' plans and state of mind were things he knew little of. He couldn't have stopped this if he'd wanted to. He didn't know enough. But when, at length, knowing it, he closed his eyes again, she came up close and pried them open, impaling his lids with wooden splinters so that he would see what made Johnny cry. They had staked the stepson over a wild creature's burrow, a badger, he later saw, when it had gnawed and clawed its way to freedom, and were smoking the rodent out by setting fire to its tunnel. When Johnny's stomach began to show the animal within, Nico, capitulating, told all he knew and made up more besides. By then, the girls had long since been silenced. All he heard was the witch's voice. All he remembered was the horror of her eyes and the message she bade him give to Tempus. And when he had repeated it, she pulled the splinters from his lids. The darkness she allowed him became complete, and he found a danker rest place than meditation's quiet cave. In Roxanne's manor house, commotion raged. Slaves went running, and men cried orders, and in the court the caravan was being readied to make away. She herself sat petulant and wroth among the brocades of her study and the implements of her craft. Water and fire and earth and air and minerals and plants, and a globe sculpted from high peaks clay with precious stones inset. A wave of hand would serve to load these in her wagon. The house spell's undoing would take much less than that. A finger's wave, a word unsaid, and all would be no more than it appeared, rickety and threadbare. But the evening's errors and all the work she'd done to amend them had drained her strength. She sat, and Nico, in a corner, propped up but not awake, breathed raspingly. Another error. Those damn snakes took everything too literally, as well as being incapable of following simple orders to their completion. The snakes she'd sent out, charmed to look like stepsons, should have found the children in the streets. As Nico and Johnny, their disguises were complete. But a vampire bitch, a cursed and accursed third-rater, possessed of meager spells, had chanced upon the quarry and taken it home. Then she'd had to change all plans and make the wagon and send the snakes to retrieve the bait. The girls alone, the boys were expendable, and snakes were not up to fooling women grown and knowledgeable of spells. Ishakad had given up her female prizes rather than confront Nissy-Bissy magic, pretending, for her own sake, that she believed the stepsons who came to claim Tamsin and her friends. Had Roxanne not been leaving town this evening, she'd have had to wipe the vampire's soul, or at least her memory away. So she took the snakes out once more from their baskets and held their heads up to her face. Tongues darted out, and reptilian eyes pled mercy, but Roxanne had forgotten mercy long ago. And strength was what she needed, which in part these had helped to drain away. Holding them high, she picked herself up, and, speaking words of power, took them both and cast them in the blazing hearth. The flames roared up, and snakes writhed in agony and roasted. When they were done, She fetched them out with silver tongs, and ate their tails and heads. Thus fortified, she turned to Nico, still hiding mind and soul in his precious mental refuge. A version of it she'd altered when her magic saw it. This place of peace and perfect relaxation, a cave behind the meadow of his mind, had a ghost in it, a friend who loved him. In its guise, she'd spoken long to him and gained his spirit's trust. He was hers now, as her lover-lord had promised. All things he learned, she'd know as soon as he. None of it he'd remember, just go about his business of war and death. Through him, she'd heard Tempus whither she willed, and through him she'd know the Riddler's every plan. For Nicodemus, the nissy-bissy bondservant, had never shed his brand or slipped his chains. Though her lover had freed his body, deep within his soul a string was tied. Any time her lord could pull it, and she, too, now had it twined around her pinky. He remembered none of what occurred after his interrogation in the grove. He recalled just what she pleased, and nothing more. Oh, he'd think he'd dreamed delirious nightmares as he sweated now to feel her touch. She woke him with a tap upon his eyes and told him what he was, her pawn, her tool. Even that he would not recall their little talk or coming here. And she warned him of undead, and shriveled his soul when she showed him, in her mirror eyes, what Tamsin and her friends could be, should he even remember what passed between them here. Then she put her pleasure by, and touched the bruised and battered face. One more thing she took from him, to show his spirit who was slave and who was master. She had him service her, and took strength from his swollen mouth, and then, with a laugh, made him forget it all. Then she sent her servant forth, unwitting, the extra satisfaction gleaned from knowing that his spirit knew, and deep within him cried and struggled, giving the whole endeavor spice. Jagot's men would see him to the road out near the stepson's barracks. They took his sagging weight in brawny arms. And Roxanne, for a time, was free to quit this scrofulous town and wend her way northward. She might be back, but for the nonce, the journey to her lord's embrace was all she craved. They'd leave a trail well marked in place and plain for Tempus. She'd lie in high peak splendor, with her lover-lord well pleased by what she'd brought him, some stepsons and a froth-daughter, and a man the gods immortalized. It took until nearly dawn to calm the fish-faces who'd lost their 5 best ships. Lucky for everyone that the Burrick faction's nobility had been enjoying Codicithus hospitality, ensconced in the summer palace on the lighthouse spit, and not aboard when the ships snapped anchor, and headed like creatures with wills of their own toward the maelstrom that had opened at the harbor's mouth. Crit, through all, was taciturn. He was not supposed to surface. Tempus, when found, would not be pleased. But Codicithus needed counsel badly. The young prince would give away his imperial curls for harmonious relations with our fellows from across the sea. Nobody could prove that this was other than a natural disaster. An act of God's was the unfortunate turn of phrase. When at last Crit and Strat had done with the dicey process of standing around looking inconsequential, while in fact, by hand sign and courier, they mitigated Codicithus' bent to compromise, for which there was no need except in the bassy-bissy matriarch's mind, they retired from the dockside.
Narrators like R.C. Bray, Jefferson Mays, Ray Porter, or Will Wheaton, where Crit wanted to get drunk as humanly possible, helping the Mage Guild defend its innocence when, like as not, some mage or other had called the storm, was more than distasteful, it was counterproductive. As far as Critias was concerned, the newly elected first hazard ought to step forward and take responsibility for his guild's malevolent mischief. When frogs fell from the sky, Stratton prognosticated such would be the case. They'd done some good there. They'd conscripted Wrigleys and deputized fishermen and bullied the garrison duty officer into sending some of his men out with the longboats and bay-sib dinghies and slave-powered tenders which searched shoals and coastline for survivors. But with the confusion of healers and thrill-seeking civilians and boat owners and bay-sibs on the docks, they'd had to call in all the Stepsons and troops from road patrols and country posts in case the bay-sibs took their loss too much to heart and turned upon the townsfolk. On every corner now, a mounted pair stood watch. Beyond, the roads were desolate, unguarded. Crit worried that if diversion was some culprit's purpose, it had worked all too well. An army headed south would be upon them with no warning. If he'd not known that yesterday there'd been no sign of southward troop movement, he confided to Stratton, he'd be sure some such evil was afoot. To make things worse, when they found an open bar, it was the ale-keep, and its owner was wringing his hands in a corner with 5 other upscale fathers. Their sons and daughters had been out all night. Word to Tempus at the Stepsons' barracks had brought no answer. The skeleton crew at the garrison had more urgent things to do than attend to demands for search parties when manpower was suddenly at a premium. The fathers sat awaiting their own men's return, and thus had kept the ale-keep's graveyard shift from closing. They got out of there as soon as polite, weary as their horses, and squinting in the lightning dark. The only place where peace and quiet could be had now that the town was waking, Crit said sourly, was the shambles drop. They rode there and fastened the iron shutters down against the dawn, thinking to get an hour or so of sleep, and found Nico's coded note. Why wouldn't the old barkeep have told us that he'd set them on his daughter's trail? Strat sighed, rubbing his eyes with his palms. Nico's legend says he's defected to the slums, remember? Crit was shrugging into his chiton, which he'd just tugged off and thrown upon the floor. We're not going back out. To look for Nico? Where? Nico and Johnny, and I don't know where. But if that pair hasn't turned up those youngsters yet, it's no simple adolescent prank or graduation romp. Let's hope it's just that their meet with Roxanne took precedence and it's inopportune for them to leave her. Crit stood. Stratton didn't. Coming? Crit asked. Somebody should be where authority is expected to be found. You should be here or at the hostel, not chasing after someone who might be chasing after you. So in the end, Stratton won that battle, and they went up to the hostel, stopping, since the sun had risen, at Mark's to pick up Stratton's case of flights along the way. The shop's door was ajar, though the opening hour painted on it hadn't come yet. Inside, the smith was hunched over a mug of tea, a crossbow's trigger mechanism dismantled before him on a split of suede, scowling at the crossbow's guts spread upon his counter as if at a recalcitrant child. He looked up when they entered, wished them a better morning than he'd had so far this day, and went to get Stratton's case of flights. Behind the counter, an assortment of high-torque bows was hung. When Mark returned with the wooden case, Stratton pointed. "That's Nikos, isn't it? Or are my eyes that bad?" "I'm holding it for him until he pays," explained the smith with the unflinching gaze. "We'll pay for it now, and he can pick it up from me," Crit said. I don't know if Mark, half into someone else's business, stepped back out of it with a nod of head. "All right then, if you want. I'll tell him you've got it. That's 4 soldats, 3. I've done a lot of work on it for him. Shall I tell him to seek you at the guild hostel?" "Thereabouts." Taking it down from the wall, the smith wound and levered, then dry-fired the crossbow, its mechanism to his ear. A smile came over his face at what he heard. "Good enough, then," he declared, and wrapped it in its case of padded hide.
This way, Stratton realized, Nico would come direct to Crit and report when Mark told him what they'd done. By the time Dawn had cracked the world's egg, Tempus as well as Jihan was sated, even tired. For a man who chased sleep like other men chased power or women, it was wondrous that this was so. For a being only recently become woman, it was a triumph. They walked back toward the Stepsons' barracks, following the creek bed, all pink and gold in sunrise, content and even playful. His chuckle and her occasional laugh startling squirrels and flushing birds from their nests. He'd been morose, but she'd cured it, convincing him that life might take a better turn if he'd just let it. They'd spoken of her father, called Stormbringer in lieu of name, and arcane matters of their joint preoccupation. Whether humanity had inherent value, whether gods could die or merely lie, whether Vashanka was hiding out somewhere, petulant in godhead, only waiting for generous sacrifices and heartfelt prayers to coax him back among his Rankin people, or, 12th Plane's powers forbid, really dead. He'd spoken openly to her of his affliction, reminding her that those who loved him died by violence, and those he loved were bound to spurn him, and what that could mean in the case of his stepsons and himself, if Vashanka's power did not return to mitigate his curse. He'd told her of his plea to Enlil, an ancient deity of universal scope, and that he awaited God's sign. She'd been relieved at that, afraid, she admitted, that the Lord of Dreams might tempt him from her side. For when Ashkelon the Dream Lord had come to Tempus's sister off to his metaphysical kingdom of delights, he'd offered the brother the boon of mortality. Now that she'd just found him, Jihan had added throatily, she could not bear it if he chose to die. And she'd spent that evening proving to Tempus that it might be well to stay alive with her, who loves life the more for having only just begun it, and yet could not succumb to mortal death or be placed in mortal danger by his curse, his strength, or whatever he might do. The high moon had laved them, and her legs had embraced him, and her red glowing eyes, like her father's, had transfixed him, while her cool flesh inflamed him. Yes, with Jihan beside him, he'd swallow his pride and his pique, and give even Sanctuary's catechethys the benefit of the doubt. He'd stay, though his heart tugged him northward, although he'd thought when he took her to their creek-bed bower to chase her away. When they'd slipped into his barracks quarters from the back, he was no longer so certain. He heard from a lieutenant all about the waterspouts and whirlpools, thinking while the man talked that this was his god sign, however obscure its meaning. And then he regretted having made an accommodation with the Froth daughter. All his angst came back upon him, and he wished he'd hugged his resolve firmly to his breast and driven Jihan hence. But when the disturbance at the outer gates penetrated to the slaver's old apartments, which he had made his own, rousting them out to seek its cause, he was glad enough she'd remained. The two of them had to shoulder their way through the gathered crowd of Stepsons, astir with bitter mutters. No one made way for them. None had come to their commander's billet with news of what had been brought up to the gatehouse in the dawn. He heard a harsh whisper from a Stepson too angry to be careful, wondering if Tempus had sent Johnny's team deliberately to destruction because Stealth had rejected the Riddler's offered pair bond.
One, who knew better, answered sagely that this was a Migdonian message, a Nisabese warning of some antiquity, and he had heard it straight from Stealth's broken lips. What did that? Jihan moaned, bending low over Janice's remains. Tempus did not answer her, but said generally, "And Nico?" and followed a man who headed off toward the whitewashed barracks, hearing as he went a voice choked with grief explaining to Jihan what happens when you tie a man spread-eagled over an animal's burrow and smoke the creature out. The stepson, guiding him to where Nico lay, said that the man who'd brought them wished to speak to Tempus. "Let him wait for his reward,"
Tempus snapped, and questioned the mercenary about the Samaritan who delivered the two stepsons home. But the sacred bander had gotten nothing from the stranger who'd rapped upon the gates and braved the angry sentries who almost killed him when they saw what burden had brought in. The stranger would say only that he must wait for Tempus. The stepson's commander stood around helplessly with 3 others, friends of Nico's, until the barber surgeon had finished with needle and gut, then chased them all away, shuttering windows, barring doors. Cup in hand, then, he gave the battered, beaten youth his pain-killing draught in silence, only sitting and letting Nico sip while he assessed the stepson's injuries and made black guesses as to how the boy had come by green and purple blood-filled bruises, rope burns at wrist and neck, and a face like doom. Quite soon he heard from Nicodemus, concisely but through a slur that comes when teeth have been loosed or broken in a dislocated jaw, what had transpired. They had gone seeking the Alkeep owner's daughter, deep into shambles where drug dens and cheap whores promise dreamless nights. Found them at Ishades, seen them hustled into a wagon and driven away toward Roxane's. Following, for they were due to see the witch at high moon in her lair in any case, they'd been accosted, surprised by a death squad armed with magic and visaged like the dead, roped and dragged from their horses. The next lucid interval Nico recalled was one of being propped against dense trees, tied to one while the Nisabisi witch used children's plights and spells, and finally Janice's tortured, drawn-out death to extract from him what little he knew of Tempus's intentions and Rankin's strategies of defense for the lower land. "Was I wrong to try not to tell them?" Nico asked, eyes swollen half shut but filled with hurt. "I thought they'd kill us all, whatever. Then I thought I could hold out. Tamsin and the other girls were past help, but Janny—" he shook his head. "Then they thought I was lying when I couldn't answer questions they should have asked of you. Then I did lie to please them, but she, the witch, knew. Never mind. Was one thumb a party to this?" A twitch of lips meant no or I don't know. Then Nico found the strength to add, "If I hadn't tried to keep my silence, I've been interrogated before by Nisabisi. I hid in my rest place until they killed him to get to me." Tempus saw bright tears threatening to spill and changed the subject. "Your rest place? So your ma returned to you?" he whispered. "After a fashion. I don't care about that now. Going to need all my anger. No time for balance anymore." Tempus blew out a breath and set down Nico's cup and looked between his legs at the packed play floor. "I'm going north tomorrow. I'll leave sortie assignments and schedules with Critias. She'll be in command here, and a rendezvous for those who want to join in the settling up. Did you recognize any Ilsegus in her company? A servant? A menial? Anyone at all? No, they all look alike. Someone found us, got us to the gates. Some trainees of ours, maybe. They knew my name. The witch said come ahead and die up country. Each reprisal of ours they'll match 4-fold. Are you telling me not to go?" Nico struggled to sit up, cursed, fell back with blood oozing from between his teeth. Tempus made no move to help him. They stared at each other until Nico said, "It will seem that you've been driven from sanctuary, that you failed here." "Let it seem so. It may well be true." "Wait, then, until I can accompany." "You know better. I will leave instructions for you." He got up and left quickly before his temper got the best of him where the boy could see. The Samaritan who had brought their wounded and their dead was waiting outside Tempest quarters. His name was Vis, and though he looked Nisabisi, he claimed he had a message from Jubal. Because of his skin and his accent, Tempus almost took him prisoner, thinking to give him to Straton, for whom all manner of men bared their souls.
But he marshaled his anger and sent the young man away with a pocket full of soldats and instructions to convey Jubal's message to Critias. Crit would be in charge of the stepsons henceforth. What Jubal and Crit might arrange was up to them. The reward was for bringing home the casualties, dead and living, a favor cheap at the price. Then Tempus went to find Jihan. When he did, he asked her to put him in touch with Ashkelon, Dreamlord, if she could. So that you can punish yourself with mortality? This is not your fault. A kind, if unsound, opinion. Mortality will break the curse. Can you help me? I will not now, when you are like this, she replied, concern knitting her brows in the harsh morning light. But I will accompany you north, perhaps another day, when you are calmer. He cursed her for acting like a woman, and set about scheduling sorties and sketching maps so that each of his men would have worked out his debt to Catechethus and be in good standing with the Mercenaries Guild when and if they joined him in ties, at the very foot of Wizard Wall. It took no longer to draft his resignation and Critias's appointment in his stead and send them off to Catechethus than it took to clear his actions with the rank-and representatives of the Mercenaries Guild. His task here, assessing Catechethus for a rank-and faction desirous of a change in emperors, was accomplished. He could honestly say that neither town nor townspeople nor effete prince was worth struggling to ennoble. For good measure, he was willing to throw into the stewpot of disgust boiling in him both Vashanka and the child he had co-fathered with the god, by means of whom certain interests thought to hold him here. He disliked children as a class, and even Vashanka had turned his back on this one. Still, there were things he had to do. He went and found Crit in the guild hostel's common room, and told him all that had transpired. If Crit had refused the appointment outright, Tempus would have had to tarry, but Critias only smiled cynically, saying that he'd be along with his best fighters as soon as matters here allowed. He left one thumbs case in Critias's hands. They both knew that Stratton could determine the degree of the barkeep's complicity quickly enough. Crit asked, as Tempus was leaving the dark and comforting common room for the last time, whether any children's bodies had been found. 3 girls and boys still were missing. One young corpse had turned up cold in Shambles Cross. No, Tempus said, and thought no more of it. Life to you, Critias, and to you, Riddler, and everlasting glory. Outside, Jihan was waiting on one Tros horse, the other's reins in her hand. They went first southwest to see if perhaps the witch or her agents might be found at home. But the manor house and its surrounds were deserted, the yard crisscrossed with cart tracks from heavily laden wagons' wheels. The caravan's track was easy to follow. Riding north without a backward glance on his Tros horse, Jihan swaying in her saddle on his right, he had one last impulse. He ripped the problematic storm god's amulet from around his throat, dropped it into a quaggy marsh. Where he was going, Vashanka's name was meaningless. Other names were hallowed, and other attributes given to the weather gods.
When he was sure he had successfully cast it aside, and the god's voice had not come ringing with awful laughter in his ear, for all gods are tricksters, and war gods worst of any, he relaxed in his saddle. The omens for this venture were good. They'd completed their preparations in half the time he'd anticipated, so that he could start it while the day was young. Crit sat long at his customary table in the common room after Tempus had dawned. By rights, it should have been Straighten or some sacred band pair who succeeded Tempus, anyone but him. After a time, he pulled out his pouch and emptied its contents onto the plank table. 3 tiny metal figures, a fish hook made from an eagle's claw and abalone shell, a single die, an old field decoration won in Azahur while the slaughter priest still led the original sacred band. He scooped them up and threw them as a man might throw and wager. The little gold storm god fell beneath the lead figurine of a fighter, propping the man upright. The fishhook embraced the die, which came to rest with one dot facing up. Strat's war name was Ace. The third figure, a silver rider mounted, sat square atop the field star. A Barsis had slipped it over his head so long ago the ribbon had crumbled away. Content with the omens his private prognosticators gave, he collected them and put them away. He'd wanted Tempus to ask him to join him, not hand him 50 men's lives to yea or nay. He took such work too much to heart. It lay heavy on him, worse than the task force's weight had been, and he'd only just begun. But that was why Tempus picked him. He was conscientious to a fault. He sighed and rose and quit the hostel, riding aimlessly through the fetid streets. Damn town was a pit, a bubo, a sore that wouldn't heal. He couldn't trust his task force to some subordinate, though how he was going to run them while stomping around vainly trying to fill Tempus sandals, he couldn't say. His horse, picking his route, took him by the vulgar unicorn where Stratton would soon be discussing sensitive matters with one thumb. By rights, he should go up to the palace, pay a call on Catechethus, make nice, as Stratton said, to Vashank's priest of record, Molin, visit the Mage Guild. He shook his head and spat over his horse's shoulder. He hated politics. And what Tempus had told him about Nico's misfortune and Janice's death still rankled. He remembered the foreign fighter. Nico had made him turn loose. This, who'd come to Tempus, bearing hurt and slain, with a message from Jubal. That, and what Stratton had gotten from the hawk mask they'd given Ishakad, plus the vampire woman's own hints, allowed him to triangulate Jubal's position like a sailor navigating by the stars. This as supposed to come to him, though. He'd wait. If his hunch was right, he could put Jubal and his hawk masks to work for Catechethus without either knowing or at least having to admit that was the case. If so, he'd be free to take the band north, what they wanted, expected, and would now fret to do with Tempus gone. Only Tempus' mystique had kept them this long. Crit would have a mutiny or empty barracks if he couldn't meet their expectation of war to come. They weren't babysitters, slum police, or palace praetorians. They collect exploits, not soldiers. He began to form a plan, shape up a scenario, answer questions sure to be asked him later, rehearsing replies in his mind. Unguided, his horse led him slumward. A barn rat it was, taking the quickest, straightest way home. When he looked up and out rather than down and in, he was almost through the shambles, near White Foal Bridge and the vampire's house. Quiet now, unpressing down in the light of day. Did she sleep in the day? He didn't think she was that kind of vampire. There had been no blood loss, no punctures on the boy's stiff against the drop's back door when one of the street men found it. But what did she do, then, to her victims? He thought of Stratton, the way he'd looked at the vampire, the exchange between the two he'd overheard and partly understood. He'd have to keep those two quite separate, even if Ishakad was putatively willing to work with rather than against them. He spurred his horse on by. Across the bridge, he rode southwest, skirting the thick of downwind. When he sighted the stepsons' barracks, he still didn't know if he could succeed in leading stepsons. He rehearsed it wryly in his mind. Life to all. Most of you don't know me by reputation, but I'm here to ask you to bet your lives on me, not once, but as a matter of course over the next months. Still, someone had to do it, and he'd have no trouble with the Sacred Band teams who knew him in the old days when he'd had a right-side partner, before that vulnerability was made painfully clear, and he gave up loving the Death Seekers, or anything else that could disappoint him. It mattered not a whit, he decided, if he won or if he lost, if they let him advise them, or deserted post and duty to follow Tempus north, as he would have done if the sly old soldier hadn't bound him here with promise and responsibility. He'd brought Nico's bow. The first thing he did after leaving the stables, where he saw to his horse and checked on Nico's pregnant mare, was seek the wounded fighter.
The young officer peered at him through swollen, blackened eyes, saw the bow and nodded, unlaced its case, and stroked the wood recurve when Critias laid it on the bed. Half a dozen men were there when he'd knocked and entered, 3 teams who'd come with Nico and his partner down to rank on sacred band business. They left, warning softly that Crit mustn't tire him. They'd just got him back. "He's left me the command," Crit said, though he'd thought to talk of hawk masks and death squads and Nisibizian witch, and one named Vis. Gilgamesh sat by Enkidu 7 days, until a maggot fell from his nose. It was the oldest legend the fighter shared, one from Enlil's time, when the Lord Storm and Enki, Lord Earth, ruled the world, and a fighter and his friend roamed far. Crit shrugged and ran a spread hand through feathery hair. "Enkidu is dead. You're not. Tempus has just gone ahead to prepare our way." Nico rolled his head, propped against the whitewashed wall until he could see Crit clearly. "He followed God's sign. I know that look. Or which sign?" Crit squinted, though the light was good. 3 windows wide, and afternoon sun raying the room. "Are you all right? Beyond the obvious, I mean? I lost 2 partners, too close in time. I'll mend." "Let's hope," Crit thought, but didn't say, watching Nico's expressionless eyes. "I saw to your mare. My thanks. And for the bow. Janice's beer is set for morning. Will you help me with it? Say the words?" Crit rose. The operator in him still couldn't bear to officiate in public, yet if he didn't, he'd never hold these men. "With pleasure. Life to you, stepson, and to you, commander." And that was that. His first test passed. Nico and Tempus had shared a special bond. That night, he called them out behind the barracks, ordering a feast to be served on the training field, a wooden amphitheater of sorts. By then, Stratton had come out to join him, and Strat wasn't bashful with the mess staff or the hired help. Maybe it would work out. Maybe together they could make half a Tempus, which was the least this endeavor needed, though Crit would never pair again. He put it to them when all were well disposed from wine and roasted pig and lamb, standing and flatly telling them Tempus had left, putting them in his charge. There fell a silence, and in it he could hear his heart pound. He'd been calmer ringed with Ticey Hillman, or alone, his partner slain, against a Rankin squadron. Now, we've got each other, and for good and fair, I say to you, the quicker we quit this cesspool for the clean air of High Peak's war, the happier I'll be. He could hardly see their faces in the dark, with the torches snapping right before his face. But it didn't matter. They had to see him, not he them.
Where? Crit heard a raucous growl from 50 throats become a scent, and then a cheer and laughter, and Strat, beside and off a bit, gave him a soldier's sign. All's well. He raised a hand, and they fell quiet. It was a power he'd never tried before. But the only way to leave with honor is to work your tours out, they grumbled. He continued. The Riddlers left busywork sorties enough hazardous duty actions by Guild Book rules. I'll post a list that we can work off our debt to Kitty Cat in a month or so. Someone neighed that. Someone else called, "Let him finish, then we'll have our say." It means naught to me, who deserts to follow. But to us, to cadre honor, it's a slur. So I've thought about it, since I'm hot to leave myself, and here's what I propose. I'll stay or go. You take your vote. I'll wait. But Tempus wants no man on his right at Wizardwall who hasn't left in good standing with the guild. When they'd voted, with Stratton overseeing the count, to abide by the rules they'd lived to enforce, he said honestly that he was glad about the choice they'd made. Now I'm going to split you into units, and each unit has a choice. Find a person, a mercenary not among us now, a warm body trained enough to hold a sword and fill your bed, and call him brother long enough to induct him in your stead. Then we'll leave the town yet guarded by Stepsons,
and that name's enough, with what we've done here, to keep the peace. The guild has provisions for mansteading. We'll collect from each to fill a pot to hire them. They'll billet here, and we'll ride north a unit at a time and meet up in ties next high moon and surprise the Riddler. So he put it to them, and so they agreed. Necromant, C.J. Cherryh. The wind came from the north tonight, out of chilly distances, sending an unaccustomed rain-washed freshness through the streets of Downwind, along the White Foal where traffic came and went across the only bridge. The Stepsons had finally done the obvious and set up a guard post here. In these fractious times, things were bad indeed. Previous holders of power and sanctuary had been content to watch and gather information. Now, when subtlety is lacking, one tries the clenched fist. They meant to control every move between Downwind and the maze. Tonight, another guard was dead, pinned to the post beside the guardhouse. The second, one knew where. The word spread in all those quarters where folk were interested to know, so that traffic on the bridge increased despite the rumbles of oncoming thunder. And those who for a day or two had been caught on one side of the White Foal or the other heard and went skittering, wind-blown, across the White Foal bridge, some shuddering at the erstwhile guard whose eyes still stared, some mocking the dead, how whimsical he looked, thus open-mouthed as if about to speak. For those who knew, the stationing of that corpse was a signature. The Downwind knew, and did not gossip, not even in the security of Mama Betchos, which sat, a scruffy, doors-open building, a tolerable walk from the White Foal Bridge. Only the fact was reported there, that for the third time that week the bridge guard had come to grief. There was general grim laughter. The news found its way to the maze on the other side, and drew thoughtful stares, and considerably less mirth. Certain folk left the vulgar unicorn with news to carry. Certain ones called for another drink. And if there was gossip of what this chain of murders might mean, it was done in the quietest places and with worried looks. Those who had left did so with that skill of maze-born skulkers, pretending indirection. They shivered at the sight of beggars in the streets, at urchins and old men who were back again at posts deserted while the bridge guard had, briefly, stood. The news had not yet reached the strange ships rocking to the wind in Sanctuary's harbor, or the glittering luxury of Catacathetus, who amused himself in his palace this night, and who would not, without understanding more things than he did, have known that the underpinnings of his safety trembled. The report did, and soon, reach the Stepson Sanctuary side headquarters, after which a certain man sat alone with uncertainties. Dolan was his name. Critias had left him in charge when the senior Stepsons had gone, quietly, band by band, to the Northern War. "You've got all you need," Critias had said. Now Dolan, in charge of all there was, sat listening to the first patter of rain against the wall, and wondering whether he dared, tonight, the morale of his command being what it was, send a band to the bridge to gather up the one available body, before the dawn. Of even more concern to him was the missing one. What might have become of Stilcho? Whether he had gone into the river, or run away, or whether he might have been carried off alive to some worse and slower fate, spilling secrets while he died. The house by the bridge was a burned-out shell, but burning the beggars' headquarters and creating a few downwinder corpses had not solved the matter, only scattered it. He heard steps outside the building, splashing through the rain. Someone knocked at the outside door. He heard that door groan open, heard the burr of quiet voices as his own guards passed someone through. The matter reached his door then, a second, louder rap. "Moram, sir." The door opened, and his guard let in the one he had sent for, this wreckage of a man. Handsome once, at least they said that he had been.
The youth's eyes remained untouched by the burn scars, dark-lashed and dark-browed. Haunted, yes, long habituated to terrors. The commander indicated a chair, and the one-time hawk mask limped to it and sat down, staring at him from those dark eyes. The nose was broken, scarred across the bridge. The fine mouth remained intact, but twitched at times with an uncontrollable tic that might be fear. Not enviable was Moram's state nowadays among latter-day Stepsons. "There's a man," Dolan said at once, in a low, soft voice, "pinned to the White Fold Bridge tonight. How would this go on happening? Shall I guess?" The tic grew more pronounced, spread to the left scar-edged eye. The hands jerked as well, until they found each other and clasped for stability. "Stepson?" Moram asked, needlessly. A hoarse, thin voice. That, too, the fire had ruined. Dolan nodded and waited, demanding far more than that. They would, Moram said, lifting his shoulder, seeming to give apologies for those that had ruined him for life and made him what he was. "The bridge, you know, they have to come and go. So now we and the hawk masks have a thing in common. It's the same thing, hawk masks and Stepsons, to... Dolan thought on that a moment, without affront, but he assumed a scowl. "Certainly," he said, "it's the same thing where you're concerned, isn't it? I don't take Jubal's pay." "You take your life," Dolan whispered, elbows on the desk, "from us, every day you live. You're not the same Stepsons." Now the scowl was real, and the moment's sneer cleared itself from the man's ruined face. "I don't like losing men," Dolan said, "and it comes to me, Hawkmask, that we might find a use for you." He let that lie a moment, enjoying the anxiety that caused, letting the Hawkmask sweat. "You know," he said further, "we're talking about your life. Now, there's this woman, Hawkmask, there's this woman we know. Maybe you do. You will. Jubal's hired her, just to keep her out of play, maybe for more just now. But a hawk-mask like yourself, maybe you could tell her just what you just told me. Common cause, that's what it is. You know how long you'd live if we put you on the streets. You know who's looking for you. I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know. What those enemies can do. What we might do. Who knows?" The tic became steady, like a pulse. Sweat glistened on Moram's brow. "So, well," Dolan said, "I want you to go to a certain place and take a message. There's those will watch you, just so you get there safe and sound. You can trust that."
And you talk to this one, and you tell her how stepsons happen to send her a hawk mask for a messenger, how you're hunted. Oh, tell her anything you like, or lie. It's all the same. Just give the paper to her. What's it say? Curiosity? Hawk mask? It's an offer of employ. Trust us, hawk mask. Her name's Ishad. Tell her this. We want this beggar king. More, we've got one man missing on that bridge tonight, alive maybe, and we want him back. You're another matter, but I'd advise you come back to us. And advise you don't look her in the eye if you can avoid it. Friendly advice, Hawk Mask. And it's all the truth. Moore had gone very pale, so perhaps he had heard the rumors of the woman. Sweat ran in that portion of his face unglazed by scars. The tic had stopped, for whatever reason. The wind caught Hot's cloak as he ran. Rain spattered his face, and he let it go, splashing through the puddles as he approached the understair door within the maze. He rapped a pattern, heard the stirring within, and the bar thrust up. The door swung inward, on light and warmth, and a woman, on Moria, who whisked him inside and snatched his dripping wrap. He put chilled arms about her, hugged her tight, still shivering, still out of breath. "They got a stepson," he said, "by the bridge.
Like before, Mithradin's comin' another way. Who? Moria gripped his arms in violence. Who did they get? Not him. Not your brother. I know that. His teeth wanted to chatter, not from the chill. He remembered the scurrying in the alley, the footsteps behind him for a way. He had lost them. He believed he had. He left Moria's grasp and went to the fireside, to stand by the tiny hearthside, the twisted, mislaid bricks. He looked back at Moria standing by the door, feeling aches in all his scars. They almost got us. They. Beggars. She wrapped her arms about herself, rolled a glance toward the door as someone came racing up at speed, splashing through the rain. A knock followed, the right one, and she whisked the door open a second time for Mithradin Vis, who came in drenched and spattered with mud on the left side. Moria stared, half a heartbeat, and slammed shut the door, dropping the bar down. Mithradin stamped a muddy puddle on the aged boards and stripped his cloak off, showing a drowned, dark-bearded face, eyes still wild with the chase. "Slid," he said, taking his breath. "There's a patrol out. There's watchers. You get it?" Hot reached inside his doublet, pulled out a small leather purse. He tossed it at Mithradin Vis with a touch of confidence recovered. At least this they had done right. Then Moria's eyes lightened. The hope came back to them as Mithradin shook the bright spill of coins into her palm. 3, 4, 5 of them. Good silver. A handful of coppers. But the darkness came back again when she looked up at them, one and the other. "Where did you get it? For what?" "Lifted it," Hot said. "Who from?" Moria's eyes blazed. "You by Shalpa double fools, you lifted it from where?" Hot shrugged. "A greater fool." She hefted coin and purse, down-browed. "At this hour? A merchant abroad in the maze? No, not likely. Not at all. What did I teach you? Where did you get this haul? From what thief?" They neither one answered, and she cast the prize onto the table. 4 silver coins among the copper. "Light fingers," Mithradin said. "Share and share alike? Oh, and share the trouble too?" She held up the missing coin and dropped it down her bodice, dark eyes flashing. "Share it when someone marks you out? I don't doubt I will." She walked away, took a cup of wine from the table and sipped at it. She drank too much lately, did Moria. Far too much. "Someone has to do it," Hot said. "Fool," Moria said again. "I'm tellin' you, there's those about don't take kindly to amateurs cuttin' in on their territory. Still less to bein' robbed themselves. Did you kill him?" "No," Mithradin said. "We did it just the way you said." "What's this about beggars? You get spotted?" "There was one near," Hot said. "Then there were 3 of them, all at once." "Fine," said Moria in steely patience. "That's fine. You're not half good. My brother and I—" But that was not a thing Moria spoke of often. She took another drink, sat down at the table in the only chair. "We got the money," Hot protested, trying to cheer her. "And we're counting," said Mithradin. "You go ahead and keep that silver, bitch. I'm not going after it. But that's all you get, till you're worth something again. Don't you tell me who's worth something. You'll get our throats cut, rollin' the wrong man. Then you, by the gods, do something. You want to lose this place? You want us on the street? Is that what you want? Who's dead over by the bridge? Don't know. But beggars sent you rumming, didn't they?" Mithradin shrugged. "What more do we need?" she asked. "Stepsons. Now Betcho's vermin. Thieves. Beggars, for Shipra's sake. Beggars sniffin' round here." "Jubal," Mithradin said. "Jubal's what we need. Until you come through with Jubal's money, he's gonna send for us again." Her lips set hard. "Sooner or later. We just go on checking the drops. It's slow, that's all.
It's a new kind of business, this setting up again. But he won't touch us if you get the heat on us, if you go off making your own deals. You stay out of trouble, hear me? You're not cut out for thieves. It's not in you. You want to go through life left-handed? Stay sober enough to do it yourself, why don't you? Mithradin said. The cup came down on the tabletop. Moria stood up. The wine spilled over the scarred surface, dripping off the edge. But Hot thrust himself into Mithradin's way. Something seized up in him when he did. His gut nodded. Ex-slave that he was, his nerves did not forget. Old reflexes. Don't talk to her that way. Mithradin stared at him, northern like himself, broad-shouldered, sullen. Friend, sometimes, a moment ago, if not now. More, he suspected Mithradin Vis of pity, the way Mithradin stared at him, and that was harder than the blow. Mithradin Vis turned his shoulder and walked away across the room, leaving him nothing. He put his hand on Mariah's then, but she snatched it away, out of humor. So he stood there. Don't be scattering that mud about, Mariah said to Mithradin's back. You do it, you clean it up. Mithradin sat down on the single bed, on the blankets, began pulling off his boots, heedless of puddles forming, of their bed soaking, and blanket muddied. Get up from there, Hot said, pushing it further. But Mithradin only fixed him with a stare. Come and do something, it said, and Hot stood still. You listen to me, Mithradin said. It takes money keeping her in wine. And until she comes across with some cash out of Jubal, what better have we got? Or maybe, a second boot joined the other on the floor. Maybe we ought to go looking for Jubal on our own. Or the stepsons. They're running short a man. No, Moria yelled. They pay. Jubal dealt with them for the God's sake. Well, he's not dealing now. You don't make deals on your own. No. So when are you going out again? When are you going to make that contact, eh? Or maybe Jubal's dead. Or not interested in you. Maybe he's broke as we are, eh? I'll find him. You know what I begin to think? Jubal's done. The beggars seem to think so. They don't think it's enough to take on hawk masks. Now they take on stepsons. Nothing they can't handle. They're loose. You understand that? This Jubal a figure he's something if he can take them on. The day he nails a beggar to that bridge, I'll believe Jubal's worth something. Meanwhile, there's a roof over our heads, a bar on the door, and we've got money. We're out of Becho's territory, and keeping out takes money. We're never out, Hot said, remembering the beggars, the ragged shapes rising out of the shadows like spiders from their webs, small moving humps in the lightning flash that might have showed their faces to these beggar witnesses. The chill had seeped inward from Hot's wet clothes. He felt cold, beyond shivering.
He sneezed, wiped his nose on his sleeve, went over to the fire to sit disconsolate. Quietly, he tried a small scrying, to see something. Once he had had the means, but it had left him, with his luck, with his freedom. "I'll go out tomorrow," Moria said, walking over near the fire. "Don't," said Hot. There was a small premonition on him. It might be the scrying, it might be nothing, but he felt a deep unease, the same panic that he had felt seeing the beggars moving through the dark. "Don't let him talk you into it. It's not safe. We've got enough for a little while. Let him find us, this Jubal." "I'll find him," she said. "I'll get money." But she said that often. She went and picked up the cup again, wiped the spilled wine with a rag, sniffed loudly. Hot turned his back to her, staring at the fire, the leaping shapes. The heat burned, almost to the point of pain, but it took that to reach the cold inside his bones, in his marrow. Easier to watch the future than to dwell on the past, to remember Wizard Wall or Corone or slavery. This Jubal the slaver, who was their hope, had sold him once.
But he chose to forget that too. He had nerved himself to walk the streets, at least by dark, to look free men in the eye, to do 100 things any free man took for granted. Mradon Vis gave him that, Moria did. If they looked to Jubal, so must he. But in the fire he saw things, twisted shapes in the coals. A face stared back at him, and its eyes... Mradon came over and dumped the boots by him, spread his clothes on the stones, himself wrapped in a blanket. "What do you learn?" Mradon asked. He shrugged. "I'm blind to the future, you know that." A hand came down on his shoulder, pressed it, in the way of an apology. "You shouldn't talk to her that way," Hot said again. The hand pressed his shoulder a second time. He shivered, despite the heat. "Scared?" Mradon said. Hot took it for challenge, and the cold stayed in his heart. Scared he was. He had not had a friend but Mradon Vis. Distrust gnawed at him, not bitter, but only the habit of weighing his value to anyone. He had learned that he was for using, and when he stopped being useful, he could not see what there was in him that anyone would want. Moria needed him. No woman ever had, not really. This man did, sometimes, for a while, but a shout from him, a harsh word, made him flinch and reminded him what he was, even when he had a paper that said otherwise. Challenged, he might fight from fear, nothing else. And never Mradon Vis. "I talk to her like that," Mradon said, not whispering, "when it does her good." Brooding over that brother of hers. "Shut up," Moria said from behind them. "Moram's dead," Mradon said, "or good as dead. Forget your brother, here. It's your good I'm thinking of." "My good," came a soft, hateful laugh. "So I can steal again, that's the thing. Because Jubal knows me, not you." A chair scraped. Hot looked round as 2 slim-booted feet came beside them, as Moria squatted down and put a hand on Radon's arm. "You hate me. Hate me, don't you? Hate women. Who did that, Vis? You born that way?" "Don't," Hot said, to both of them. He gripped Mradon's arm, which had gone to iron. "Moria, let him be." "No," Mradon said. And for some reason, Moria drew back her hand and had a sobered look. "Go to bed," said Hot, "now." He sensed the violence beside him, sensed it worse than other times. He could calm this violence, draw it to himself, if there was nothing else to do. He was not afraid of that, viewed it with fatalistic patience. But Moria was so small, and Radon's hate so much. She lingered, looking at them both. "You come," she said, in a quiet, fearful voice too. Mradon said nothing, but stared into the fire. "Go," Hot shaped with his lips, nodded toward the bed. And so Moria went, paused by the table, and finished off the wine all at a draught. "Sot," Mradon said under his breath. "She just gets started at it sometimes," Hot said. Alone. The storm. The rain spatted against the door. The wind knocked something over that went skittering along the alley outside. The door rattled, twice, and ceased. Mradon Vis looked that way, long and keenly. Sweat ran on his brow. "It's just the wind," Hot said. Thunder cracked, distantly, outside, and the shingles of the small river house fluttered like living things. The gate creaked, not the wind, and disturbed a warding spell that quivered like a strand of spiderweb, while the spider within that lair stirred in a silken bed, opened eyes, stretched languorous limbs. The visitor took time getting to the door. She read his hesitancy, his fear, in the sound of uneven steps her hearing registered. No natural hearing could have pierced the rain sound. She slipped on a robe, an inkiness in the dark. She wished for light, and there was, in the fireplace, atop the logs that were nothing but focus and never were consumed, atop candles that smelled musty and strange and perfumed with something sweet and dreadful. Her pulse quickened as the visitor tried the latch. She relaxed the ward that sealed the door, and it swung inward, a gust that guttered the candles. Amid that gust, a cloaked, hunched man who smelled of fear.
She tightened the ward again, and the door closed, against the wind, with a thump that made the visitor turn, startled in his tracks. He did not try it. He looked back again, cast the hood back from a face fire had touched. His eyes were dilated, wild. "Why do you come?" she asked, intrigued, despite a life that had long since lacked variety. In the casual matter of the door, she had dropped pretenses that she wore like robes. He knew, must know, that he was in deadly jeopardy. "Who sent you?" He seemed the sort not to plan, but to do what others planned. "I'm, hawk masks. More, The face jerked, twisting the mouth. The whole head nodded with the effort of speech. Message." He fumbled out a paper and offered it to her in a shaking hand. So, he was not so unhandsome, viewed from the right side. She walked around him, to that view, but he followed her with his eyes, and that was error. To meet her, stare for stare. She smiled at him, being in that mood. More, The name nudged memory, and wakened interest. More, The underground pricked up its ears at interest at that name. Could this man be running Jubal's errands again? Likely as summer frost. She tilted her head, and considered him, this wreckage. "Whose message?" she asked. Take it." The paper fluttered in his hand. She took it, felt of it. "What does it say?" she asked, never taking her eyes from him. "The stepsons. There's another dead. They sent me." "Did they?" Common problem. Maruth. The beggars. They're killing us both." "Stepsons," she said. "Do you know my name, more, It's Ishade." She kept walking, saw the panic grow. "Have you heard that name before?" A violent shake of the head, a clamping of the jaw. "But you are more notorious than I, in certain quarters. Jubal misses you. And you carry stepson messages? What do they say to tell me?" "Any ting you asked me." More, She stopped before him, held him with her eyes. Her hand that had rested on his shoulder touched the side of his jaw, stilled the tick, the jerking of muscles, his rapid breathing. Slowly the contorted body straightened to stand tall, the drawn muscles of his face relaxed. She began to move again, and he followed her, turning as she wove spells of compulsion, until she stood before the great bronze mirror in its shroud of carelessly thrown silks. At times in this mirror she cast spells. Now she cast another, and showed him himself smiled at him. "So, you will tell me," she said. "What did you do?" he asked. Even the voice was changed. Tears leapt to eyes, to voice. "What did you do?" "I took the pain. A small spell, not difficult for me." She moved again, so that he must turn to follow her, with dreamlike slowness. "Tell me what you know. Tell me who you are. Everything. Jubal will want to know."
"They caught me. The stepsons caught me. They made me." She felt the lie, and sent the pain back, watched the body twist back to its former shape. It turned traitor. The traitor said, wept, sobbed. "I sold them, sold other hawk masks to the stepsons. My sister and I, we had to live after Jubal lost it all. I mean, how were we going to live? We didn't know. We had to. I had to. My sister didn't know." She had let go the pain, and the words kept coming with the tears. His eyes strayed from her to the mirror. "Oh, gods!" "Go on," she said, ever so softly, for this was truth she knew. "What do the stepsons want? What do you want? What are you prepared to pay?" "Get Moreth, that's what they want, the beggar lord. And this man of theirs, they think the beggars have got. Get him back safe. These are not trifles. They'll pay, I'm sure they'll pay." She unfolded the note, perused it carefully, holding it before the light. It said much of that. It offered gold. It promised immunities.
at which she smiled, not humorously. "Why, it mentions you," she said. "It says I might lend you back to Jubal. Do you think he would be amused?" "No," he said. There was fear, multiplying fear. She could smell it. It prickled at her nerves. "But when you carry messages for rogues," she said, "you should expect such small jokes." She folded the note carefully, folded it several times until it was quite small, until she opened her hand, being whimsical, and the paper note was gone. He watched this magician's trick, this cheap comedy of bazaars. It amused her to confound him, to suddenly brighten all the fires till the candles gleamed like suns, till he flinched and looked as if he would go fleeing for the door. It would not have yielded, and he did not. He stood still, with his little shred of dignity, his body clenched, the tick working at his face as she let the spell fade. So this was a man. At least the remnant of one, the remnant of what had almost been one. He was still young. She began to pace round him, back of him, to the scarred left side. He turned the other way to look at her. The tick grew more and more pronounced. "And what if I could not do what they wish? I have turned their betters down before. You come carrying their messages. Is there nothing more personal you would want? The pain. Oh, that. Yes, I can ease it for a time. You, come back to me, if you keep your bargains." She stepped closer still, took the marred face between her hands. "Jubal, on the other hand, would like you the way the beggars left you. He would flay you inch by inch. Your sister." She brushed her lips across his own, gazed close into his eyes. "She has been under a certain shadow for your sake, for what you did. Where is she? Ills blast you, where?" "A place I know." "Look at me. Go on looking. That's right. That's very good. No pain. None at all. Do you understand, Moram, what you have to do? The stepsons, I know. There's someone watching the house." She kissed him long and lingeringly, her arms twined behind his neck, smiled into his eyes. "My friend, a hawk mask's a candle in the wind these days. A hawk mask's other hawk masks hunt hasn't a chance in the world. The contagions even gotten to your sister. Her life, you understand, it's very fragile. The stepsons might take her. Hawk masks use her only to talk to stepsons. Right now, they're not talking at all. Not to these, not to stupid men who've thrown away every alliance better men had made. Morath, too. Morath, the beggar, knows your name, and hers. He remembers the fire, and you, and her, and it's a guess where he casts the blame. As if he needed an excuse at any time. What will you pay for my help? What coin do you have, Moram? What do you want? Whatever, whenever. That does change. As you can. Never forget that, hear? They name me Vampire. Not quite the case, but very close. And they will tell you so. Does that put you off, Moram, or is there worse? He grew brave then and kissed her on the lips. "Oh, be very careful," she said, "very careful. There will be times when I tell you go, you do not question me. Not for your life, Moram, not for your soul, such as it is. Another kiss, lighter than all the rest. We shall go do the stepsons a favor, you and I. We shall go walking, oh, here and there tonight. I need amusement. They'll kill me on the street." She smiled, letting him go. "Not with me, my friend, not while you're with me." She turned away, gathering up her cloak, looked back again. "It's widely said I'm mad. A beast, they call me, lacking self-control. This is not so. Do you believe me?" And she laughed when he said nothing. "That man of theirs? Go outside. Tell Delon's spy to keep to his own affairs tonight. Tell him. She dimmed the lights, unwarded the door, a howl of wind and rain. Moram's face contorted in fright. He ran out to do as he was told, limping still, but not so much as before. She took back the spell. He would be limping in truth when he reached the Watcher, would be the old Moram, in pain, to convince the stepsons, and that also amused her. She shut the door, walked through the small, strange house, which at one time seemed to have one room and disclosed others behind clutter, oddments, books, hangings, cloaks, discarded garments, bits of silk or brocade which had taken her fancy and lost it again, for she never wore ornament, only kept it for the pleasure of having it. And the cloaks, the men's cloaks, that was another sort of amusement. Her bare feet trod costly silk strewn on time-smoothed boards, and thick carpet of minuscule silk threads, hand-knotted, dyed in rarest opalescent dyes, collected for a fee, provenance forgotten. Had someone plundered the hoard, she might not have cared, or missed the theft, or might have cared greatly, depending on her mood. Material comfort meant little to her. Only satiation, when the need was on her. And lately that need had quickened in a different way. One had affronted her. She had, in the beginning, dismissed the matter, clinging to her indolence, but it gnawed at her. She had thought upon this thing as one will think on an affront long after the moment, turning it from one side to the other to discover the motive of it. And she had discovered not malice, not anger, but insouciance, even humor on the part of the perpetrator. This witch, this Northron demigoddess, be she what she was. The affront lay there a good long while, gnawing at the laissez-faire on which her peace was founded. For, without that habit of laziness, she hungered more often, and that hunger led to tragedies. Such a thing had happened because she was lazy, because there were costs of power she had never wished to pay. This witch slaughtered children, plucking them from her hands, and dropped the matter at her door. This witch went her way, indifferent, having fouled her nest, her eyes set on further ambitions, in professional disregard. This was worth, afterthought, a certain anger, and anger eroded itself a place, and grew. She ought, Ishade thought, to thank the Nisi witch for this discovery, that there were other appetites, and one great one which could assuage that moon-driven hunger that had held her so long. She understood, very much of what passed in the streets. Having been on the bridge, having been everywhere in sanctuary, black-robed, wrapped in more than robes when she chose to be. The world tottered. The sea folk intruded, assuming power. Wizardwall and stepsons fought, with ambitions all their own. Jubal planned whatever Jubal planned. Young Hothead dealt in swords on either side. Death squads invaded uptown, while across the White Foal, the beggar king Morath made his own bid. All the while, the prince sat in his palace and intrigued with thieves, invaders, all a wiser fool than some. Priests connived, gods perished in this and other planes, and rank, the heart of empire, was in no less disarray, with every lord conniving and every priest conspiring.
She heard the rain upon the roof, heard the thunder rattling the walls of the world, and heard her own cat's paw returning up the path. She shod herself, flung her cloak about her, opened the door on Mor Am's rain-washed presence. "Take a dry cloak," she said, catching up a fine one, dark as hers. "Man, you'll catch your death." He was not amused, but she unwound the pain from him, cast one cloak aside, and adjusted the finer one about his newly straightened shoulders, tenderly as a mother her son, looking him closely in the eyes.
gone?" she asked. "They'll try to trick you. Of course they will." She closed the front door, opened the back, never glancing at either. "Come along," she said, flinging up her hood, the wide wings of her cape flying in the wind that swirled the random, garish draperies of the house like multicolored fire. The gust struggled with the candles in the fireplace and failed to extinguish them, while mad shadows ran the walls, till she winked the lights out, having no more need of them. Something rattled. Mrathon Vis opened an eye, in dark lit by the dying fire in its crooked hearth. Beside him, Hot and Moria lay inert, lost in sleep, curled together in the threadbare quilt. But this sound came, and with it a chill, as if someone had opened a door on winter in the room, while his heart beat in that blind terror only dreams can give, or those things that have the unreality of dreams. He had no idea whether that rattle had been the door, the wind, he thought, the wind blowing something. But why this night terror, this sickly sweat, this conviction it boded something? Then he saw the man standing in the room. Not standing, but existing there, as if he were part of the shadows, and light from somewhere, not the fire, falling on golden curling hair, and on a bewildered expression. He was young, this man, his shirt open, a charm hung on a cord about his neck, his skin glistening with wine heat and summer warmth, as it had been one night, while sweat like ice poured down Mrathon's sides beneath the thin blanket. Shexo! But the man was dead, in an alley not so far from here. In some unmarked grave, he was food for worms. Mrathon watched the while this apparition wavered like a reflection in wind-blown water, all in dark, and while its mouth moved, saying something that had no sound, as suddenly, treacherously swift, it came drifting toward the bed, closer, closer, and the air grew numb with cold. Mrathon yelled in revulsion, waved his arm at it, felt it pass through icy air, and his bedmates woke, stirred in the nest. Mrathon, Hot, caught his arm, held him. "The door," Moria said, thrusting up from beside them. "Oh gods, the door!" Mrathon rolled, saw the lifting of the bar with no hands upon it, saw it totter, it fell and crashed, and he was scrambling for the side of the bedpost where his sword hung, even while he felt the blast of rain-soaked air, while Hot and Moria likewise scrambled for weapons. He whirled about, his shoulders to the wall, and there was no one there at all, but the lightning flashes casting a lurid glow on the flooded cobbles outside, and the door banging with the wind. Terror loosened his bones, set him shivering. Instinct sent his hand groping after a cloak, his feet moving toward the door. His sword in hand the while, he whipped the cloak about himself, towel-like. He leapt out suddenly into the rain-swimming alley, barefoot, trusting the corners of his eyes, and swung at once to that side that had anomaly in it, a tall shape, a cloaked figure standing in the rain. And then he was easy prey for anything, for that cloaked form, its height, its manner, waked memories. He heard a presence near, Hot or Moria at his back, or both, but he could not have moved, not from the beginning. That figure well belonged with ghosts, with witchery, with nightmares that waked him cold with sweat. Lightning flashed and showed him a pale face within the hood. "For ill's sake, get in!" Moria's voice, a hand tugging at his naked shoulder. But it was a potential trap, that room, lacking any other door. While somewhere, somehow in his most secret nightmares, he knew, had known, that Ishakad had always known how to find him. "What do you want?" he asked. "Come to the bridge," the witch said. "Meet me there." He had gazed once into those eyes, he could not forget. He stood there with the rain pelting him, with his feet numb in ice water, his shoulders numb under the force of it off the eaves. "Why?" he asked. "Witch, why?" The figure was blank again,
lacking illumination. You have employ again, Mravan Vis. Bring the others. Hot, he knows me, oh, quite well. 'Twas I freed him, after all, and he will be grateful, will he not? For Moria? Indeed, this must be Moria. I have a gift, something she has misplaced. Meet me beneath the bridge. Gods blast you! Don't trade curses with me, Mravan Vis. You would not profit in the exchange. And with that, the witch turned her back and walked away, merged with the night. Mravan stood there, chilled and numb, the sword sinking in his hand. He felt distantly the touch against him, a hand taking his arm. For ill's sweet sake, Moria said, get inside. Come on. He yielded, came inside, chilled through, and Moria flung shut the door, barred it, went to the fire and threw a stick on it, so that the yellow light leapt up and cast fleeting shadows about the walls. They led him to the fire, set him down, tucked the blanket about him, and finally he could shiver when he had gotten back the strength. Get my clothes, he said. We don't have to go, Moria said, crouching there by him. She turned her head toward Hot, who came bringing the clothes he had asked for. We don't have to go. But Hot knew. Mravan took the offered clothes, cast off the sodden blanket, and began to dress, while Hot started pulling on his own. Ill save us, Moria said, clutching her wrap to her. Her eyes looked bruised, her hair streaming wet about her face. What's the matter with you? Are you both out of your minds? Mravan fastened his belt and gathered up his boots, having no answer that made sense. In some part of him, panic existed, and hate, but it was a further and cooler hate, and held a certain peace. He did not ask Hot his own reasons, or whether Hot even knew what he was doing, or why. He did not want to know. He went in the way he would draw his hand from fire. It hurt too much not to. And with scalding curses at them both, Moria began getting dressed, calling on them to wait, swearing impotence on them both in downwind patois, in terms even the garrison had lacked. Stay here, he said, little fool, you want to save your neck? Stay out of this. He said it because somewhere deep inside he understood a difference between this woman and the other, which he had never fully seen. That Moria with her thin, sharp knife was on his side, and Hot's because they were fools themselves, and 3 fools seemed better odds. Rot you, Moria said, and when he took his muddy cloak and headed for the door, when Hot overtook him in the alley, Mravan heard her panting after, still cursing. He gave her no help, no sign that he heard. The rain had abated, sunk to a steady drizzle, a dripping off the eaves, a river down the cobbled alley, which sluiced filth along toward the sewers, and so toward the bay, where the foreign ships rode. Insanity, to heap upon the other insanities that life was here, where the likes of Ishakad prowl. If he could have loved, he thought, if he could have loved anything, Moria Hot, known a friend outside himself, he might have made that a charm against what drew him now. But that had gone from him. There was only Ishakad's cold face, cold purposes, cold meeds. He could not even regret that Moria and Hot were with him. He felt safe now only because she had summoned them together, and not called him alone, not alone into that house. And he was ashamed.
Where Moria came up on his left hand, Hot on his right, and so they took that street under the eaves of the Unicorn, and passed on by its light, by its shuttered, furtive safety that did not ask what prowled the streets outside. Where? Dolan asked, at his desk, the sodden watcher standing dripping on the floor before him. Where has he gotten to? I don't know, the would-be stepson said. Erato, his partner, was still out. He stood with his hands behind him, head bowed. He just said he had a message to take, to carry for her. He said her answer was maybe. I take it she wasn't sure she could do anything. You take it. You take it. And where did they go then? Where's your left-hand man? Where's Stilcho? Where's our informer?" I, the stepson, stared off somewhere vague, his face contracted as if at something that just escaped his wits. "Why didn't you do something?" "I don't know," the stepson said in the faintest, most puzzled of voices. "I don't know." Dolan stared at the man and felt the flesh crawling on his nape. "We're being used," he said. "Something's out of joint. Wake up, man. Hear me? Get yourself a dozen men and get out there on the streets, now. I want a watch on that bridge, not a guard, a watch. I want that woman found. I want Moram watched. Finesse, hear me. It's not a random thing we're dealing with. I want Stilcho back. I don't care what it takes." The stepson left in all due haste. Dolan leaned head on hands, staring at the map that showed the maze, the streets leading to the bridge. It was not the only thing on his desk. Death squads, a murder uptown. Factions were armed. The beggars were on the streets. And somehow every contact had dried up, frozen solid. He saw things slipping. He called in others, gave them orders, sent them to apply force where it might loosen tongues. "Make examples," he said. The streets gave way to one naked rim along the White Foal's shore, an openness that faced the rare lights of downwind across the White Foal's rain-swollen flood. The black water had risen far up on the pilings of the bridge and gnawed away at the rock-faced banks, trying at this winding to break its confinement and take the buildings down. This ordinarily sluggish stream. Tonight it was another, noisier river, a shape-changer, full of violence. And Mradan Vis moved carefully along its edge, in this soundless darkness of deafening sound. In the lead, because of the three of them, he was most reckless, and perhaps the most afraid. So they came up in the place he had aimed for, in the underpinnings of the bridge on the Mosward side, in this deepest dark. But a star glimmered here like swamp fire, and above it was a pale, hooded face. He felt one of his two companions set a warning hand on his arm. He kept walking all the same, watching his footing on this treacherous ground. He could look away from that face, or look back again, and a strange peace came on him, facing this creature who was the center of all his fears. No more running, no more evasion. There was a certain security in loss. He stopped, took an easy stance, there above the flood. "What's the job?" he asked, as if there had never been an interlude. The light brightened fitfully in the witch's outheld hand. "Moram," she said. A shadow moved from among the pilings to stand by her. Light fell on a ruined, still familiar face. "Oh gods," Mradan heard beside him. Moria lunged and he caught her arm. Hers was hard and tense. She twisted like a cat, but he held on. "Moria," her twin said, "no longer twin, for ill sake listen." She stopped fighting then. Perhaps it was the face, which was vastly, horribly changed. Perhaps it was making himself the barrier, too careless of his life. Hot was a madman, and he could win what no one else could. Moria stood still, still heaving for breath, while Moram stood still at Ishade's side. "See what love is worth," Ishade said, smiling without love at all. "And loyalty, of course." She walked a pace nearer on the slanted stones. "Moram's loyalty, now, it's to himself, his own interests. He knows." "Don't," Moram said, with more earnestness than ever Mradan had heard from the hardened, streetwise seller of his friends. For a moment, the face seemed twisted, the body diminished, then straightened again, a trick of the light, perhaps. But in the same moment, Moria's arm went limp and listless in his hand.
"You'd live well," Ishade said, in her quiet voice, an intimate tone, which yet rose above the river sound. "I reward loyalty." "With what?" Mraden asked. She favored Mraden with a long, slow stare, ophidian, and, at this moment, amused. "Gold, fine wines, your life and comfort. Follow me across the bridge. I need 4 brave souls." "What for? To do what for you?" "Why, to save a life," she said, "maybe. The burned house. I'm sure you know it. Meet me there." The light went, the shadow rippled, and in the half-dark between the pilings and the flagstone bank, one shadow deserted them. The second started them to follow. "The patrols," he said to the dark, but she was gone then. Moram stopped, abandoned, his voice swallowed by the river sound. He turned hastily, facing them. "Moria, I had a reason. Where have you been?" The knife was still in Moria's hand. Mraden remembered and took her by the sleeve. "Don't," Mraden said, not for love of Moram, the gods knew, rather a deep unease, in which he wished to disturb nothing, do nothing. "What's this about?" Moria asked. "Answer me, Moram." "Stepsons, they hired her. They sent Moria. For ill's sake, they had me locked up. They used me to bargain with her." "What are you worth?" Moria asked. "She works for Jubal." That hung there on the air, dying of unbelief. "She does," Moram said. "And you work for her." "I have to." Moram turned, amorphous in his cloak, began to vanish among the pilings. "Moram!" Moria started forward, brought up short in Mraden's grip. "Let him go," Mraden said, and in his mind was a faint, far dream of doing something rash, breaking with sanity and heading for somewhere safe. To the stepsons, might be. But that was, lately, no way to a long life. Hot was on his way. Why, he had no idea, whether it was despair or ensorcelment. "Wait," he called to Hot, losing control of things. But he had lost that when he had come out here, blind-spotted as Moria at her worst. He let her draw him up the stone facing, among the pilings, chasing after Hot at first, but then joining him in the open, where anyone might spy them. There was the empty guard station, the pole standing vacant. "They got him down," Hot said. "Someone did," muttered, looking about. He felt naked, exposed to view. The rain spattered away at the board surface of the bridge, a shadowed span leading through the dark to downwind, to Ishade. A distant solitary figure flitted like illusion at its other end, lost itself into downwind among its shuttered buildings. Here they stood, neither one place nor the other, neither in the maze of sanctuary nor in the downwind, belonging now to no one. And there was no hiding now. Hot started across the bridge. Mraden followed, with Moria beside him, and all he could think of now was how long it took to get across, to get out of this nakedness. Someone was coming their way, a shambling, raggedy figure. He clutched his cloak about him, gripped his sword as this beggar passed. He dared not look when the apparition had gone by. But Moria swung on his arm, feigning drunkenness like some doxy. "She's just a beggar," she said in full voice, hanging on him, terrifying him with the noise. Hot spun half about, turned again, and kept walking like some honest man with disreputable followers. But no honest man crossed the bridge. "Beggar," Moria whined, leaning on Mraden's arm. He jerked at her and cursed, knowing this mentality, this bloody-minded humor that he had had beside him in the field. Soldiers who got this affliction. Heroes all, dead ones, soon. "Straighten up," he said, knowing her brother, knowing that this was a game both played. He twisted at her arm.
"Where? You see your brother? You see what games won him?" She grew quiet then, subdued. She walked beside him at Hot's back, past the tall end pilings that themselves bore nail holes from the time that hawk masks, not stepsons, were the prey. To the right, a huddle of blackened timbers, of tumbled brick, was the burned shell of a house. Hot went that way, entering the shadow of downwind, and they came after, out of choices now. Irato slipped back into shadow, his pulse beating double time, for a shadow had passed that disturbed him. He felt a presence at his shoulder, where it belonged, but he trusted nothing now. He scanned the figure at near range, his heart still thumping away, until he had, pretending calm, resolved his left-hand man still beside him, and not some further threat, some shape-changer, night-walker. He had no taste for this witch-stalking. "They're across," the partner said. "They're across. We're not the only ones moving. Get back along the bank. Get the squad in place. Get a message back to base." Irato moved back along the alley, headed toward the river house. It smelled of double cross, the whole business. His partner jogged off, holding his cloak tight to him, muffling his armor. They kept well away from the grounds, wary of traps. This was the place to watch. Here. He was sure of that. He settled in then, watching the storm clouds lose themselves on the seaward horizon in the dark, down that split that divided downwind from sanctuary, poor from rich, that division no bridge could span. He had been smug once, had Irato, well paid, well armed as he was, convinced of his own skill, of the reputation that would keep challenges off his neck. And somewhere in downwind that bluff was called, and they dared not go in, dared not pass the streets except by day, had effectively lost nighttime access to their own base beyond the downwind, the slavers' old estate, and relied more and more on the city command. And their enemies knew it. It would be a long, cold wait. It eroded morale, that view of the bridge, the river, the downwind. The realization came to him that he was sitting now in the same kind of position the bridge guard had been in, alone out here. Sounds came and went in the streets, rustled in the thin line of brush that rimmed the river shore. Wild fears dawned on him, to wonder whether the others were there, whether those sounds masked murder, creepings through cover, throats cut, or worse, his comrades snatched away as Stilcho had gone. He wanted to call out, to ask the others were they safe, but that was craziness. He heard the rustling again near himself. Some vermin creeping about. They grew rats large here on Riverside, so he told himself. Something feeding on the garbage that swept down the sewers, the gutters, some choice tidbit brought down from the dwellings of the rich, to tempt the rats and snakes. And the fear grew and grew, so that he eased his sword from its sheath, and crouched there with his back pressed to the stones and his eyes constantly scanning the dark that he had view of. There was nothing anywhere but the splash of rain, the steady drip off eaves of buildings that still had eaves. Beside them, the shell, the timbers, the loose piles of brick. One moved, with a dull chink. Mradhan whirled about, saw a figure close against the wall, at the corner. "Come," Ishad said. "Where's my brother?" Moria asked. But the witch was gone around a corner. Mradhan cursed beneath his breath, adding things as he went, as Hot did, as Moria stayed with them. There was no way of retreat, now, against the flow of things. The beggar on the bridges. Someone was watching. The body was gone. There were likely stepsons on the loose. He came round the corner, down the alley where once he had waited in ambush, where the three of them had, before the stepsons had chosen to make a bonfire of the place, to use the clenched fist. He knew this place, knew it because he had lived here. They had. He knew the law here, how it worked apart from Kadakathis law, from Molan torch holders, from any governance of Ranka.
Law this side flowed from a place called Bekos. It flourished on the trade of vice, on things that went dear across the bridge, that most men never thought to sell or never planned to. He remembered the smell of it, the reek that clung to clothes, the smell of Mama Bekos brew. Hot stopped, for the witch had, waiting in their way, a tall shadow shape, and a second had joined her. Now you earn your pay, Ishad said, when they had come close. The dark surrounded them. Buildings leaned close overhead, where listeners could have heard, perhaps did hear. But Ishad seemed not to care. I have a matter to discuss, a man who certain folk want back, in whatever case. Moram knows. The second stepson, Stilcho is his name. Moruth, Mradhan said. Oh yes, Moruth has him. I do think this is the case. But Moruth will be reasonable, with me. Wait, Mradhan said, for she had moved to drift away again. This time she did wait, looked at him, faceless in the dark. And this time the question died stillborn. Why? Is there something? She asked. What are we supposed to do that you can't? Why, to have mercy, Ishad said. That's your business. And she was off again, a shadow along the way. Bekos, Moram said, all hoarse, keeping a safe distance from them. Follow me. But they knew the streets, every route that led to that place, that center of this hell. No luck, the man said, in the commander's doorway. Everything's gone underground, this time of night. There was disturbance beyond. The outer doorway opened, creating a draft that blew papers out of order. Dolan slammed his hand on them to stop the fall. Get someone, he said. One of his aides appeared behind the man, signaling with a nod of his head. What? Dolan said. Irato sends word, the aide said. The woman's gone to the downwind, taken the informer with her. Dolan stood up. Who says? Get him in here. By your leave, the other said, trying graceful exit. You stay. Dolan walked round the desk and met the man that came in. Irato's partner. Where's Irato now? Set up to watch the shore. Figuring she'll come home sooner or later, whatever she comes up with. Dolan drew a breath, the first easy one in hours. Something worked. Someone was where he ought to be, taking advantage of the situation. All right, he said. You get back there right now, Tassi. Sir, the other said. Get 10 more men. I want them down there on that river shore. I want every access under watch, from both directions. I want no surprises out of this. You get down there. You get those streets blocked. When the witch shows up, I want an account from her. I want names, places, bodies. I don't care how you get them. If she cooperates, fine. If not, stop her. Dead. Understood? There was hesitance. Sir, Iratum's partner said. Understood? Yes, sir. They say fire works on her sort. You get what you can. She's... Heat rose to his face. Breath grew short. Gone undependable. If she ever was. You cure it. Here? You get what you can, then you settle her. I want Stilcho quiet, you understand? Back here safe, number 1, but if he's become expendable, expend him. You know the rule. Now move. There was flight from the doorway, a clatter in the outer room, one injudicious, unhappy oath. Dolan stood gathering his breath. Cretius's list of reliables was itself the problem. Unstable informants, men on double payrolls, a witch for the God's sake, an ex-slaver, a judge on the take. There was, he began to reckon, a need to purify that list. His discretion, Cretius had said. Cretius had delayed too long in passing power. That was what it was. Uncertainty set in. The opportunists wanted convincing again. Then the rest would fall in line. It was near Bekos. Mradhan Vis knew that much, and this approach set off nerves. Tygoth would be in his alley, patrolling up and down, banging at the wall with his stick to let all downwind know that Mama's property was secure.
The surviving crowd of drunks would have collapsed in the streets. Gods knew who might have inherited that room in the alley now. He did not want to know. He wanted out of this place. With all his soul he wanted out of it. And he was where he had never looked to be again, following Moram through the labyrinth of alleys with Hot at his back and Moria between them. He glanced back from time to time when there was too much silence, but they still followed. And now Moram stopped, waited, signaled silence, outside a street that had gotten overbuilt with lean-tos. Beggar kingdom, this. Mizdron grabbed a handful of Moram's cloak, pulled, meaning retreat. No, Moram insisted. He pointed just ahead, where suddenly a figure darker than the night was treading amid the ragged, lumpish shelters. Ishad paused and beckoned to them. Moram followed, and Mizdron did, taking it on himself whatever the others did, wishing now they would keep their feckless help out of this. He gripped his sword, meaning to kill a few if it came to that, but Ishad kept her pace slow, down that street of furtive eyes, of watchers within collections of board, canvas, anything that might fend away rain and wind. The stench rose up about them, of human waste, of something dead and rotting. He heard steps at his back and dared not turn his head, praying to Ilsigi gods that he knew who it was. His eyes were all for Moram, for the wan, slender darkness of Ishad, who walked before them through this isle of misery. And none offered to touch, none offered violence. A building made this lane a cul-de-sac, a dilapidated, boarded-up building. But light showed from the cracks about the door. Sound got out. Moram wavered at that whimpering, that human, wretched sound. At voices, at laughter. He stopped altogether, and Mizdron shoved him, put him into motion, not because he wanted to go, but because it was not a good moment to stop, not here, not now, without any path of retreat. There was a moment in battles, the downhill moment past which there was no way to stop, and they had reached it now. Things seemed to slow, just as they began to move in earnest, when the door flew open outward with no one touching it at all. When light flung out into the dark, and there were dark figures leaping to their feet inside that building, but none darker than Ishad's, who occupied that doorway. And silence then, after momentary outcry. Dire silence, as if everyone inside had stopped, just stopped. Moram stood stock still. But Mizdron stepped up the single step to stand behind Ishad. "Give him to me," Ishad said very quietly, as if everything was sleeping, and voices ought to be hushed. Mizdron she had never looked around, and knew him, somehow, by means that set his teeth on edge. So did calling his name here. "This man they have. Get him up. Whatever you can do for him. Moram knows the way." He looked past her, to the wretch on the floor, to what this ragged, awful crowd had left of a man. He had seen corpses, of various kinds. This one looked worse than most, and might still be alive, which daunted him more than death. But it was a question of downhill. He walked in, among the beggar horde, among ragged men and women. Gods, there was a child feral, with a rat's sharp, frozen grin. He bent above this seeming corpse, and picked it up, not even thinking of broken bones, only struggling with limp weight. The head lolled. It only had one eye. Blood was everywhere. Hot met him, passing Ishad, got the other arm of this perhaps living thing, and they took it to the door. Moria was there. Moram stood against the wall. "Moram," Ishad said, never turning her head, "remember." And more quietly, "Get him away now. I have further dealings with these here." The nightmare lasted. The silence held, that chill quiet lying over all the alley with its sea of tents. Not the look of her eyes that had wrought this quiet, no, Mizdron reckoned, but some subtler spell. Or fear. Perhaps they knew her.
Perhaps here in Downwind she was better understood than across the river, for what she was and what her visitations meant. "Come on," Misdron said. He heaved the limp arm further across his shoulder. "Gods blast you," he said to Moria. "Get going." For Moram began to run, limping, down the lane between the tents and shelters, off into the dark. It would hold, he thought, only so long as Ishad was in the way. Only so long as Ishad dealt with Morath, who was somewhere in that room. What estate would distinguish a beggar king, he wondered, in a mad distraction, panting through the tents, managing with Hot to drag the bleeding half-corpse past obstacles, boxes, litter, and heaped-up offal of the beggar king's court. He wished he had known the face, had gotten the image clear, but he had focused clearly on none of them, not one. The way he had not focused on the man he was carrying. He had nightmares enough to last him. He bore this one with him, past the end of the street, around the corner. He twisted his neck to look to his side. Moria. "Little fool," he panted, "get up ahead, get in front of us, don't straggle." "Where's my brother?" she asked, her voice verging on panic. She had her knife. He saw the dull gleam. "Where has he gotten to?" "Back to the street," Hot guessed, between breaths, and they labored along, dragging the dead weight. Back the way they had come. No sign of Moram. Nothing. "Bridge," Misdron gasped, working with Hot to run with their burden as best they could. "Stepsons want this bastard. They get themselves out there and hold that ills-forsaken bridge." It was a long way through the streets, a long, long course, the noise of their footsteps, of their ragged breathing like the movement of an army. Moria ran ahead of them, checked corners. Then, one moment, she failed to bob into sight again. Hot began to pull forward, doubling his pace. Mizton resisted. Then Moria reappeared, dodging round the corner, flat shadow, her hand up as if the knife was in it. And another shadow came shambling round wide of her, standing in the way. Moram was back. "Boat," he said. His breath came raw and hoarse. She says this place. Ugh, gods, come on." "The river's up," Misdron hissed, the limp weight sagging against his shoulder, the feel of chase behind. "The river's up to the bridge bottom. Here? No boat can handle that current. Come." Moram lurched off, dragging one foot. Moria stood where she was, plastered to the wall. "Wrong," a small, faint voice was saying inside Misdron Viz, a prickling of his nerves where Moria's twin was concerned. And another voice said, "She, the river, Ishad." "Come on," he said, deciding, and Hot shouldered up his side as they headed after Moram. Moria cursed as they passed, and came to, jogging along with them in the dark, under the dripping eaves. She took the lead again, serving as their eyes in this winding gut of a street. Now there were sounds, many of them. "Behind us," Hot gasped, and where they were Misdron could not have sworn, but it sounded like behind. He threw all he had into running, pulled a stitch in his side as Hot stumbled and recovered, and now Moria was gone again, in the turning of the streets. They staggered the last alley and on to the downslope to the river, splashing through the outpourings of downwind streets, past a low wall and down again. "This way," Moria said, materializing again, out of the brushy dark, in the sound of the river, which lay like a black gulf downslope. Misdron went, steadying his footing for Hot's sake. There was the reek of blood from their unconscious burden, and now the taste of it was in Misdron's mouth, coppery. His lungs ached. He was blind except that Moria was at his right, telling him, come on, down to the river, to the flooded dark, the curling waters that could snatch any misstep and make it fatal.
Where? He flung his head up, sweat running in his eyes, sucked air, staggered on the uneven, stony shore, and nearly went to his knees on the rain-slick rock. There was a boat.
He saw Moram struggling with it, and Moria running to it, a black shell amid the brush, not distinguishable as a boat if he had not known what it was. There was a muddy slide. Boats were launched here, from downwind, insane weather, when the river was tamer. But this one hit the water and rode calm, stayed close as if there were no currents tearing at it, as if it and the river obeyed two madly different laws. "Get him in," Moram said, and coming to the edge, Madron took the limp weight all to his side, going into water to the knee to reach the boat, staggering as he flung the body down. The boat hardly rocked. He gripped the side of it, stood there, uselessly, to steady it. Hot crouched on the muddy shore, head down, breathing in great gulps. She said, "Wait," Moram said. Madron stood, still leaning on the side, his feet going numb, and the sweat pouring down his face into his eyes. Go out in this, against orders, no. He saw Moria collapsed, head and arms between her knees, in the clearing of the sky that afforded them some starlight. Saw Moram's hooded shape standing farther up, holding to the rope. When he glanced across the river, he could see Sanctuary's lights, few at this hour, could see the bridge, sane and reasonable crossing. And from the man they had carried all this way, there was no sound, no movement. Dead, Madron thought. They had just carried a corpse away from Maruth, and everyone was robbed. Stones rattled, high among the brush. Heads lifted all round, and she was there, coming down, gliding down the rocks like a fall of living dark, making only occasional sound. "So," she said, reaching them. She put out a hand and brushed Moram. "You've redeemed yourself." He said nothing, but limped down to the water's edge, and Hot and Moria were on their feet. "Get in," said Ishad. "It will take us all." Madron climbed aboard, stepping over the corpse, which moved, which moaned, and his nerves prickled at that unexpected life. Greater mercy, he thought, with this stirring between his feet, to use the sword. He had seen deaths such as this stepson faced when the wounds went bad. The gaping socket of the missing eye, thus close to the brain. It would be bad, he thought, while the boat rocked with the others getting in. He reached over the side, dipped up water with his hand, passed it over the stepson's lips, felt movement in response. Ishad's robe brushed him as she took her place. She knelt there all too close for any comfort. She bent her head, bowed over, her hands on the wounded face. There was suddenly outcry, a struggling of limbs beneath them. "For the God's sake!" Madron exclaimed, his gorge rising. He thrust at Ishad, shoved her back, froze at the lifting of her face, the direction of that basilisk stare at him. "Pain is life," she said. And the boat began to move, slowly like a dream, the while the wind swirled about them and the river roared beneath. His companions, they were hazy shapes in the night about Ishad. The wounded man stirred and moaned, threatening instability in the boat should his thrashing become severe. Madron reached down and held him gently. The witch touched him too, and the struggles took harder and harder restraint. The moans were pitiful. "He will live," she said. "Stilcho, I am calling you. Come back." The stepson cried out, once sharply, back-arching, but the river took the sound. It was a boat, running on the flood. Erato saw it, his first thought that some river fisher's skiff had come untied in the white foal's violence. But the boat came skimming, running slowly like a cloud before the wind across the current, in a straight line no boat could achieve in any river. Erato stirred in his concealment, hair rising at his nape. He scrambled higher amongst the brush, disturbed one of his men. "Pass the word," he said. "Something's coming." "Where?" "River." That got a stare, a silence in the dark. "Get the rest," Erato hissed, shoving at the man. "They're going to come ashore. Hear me? Tell them, pass it on. The back of the house, that's where they'll come." The man went. Erato slipped along the bank at the same level, toward the brambles, which served as effective barrier. The house they watched, they did not venture liberties with it, did not try the low iron gate, the hedges. Try reason, he thought. He was in command. It was on him to try reason with the witch. And it had to be the witch out there. There was nothing in all sanity that ought to be doing what that boat did. He moved quietly, gathered up men here and there while the boat came on. The bow grated onto rock, and kept grating, pushing itself ashore, and the stepson moaned anew, leaning against the gunwales of the boat. "Bring him," Ishad said, and Madron looked up as the witch stepped ashore, on the landing which rose in steps up to the brambles. He flung an arm about the stepson, accepted Hot's help as he stood up, as now the stepson fought to get his own feet under him, more than deadweight. The boat rocked as Moram went past and stepped out, close to Ishad. They went next, stepping over the bow to solid if water-washed stone footing, and Moria came up by Hot's side, while Ishad stood gazing into the dark beside them. Men were there, armed and armored, a half a dozen visible, stepsons. The foremost came out a few steps. "You surprise us," that one said. "You did it." "Yes," Ishad said. "Now go away. Be wise." "Our man, not yours," she said. "There's more of them," Madron muttered to her. There was the light of torches up on the height of the bank, just the merest wink of red through the brush. "Give him over, woman." He was holding the stepson still, and the man was standing much on his own between himself and Hot, standing, having no strength perhaps to speak for himself, or no will to do so, as there seemed a curious lack of initiative on the part of the stepsons who faced them in the dark. "Go away," Ishad said, and walked past, walked up to the iron gate that closed the bramble hedge at the back of her house. She turned there and looked back at them, lifted her hand. "Come." Madron felt it, a shiver in his nerves. The man they were carrying took a step on his own, faltering, and they went on carrying him, up the steps, to the gate Ishad held open for them, into a garden overgrown with weeds and brush. The back door of the house swung open abruptly, gaping dark, and they went toward this, up the back door steps, heard hasty footfalls behind them, Moria's swift pace, Moram's dragging foot. The iron gate creaked shut. "Get him in," Ishad hissed at their backs. And there was, at the moment, any choice. Light flickered, the beginnings of fire in the fireplace, candles beginning to light all at once. Madron looked about in panic, at too many windows, a house too open to defend. The stepson dragged at him. He sought a place, and with Hot's help, bestowed the man on the orange silk-strewn bed. The gruesomeness of it all niggling at his mind, that and the windows. He looked about, saw Moria close to the shelf-cluttered wall, by the windows, saw the gleam of fire through the shutter slats. "Come out," a thin voice cried, "or burn inside." "The hedges," Hot said, and Ishad's face was set and cold. She lifted her hand, waved it as at inconsequence. The lights all brightened, all about the room, white as day. "The hedges," said Moram. "They'll burn. They're close." Moria had sneaked a look, got back to the safe solidity of the wall. "They're moving up." Ishad ignored them all. She brought a bowl, dipped a rag, laid a wet cloth on the stepson's ravaged face. So tenderly. Straightened his hair. "Stilcho," she addressed the man. "Lie easy now. They'll not come inside." "They won't need to," Madron said between his teeth. "Woman, they don't care if he fries along with us. If you've got a trick, use it, now." Where? This is your warning. The voice came from outside the walls. Come out or burn. Ishad straightened. Beyond the window slats, a fire arced, flared, kept flaring, sun-bright. There were screams, a rush of wind. Mizdrawn whirled, saw the blaze of light at every window, and Ishad standing black and still in the midst of them, her eyes. He averted his, gazed at Hot's pale face, and the screams went on outside. Fire roared like a furnace about the house, went from white to red to white again outside, and the screams died. There was silence then. The fire glow vanished. Even the light of the candles, the fire in the fireplace sank lower. He turned toward Ishad, saw her let go a breath. Her face, he had never seen it angry, and saw it now. But she walked to a table, quietly pour red wine, rich red. She turned up other cups, 2, 4, the 6th. She filled only the one. Make yourselves at home, she said. Food, if you wish it. Drink. It will be safe for you. I say that it is. None of them moved. Not one. Ishad drained her cup and drew a quiet breath. There is night left, she said, an hour or more to dawn. Sit down where you choose. And she set the cup aside. She took off her cloak, draped it over a chair, bent and pulled off one boot and the other, then rose to stand barefoot on the litter that carpeted this place. She drew off her rings and cast them on the table, looked up again, for still no one had moved. Please yourselves, she said, and her eyes masked in insouciance something very dark. Mizdrawn edged back. I would not, she said, try the door. Not now. She walked out to the middle of the silk-strewn floor. Stilcho, she said, and a man who had been near dead moved, tried to sit. Don't, Moria said, a strangled, small voice. Not love of stepsons, it was sure. Mizdrawn felt the same, a knot of sickness in his throat. Ishad held out her hands. The stepson rose, swayed, walked to her. She took his hands, drew him to sit, with her, on the floor. He knelt, carefully. No, Hot said, quietly, a small lost voice. No, don't. But Ishad had no glance for him. She began to speak, whispering, as if she shared secrets with the man. His lips began to move, mouthing words she spoke. Mizdrawn seized Hot's arm, for Hot stood closest, drew him back, and Hot got back against the wall. Moria came close. Moram sought their corner, the farthest that there was. What's she doing? Mizdrawn asked, tried to ask, but the room drank up sound, and nothing at all came out. She dreamed, deeply dreamed. The man who touched her, Stilcho, he had been deep within that territory of dreams, as deep as it was possible to go, and still come back. He wanted it now. His mind wanted to go fleeting away down those dark corridors, and bright. Shexo, she chanted, over and over. That was the easiest to call of all her many ghosts. Shexo. She had his attention now. Shexo. This is Stilcho. Follow him. Come up to me. The young rowdy was there, just verging the light. He attempted his old nonchalance, but he was shivering in the cold of a remembered alleyway, in the violence of her wrath. She named other names and called them. She sent them deep, deep into the depths, remembering them all. Her men most ruffians, a few gentle, a few obsessed with hate. One had been a robber, dumped his victims in the harbor after carving up their faces. One had been a hellhound. Rinner was his name. He used to play games with prostitutes his commander never knew. They were hate, raw hate. There were some souls that responded best to them. There was a boy,
come with tears on his face, one of Moruth's beggars, one of Kadakith's court, silver-tongued, with honey hair, and the blackest, vilest heart. Up and up they came, swirled near, a veritable cloud. She spoke, through Stilcho's lips, words in a language Stilcho would not have known, that few living did. Till dawn, till dawn, till dawn. The dream stretched wide, passed beyond her control in a moment of panic. She tried to call them back, but that would have been dangerous. Till dawn, she had said. There were so many pressing at the gates, so very many. Sanctuary, the whisper went, sanctuaries open. And some went in simple longing for home, for wives, husbands, children. Some in anger, many, many in anger. The town inspired that. A wealthy widow turned in bed from the slave she kept and stared into a dead husband's reproachful eyes. A yell rang out through marble halls, high on the hill. A judge waked, feeling something cold, and stared round at all the ghosts who had cause to remember him. He did not scream. He joined them, for his heart failed him on the spot. In the maze, there was the sound of children's voices, running frenzied through the streets. "Oh, Mama, Papa, here I am!" One such wandered alone, among the merchants' fine houses, and rapped on a door. "I'm home! Oh, Mama, let me in!" A thief stirred in his sleep, rubbed his eyes, and rubbed them twice. "Cudget," he said, knowing that he was dreaming, and yet he felt the cold drifting from the old man. Cudget? The old man swore at him just as he used to do, and Hans Shadowspawn sat up in bed, petrified, as his old mentor gazed on him, sitting on his foot. Outside, the streets rustled with the gathering of the dead. One hammered at a door with thin, rattling result. "Where's my money?" it wailed. "One Thumb, where's my money?" The booths at the Vulgar Unicorn grew crowded, buzzed with whispers, and the few die-hard patrons went fleeing out the door. "Brother," a ghost said to the fat man in an uptown bed, and to the woman beside him, "is he worth it, Thea?" Screams rose, long ones, echoing above the streets, a thin clamoring that the wind took and carried through the air. A base-of woman felt the stirring of the snake that shared her bed, opened dark, strange eyes, and stared in wonder at the pale night-gowned figure that stood within the room. "Usurper," it said, "get out of my bed, get out of my house, you have no right." No one had ever told her that. She blinked, confused, hearing the screams, as if the town were being sacked. Across the river, Moruth hurried along, hastening in the night for a newer, more secure place, in the madness of the hour, in streets insane with screams. He stopped, seeing the way closed off. They were hawk masks, 4 of them, who began to come toward him. He turned, and there were stepsons, armed with swords. In the guardroom, a hellhound wakened, bleary-eyed from drink, looked up with the interest of one who hears the step of a friend returning, a singular pattern, so familiar and loved, among 1,000 others, and then with a sinking of the heart, remembered impossible. But Zalbar looked all the same, and stood up, overturning the chair with a crash. Razkuli was standing there, unmarred, his head firmly on his shoulders. "I can't stay long," he said. And higher in the palace, Kadakithis screamed and yelled for guards, waking to find strangers in his room, a horde of ghosts, some with ropes about their necks, and soldiers all dusty in tattered armor, and his grandfather, who did not belong in sanctuary, wearing a shadow crown. "Shame," his grandfather said. Walegren sat up in bed, in the barracks below the wall, heard the clash of bracelets, ominous and clear. He reached for his knife beneath the pillow. But as the sound ceased, faint as it was, he heard screams from beyond the walls, and leapt up, knife in hand, to fling the window wide. Jubal the ex-slaver waked, hearing the murmur of a sea, and not a sea, but a horde of slaves about his bed, lacking limbs, with scars, some clutching their entrails to them. He spat at them and felt the cold at the same time. "It's your fault," Kurd said, and from that ghost the others fled, deserting the place, leaving only the pale old man, the visitor with hollow eyes. "We should sit and talk," Kurd said. "Sir?" asked a wan, lost ghost, accosting a drunk who staggered by the unicorn, stopping up his ears. "Sir, what street is this? I gotta get home. My wife'll kill me, sure."
On the street of gods, a priestess screamed, waking to find a tiny ghost lying at her breast, all wet and dripping with riverweed, an infant of dark and accusing eyes. A clatter of hooves rang through the steps in barracks courtyard, a rattle of armor, a breath of cold wind. And in the headquarters in the town, Dolan gave orders, dispatched men here and there, stopped cold as, alone, he realized other men had come, with their blackened skin and flesh hanging from their limbs. "We've lost," Aratos said. "Fool!" A different presence burst among them, whose armor shone, whose look was bronze and gold. He came striding in from out of the wall itself, and the others fled. The air smelled suddenly of dust and heat. "Oh, fool, what have you done?" And Dolan backed away, knowing legend when he saw it. The presence faded and left cold in its stead. Ishad stirred, feeling the pain of long, rigid limbs. A heavy weight poured against her, Stilcho in collapse. And one last thing she did, without thinking of it, holding the Stepson in her arms. "Come back," she said, knowing it was dawn. "No," the almost ghost said, weeping, but she compelled it. The body grew warm again, moaned with pain. "Help me," she said, looking up at the others who sat huddled in the corner. It was Hot who came. Even Moram was too afraid, but Hot who touched her, with his hands and in a different way, like the flickering of a fire. He took Stilcho up, Moram helped, and Vis, and Moria last of all. Ishad drew herself to her feet, walked over to the window and unshuttered it by hand, considerate of her guests. There were some things they might bear with in the dark of night, but by day that seemed unkind, and she felt washed clean this morning. A bird was perched on the untouched hedge. It was a carrion crow. It hopped down out of sight in a fluttering of unseen wings. Mrathon Vis strode along the street in the silence of morning free, inhaling air that had, even with its stench, a more wholesome quality than that within the river house. Hot, Moria, Moram, they were afraid. The Stepson slept, unharmed, in Ishad's silken bed, while the witch herself, gods know where she was. "Come on," he had pleaded, with Hot, with Moria even. Moram he had not asked. Even the Stepson, him he would have gotten out of there if he could. But maybe it would be a corpse he was carrying before he had gotten to the street. "No," Moria had said, seeming shamed. Hot had said nothing, but a hell was in his eyes, so he had it bad. "Don't touch her," Mrathon had said then, shaking him by the shoulders. But Hot turned away, head bowed, passed his hand over one of the dead candles. A bit of smoke curled up on its own. Died. So Mrathon knew what hold Ishad had on Hot. And he went away, went out the door with no one to stop him. She would find him if he wished. He was sure of that. There was a long list of those who might be interested to find him, but he walked the street past the bridge by daylight in the town. Traffic had begun, if late. There were walkers on the street, folk with unhappy, hunted looks. "This," someone said. He heard rapid steps. His heart turned in him as he looked back and saw a man of the garrison. "This, is it?" He thought of his sword, but daytime, on the street, even in sanctuary, was no time or place for that kind of craziness.
He struck an easy stance, impatient attention, nodded to the man. "Got a message," the soldier said. "Captain wants to see you." "Mind?" "By the face of chaos,